Chapter 376, Virtual Training. You have to concentrate now, Virian said, buzzing around Michael's face. The surge of power that you feel inside you is what will help you awaken your ability. He looked down at his chest and saw the new God Forge start to settle into his heart. It was squirming, trying to find the perfect position to settle into. This was what gave Michael a surge of power that was pushing him to the brink of awakening. Focus. Your ability is something that is innate within yourself. It is something that you know you specialize in, Virian said, acting like the voice of reason beside him. Michael closed his eyes and concentrated. He thought about what he was thinking during the time when he felt the metal slag twitch. I was thinking about the Unity gun, he thought to himself. I thought it was inefficient. I didn't want to reload each time I shot my gun. Since he modeled it after a pistol, the rate of fire of his weapon was very slow. Each time he loaded a gun in his fingers, he had to put all 8 mana from his body and crushed it together, creating the bullet and the explosion that propelled it. And in the heat of battle, his subconscious tried to solve his own problem and started to awaken his ability. He let his imagination run wild. He started to relive the moment where he was surrounded by the Flare Corps soldiers with his own life in the line. Creating a virtual reality simulator inside your mind. ChatJK4 uploaded a series of codes inside his mind, allowing him to see a virtual reality of the forest inside his mind. This forest was the same exact one that he was at. There was even burned grass and toppled trees all around, making it look like a complete replica of the original one. Then, 10 Flare Corps soldiers flickered into reality right in front of him. They stood in place, completely frozen in time. They looked so real that he could even see the mana signatures in their body. He wouldn't be surprised if they could perform real magic spells just like a real person, thanks to ChatJ4's magic theory analysis. How realistic do you want this to be? Please rate it from 1 to 10. A solid 8, maybe. Understood. And just like in a video game, Michael saw a countdown appear in his vision, starting simulation in 3. As soon as the green go appeared in front of him, the 10 Flare Corps soldiers burst into life. "Attack him!" one of the soldiers shouted. Michael stared in wonder at ChatJ4's realistic simulation. If he didn't know any better, then he would have thought that this was real and not a visual illusion inside his mind. 3 soldiers swung their flaming swords at him, creating fiery hummingbirds that dove towards him. He stayed still, thinking that his absolute Unity defense would activate. But surprisingly, it never did. The birds crashed into him, creating an explosion of fire that sent him flying outwards and crashing into a tree. "Cough! Cough!" He looked down and saw his clothes tattered and burned. Beyond that, his skin was also caught up from the explosion, injuring him with second-degree burns. The pain he felt was real, though he guessed that ChatJK4 turned it down a bit since he said that he only wanted an 8/10 in the realistic setting. This was the first time that he had ever been seriously hurt after his reincarnation. "Would you like me to reactivate your security defenses?" ChatJK4 asked. "No need. I need the real thrill of the fight for me to awaken my ability." Just as he thought that, all 10 soldiers rushed at him without giving him a second of reprieve. They brought out all their biggest fiery spells, hunting him down at any chance he got. Without his absolute Unity defense, he was forced to be a lot more proactive in his defense, using large water walls to deny their flaming swords. Flight also became his best friend, as he used it constantly to dodge coordinated attacks that would have gotten him if he was stuck grounded. Finally, he had enough and raised his hand, creating a finger gun shape. As the power of Unity flowed to his pointy finger, one of the soldiers thrusted his swords at him, with a rotating fire disk that surrounded his blade. Just as he was about to be hit, Michael pulled the trigger, shooting the blade and the soldier in one bullet. The soldier froze for a second and disintegrated into blocky pixels. Before he could even get another shot off, the other 8 soldiers converged at his location, swinging their weapons in all directions. Michael turned himself into a shadow, bypassing all their attacks and escaping their enclosure. Turned around to look for him. A beam of Unity power shot from above the trees, directly hitting one of the soldiers and disintegrating him into mere pixels. They didn't mourn for their fallen brother and rushed upwards, flinging flaming spells in his direction. Unfortunately for them, Michael disappeared into the shadows yet again, nowhere to be seen. He continued this pattern, hiding from the shadows and only shooting his Unity gun once he was out of their periphery. Eventually, he killed half of them without much effort. His endless mana and endless variety of magic spells allowed him to easily triumph over these 5-star soldiers, despite losing his absolute Unity defense. It would only be a matter of time until he defeated all of them yet again. Unfortunately, this virtual fight did nothing to help awaken his ability. ChatJK4, I need something a little bit more challenging. Understood. Ramping up the difficulty of the simulation. 3, 2, 1. The fight started yet again. The remaining 5 soldiers looked at Michael with a gleam in their eyes. Something felt different about them. He transformed himself into a shadow, retreating into the recesses of a tree, and waited for the perfect time to show up and shoot one of them with the unity gun. Just then, all 5 soldiers turned to look directly at him, despite being in shadow form. Not only that, but they transformed into a shadow as well, chasing him through the forest at breakneck speeds. "What the hell?" Michael muttered. As the 5 soldiers chased after him, weaving through trees in their shadow form, Michael suddenly teleported out and behind them, with his hand raised for a shot. He pulled the trigger, and the beam shot right to where he was aiming at. But surprisingly, the soldiers all teleported away at the very exact moment of the trigger, evading the near-instantaneous shot. They reappeared behind him, swinging their swords as they lunged at him. Each of them displayed a different set of elemental power. One had lightning, one had water, one had air, one had earth, and one had dark shadow spells. As his unity gun reloaded, Michael raised his hand and created 5 different magic circles around him. Each one created a simple wall made out of the element that would counter the specific spell that the Flare Corps soldiers used. His defense proved fruitful as he deflected their attacks and even counterattacked at the moment that their swords missed the attack. A flurry of elemental bullets rained down on the soldiers. But as they were about to hit them, a prismatic shield appeared around them, nullifying Michael's spell. Chapter 307 Hard Battle. Michael didn't expect them to even wield a unity defense. "You're kidding around," he muttered in the air, addressing KangarooCruz. The soldiers then reached down onto their shadows on the ground and retrieved a new sword from it. These weapons glowed with power, something that Michael was extremely familiar with. In the moment they wielded it in their hands, their cultivation soared into the next star realm, pushing them to 6-star fighters. These were none other than mithril artifacts, but then his surprise didn't end there. They then reached down into their pockets and took something small and spherical. Michael realized it immediately. Those were 35% concentrated chocolate pellets. Once the soldiers swallowed these snacks, their powers surged, almost reaching the 7-star realm, only a half step below it. As it turned out, the highest difficulty setting that KangarooCruz could create was just him fighting a normal Rebornian soldier. "I guess I reap what I sow," he said. He took out his own chocolate pellet from his pocket and consumed it in one go. Power coursed through his veins, reaching even greater heights than normal. Thanks to his superior sugar rush skill, just one pellet was enough to push him to the Flare Corps soldiers' level, making the battle even. He floated in the air and raised his unity gun towards them. They raised their mithril artifacts and took their stances. And so started the toughest battle that Michael had ever experienced in both of his lifetimes, including battles he had seen in anime and media. He truly realized now how much of a threat his own Rebornians were on the battlefield. Their power to control all 8 elements, their unity defense, their mithril relics, their sugar rush was a nightmare to defend against. Everything amped up their skills to the max and even beyond that. And with KangarooCruz controlling all of these soldiers, their powers were efficiently used with the best tactics and attack patterns that Michael had ever seen. They were bombarding him with the most unique and creative spells that were casted with extreme precision and accuracy. He would concentrate on defending himself against their attacks before finding a small gap in their defenses, allowing him to use his unity gun. But even then, his shot would only destroy their lesser unity defense that would regenerate after 1 minute. So he had to take 2 shots in close succession in order to defeat one soldier. So far, he had yet to defeat a single one. "Ha ha!" Michael breathed heavily as he looked up at all 5 floating in the air. His clothes were tattered, messy and bloodied. Fighting 5 soldiers with the powers of KangarooCruz was almost certainly a Herculean task. This was the first time that he felt that he would lose in a battle. Every spell he used, they could counter, and every time he tried to escape from them, they would find him. The only way he could injure them was through his unity gun. Yet the limitation of only being able to shoot 1 bullet at a time was a serious deterrent that left him unable to seriously wound them. Their lesser unity defense would always regenerate before he could hit them with another clean shot. Each of the 5 soldiers raised their swords up in the air, conjuring large magic spells that emanated the power of a peak 6-star spell. Eventually, mana erupted out of the tip of their blades, forming into a large snake-like dragon that swam through the air like water. Eventualies were made out of different elements: water, earth, fire, air, and lightning. They soared through the heavens, asserting their dominance in the air. Their tails left behind a stream of mana, creating a circular formation in the middle of the skies. Michael felt the wind blow in their direction, picking up in speed as the mana gathered around the formation. Eventually, the dragons crashed through each other, with their elements combining and creating an even bigger dragon that incorporated all 5 elements. As it reached its full length, the dragon looked down at Michael, ready to finish the job, Michael knew that this could be the end. Fatigue, exhaustion, and coupled with the fact that he had been fighting these soldiers for hours on end, made him completely forget that this was only a virtual simulation. Nothing was real. Even his pain was only an illusion made by ChatJK4 to make it look real. But still, Michael felt the pressure of life and death on his hands. He felt that if he didn't defend himself against this large dragon, this could spell the end for him. Even his Unity gun seemed wholly ineffective against a behemoth this large, and it certainly wouldn't be able to defeat the 5 soldiers that created it. But it was his only choice. Rorg. The large dragon, made out of equal parts air, water, earth, fire, and lightning, broke through the large cumulonimbus cloud in the skies and surged towards Michael. Its power was immense, unrooting trees and destroying the forest from the mere wind that was created by the dragon. It dived down towards Michael, its jaws roaring as it opened to consume him. Michael raised his hand, with the power of Unity gathering at his fingertips. In this moment where all seemed lost, Michael felt his heart pump with power. It was beating irregularly, with the God-forged pieces inside it starting to dance with intensity. He could feel this new power start to course through his veins. If Unity power was as hot as boiling water, then this new power, this ability, is as cool as ice. It was the exact opposite of mana. Meanwhile, in the real world, Virion watched from the sidelines as Michael stood in place with his eyes closed. From her perspective, he had only been doing this for a few minutes at most. But for Michael, hours had gone by. Still, at this very moment, she suddenly felt a change in her surroundings. It felt like the leaves on the trees were rustling, even without the presence of wind. It felt like she heard water sloshing, even without a river nearby. Eventually, the mechanical robotic hand shimmered above Michael. This diva was only up to its elbow, still incomplete. The diva was starting to move, like an ancient monster awakening from its deep slumber. Virion held her breath, watching everything unfold, hoping that she wouldn't disturb Michael from whatever he was doing. She didn't know how, but he was starting to get a grasp of his diva, even though he was only in the first stage of body formation. The fact that he was able to manifest it without using his Unity gun meant that he had progressed faster than she had even thought. Usually, a diva or an ability would only awaken through practice or through combat, but Michael was doing it just by standing still. But still, this wasn't enough for him to awaken his ability. Usually a person's natural talent would only awaken through a trial of life or death. This would allow them to push through their limitations, transcending the normal. So she thought that Michael would need more than this to awaken his ability. Just then the metal slag behind her started to levitate upwards. Chapter 378, Bandit's Final Stand. Meanwhile, out in the battlefield, the 2 teams continued to catch bandit after bandit without stopping. Eventually they scoured the forest and found no other bandits scattered about. Whatever's left of them were hiding back in their cave, taking their last stand. Yaku, Zion, Fudge, and Grieve all stood in front of a cave closed off by a large boulder. They could sense a lot of activity inside, probably from the bandits who had gone into hiding. "I'll blast that large boulder into pieces." "Just wait," Zion said, winding up his arm ready to bust inside the cave. Yaku stopped him just in time. "We can't. Boss isn't here yet." "But we could end up losing the game. We need to score more bandits," Zion argued. "Bro Mike already told us to win at all costs. He also can't afford to lose this game. We have to go inside before." Just as he said that, they heard the sound of grass rustling just beside them. Eventually, they saw their worst enemies, the girls' team. "Too scared to go inside?" Shayna asked, with the other girls chuckling with each other. "No, we aren't. We got here first. We got dibs," Zion asserted. Yep, we got dibs," Fudge backed him up. "Then why aren't you going inside?" Umizu spoke up, with Shayna nodding in approval. "We're waiting for Master," Fudge said, standing his ground. "Where did my little boy go?" Lelia asked. "Fudge dear, would you mind telling me where he is?" "Of course. Master is currently in the forest." But before he could talk, Zion and Yaku both grabbed Fudge's head and stopped him from revealing more information. "Boss is on a top-secret mission," Yaku said. "Yeah, he's off to fight more bandits," Zion added. "Suspicious." Yuna looked at the Dragonborns and glared at them, making them feel the pressure. "Grieve, will you tell us where Michael is?" The skeleton general laughed. "Ho-ho, of course. I seem to have forgotten Ho-ho. Either way, you all should stand aside and let us enter the cave," Shayna proposed. "We'll be taking home the win because of this," she gloated. "Oh no, you don't." Zion was just about ready to battle it out when all of a sudden they saw the shadows converge to their location. The Shadow Orcs appeared all around the forest, kneeling down as a sign of respect for the higher-ranking officers of Reborn. Eventually, the 2 Orc chieftains appeared in the middle of the 2 teams. Narito addressed the boys' team and Sasuke addressed the girls' team. "We have finished scouring the entire forest region and have found no other bandit left behind," Naruto said, slamming his chest. "Ratata! As per the boss orders, the entire Reborn army has come to help in the upcoming raid of the bastard bandits' hideout. As weak as I may be, we are also called on to help." Everyone turned to look to the side and saw Sleazy and a couple of other prisoners wearing orange jumpsuits. The Dragonborns even recognized some of them, as they were all bandits who had converted to become loyal Rebornians upon visiting the nation of Reborn back in the parched lands. And they weren't the only ones coming from the King's region. The sound of hooves clopping on the ground reverberated through the forest. Finally, these large and burly centaurs skidded to a stop as soon as they reached their destination. On top of them were these red hobmankeys with mithril artifact javelins on their hands. "Golden Road State Troopers reporting for duty," one of the red hobmankeys said, saluting to everyone. Although they were small in numbers, their combined strength far made up for that fact. They were more than enough to be the main vanguard for the assault, especially since they would have a really overpowered support group just behind them. The Shadow Orcs used their shadow ability to teleport these Rebornian musicians, holding their mithril artifact instruments by their side. Most of them played a percussion instrument, perfect for hyping up the army from afar as their beats traveled through the air and through the ground. This was the entire Rebornian army for now. It was even a little bit overkill, to be honest, but Michael simply wanted to test out the strength of their army against some pretty good opponents. It also served as good practice for them, especially implementing the musicians on the backline. Zion looked at all their support and whispered to Yaku. If they defeat the bandits, then who would get their points? That was a very serious question that no one had an answer for. "Obviously they'll count towards our team, right?" Fudge argued. "They are Master's subordinates after all." "Wait just a second there. I'm Michael's mother, which means that I have the authority as my son. Their points should go towards our team." No. The two teams were in an argument, unable to settle the score. It was at that moment where their conversation was suddenly interrupted by an earthquake from the ground. They all looked towards the boulder blocking the cave's entrance before. Boom! The boulder exploded into a million pieces, with large speeding rocks being flung all over the place, with anyone in its close proximity being vulnerable to the blast. Bandits suddenly flooded out of the cave, numbering in the hundreds. They rushed out of the cave with manic looks on their faces, ready to live or die by this encounter. They all thought that they would get the advantage from the explosion, as surely the blast would have affected some of the Rebornians. They didn't know that a prismatic shield deflected any incoming projectiles away from their bodies, leaving them virtually unharmed by the explosion. "Charge! This is a fight for our lives, bastards!" one of the bandits shouted. "Either we kill them, we get killed." About 400 bandits raised their knives in the air and shouted at their comrades' words. They were the only ones left from their group. This was their last stand. If they didn't drive off these Rebornians, then they would get killed by Blazel and her elite group of Flare Corps soldiers. Although they were outnumbered, the Rebornians didn't panic at all. Instead, the Dragonborns became even more ecstatic. "3 points!" Zion shouted, bumping his gauntlets together. "Not if we get to them first," Shayna replied, loading an arrow in her bow. As the large surge of bandits rushed towards them, both the boys and the girls' team used this chance to release their strongest attacks, choosing to defeat as many bandits as possible. Zion jumped up in the air, with his gauntlets glowing with a dark and purple color. As the horde of bandits ran towards him, Zion punched downwards, creating a large crack in the very space below. This crack propagated down before eventually reaching the bandits. Despite them using their own 4-star spells to protect themselves, they found themselves getting blasted off in the air as Zion's punch created an explosion in the ground, affecting tens of bandits just from one hit alone. Chapter 3. 79 Bandits Surrender. Zion put the fear in each of the bandits' eyes as soon as his single punch defeated 20 of their comrades. As the red-scaled Dragonborn landed on the ground, the bandits stopped running and kept their distance away from him. But still, Zion actively sought them out and relentlessly released his devastating punches, sending about 50 bandits flying in the air within just a few jabs. And despite being lazy, Yaku didn't fall behind either. As the bandits rushed towards him with their 4-star spells and their knives, Yaku calmly unsheathed his sword. Blue lightning sizzled around his body as he turned into pure electricity, as a horizontal lightning strike struck the bandits coming towards him. A line of about 20 bandits stood frozen as they got hit by the blue lightning, before they eventually collapsed on the ground with their skin still steaming. "Show-offs?" Shayna scoffed as she saw her 2 brothers showcase their powers. They might need all that fancy skills to defeat bandits, but all she needed was a few well-placed arrows. She notched an arrow in her bow before closing her eyes and taking a deep breath, and then a flash of inspiration hit her as she released her shot, with her arrow finding the perfect line of bandits. The arrow hit one of the bandits directly in his chest, flinging him back towards another bandit, which continued on and on until 8 bandits found themselves skewered by the arrow. Shayna calmly released arrow after arrow, hitting many combo shots in the process. Standing by her side was Umisu, who had been swinging her spear at any bandit that dared to try and come close to her sister. Shayna had become the subject of the bandits, after they saw her defeat tens of their comrades through every arrow. Su gathered the momentum of wind, with each swing creating a large gust that propelled any bandit away from their location. Anyone unlucky enough to be caught in the wind would feel their ribs broken even without her spear hitting them. Off to the side, Yuna wasn't doing bad herself. Her rapier danced with Umisu's wind, becoming almost unpredictable as her blade curved with each swing. Unlike these dragonborns, Yuna faced her opponents one by one, and each one she was able to disarm them and defeat them with just one single thrust of her rapier. She almost looked like she was a ballerina as she twirled around in the battlefield. But make no mistake, she was just as lethal as the dragonborns when it came to defeating bandits. Now the 2 strongest fighters in the group were Grieve and Lilia. Lilia conjured great vines in the ground that could scoop up 20 bandits at once. As a 7-star magician, none of these bandits could hold a candle to her power. Grieve, on the other hand, faced a similar situation as his necrotic energy far outclassed any bandit that came across him. Once he released the mithril artifact ring that contained his cultivation level, the bandits found themselves unable to even come close to him, finding themselves unconscious within a few meters of him. Meanwhile, Shadow Orcs took a different approach to fighting these bandits. Instead of fighting them head-on, these shadows of Reborn used their illusions to trap and slowly wear down these bandits until they became mindless zombies that easily surrendered without even a second of hesitation. Once they were put in an illusion where they witnessed their own deaths 1,000 times, they were more than happy to surrender and stop the madness that they experienced. Fudge, on the other hand, to spread more members for the Iron Maiden religion. Those that had accepted this religion were mysteriously teleported out of the battlefield, never to be seen again, while those that refused ended up forgetting about the experience entirely. Just these 2 teams were enough to whittle down the bandits' numbers by half, and just by themselves they could have easily defeated the whole horde in an hour. But then the state troopers and the reformed prisoners also helped in defeating the bandits. The centaurs rushed to the front line, trampling any bandit that was unfortunate enough to collide with him. And then the red hobmanky used his javelin to poke at any bandit that dared to come close to the centaur. These 2 species worked together well, becoming as effective as a single dragonborn when it came to defeating bandits. And in the backline, the Rebornian musicians played a high-paced beat, allowing each and every one of them to advance 1 star realm higher than their cultivation. This was what allowed them to overcome the bandits without using their sugar rush skill yet. While everyone was defeating bandits very easily, there was one other faction of Rebornians that were only slightly stronger than the bandits. Sleazy and the reformed prisoners were not Rebornian yet, and did not have their awakened powers. The only advantage they had were the magic buff that the musicians were giving them. As bandits and former bandits clashed, some of them eventually recognized Sleazy's face. "Sleazy? We thought you died," said one of the bandits. It wasn't long before the bandits recognized these other prisoners in an orange jumpsuit. These were all the bandits that disappeared, thought to have been killed by Reborn. "What's happening? Why did you all side with the Rebornians?" Sleazy looked at his former comrades and pleaded with them. "Surrender now. You don't need to do this. We have all found salvation in the hands of the Rebornians." As they clashed knives against knives, Sleazy began to narrate about everything they experienced in the Rebornian prisons. He told them all about the great living conditions they had there, much better than living in a cave. Of course, many had doubts, but some were starting to believe it. "Brother," one of the bandits said, looking at his best friend on the other side of the battle, "is it true?" The man in a prisoner uniform nodded. "Everything and more. In Reborn, I can have anything I would ever need without killing or robbing anybody." Eventually, all the other prisoners began telling their personal stories to the bandits. It became so much more believable now that all of them were speaking about their own experiences. "Really? Free food and housing. That's all I've ever wanted," said one of the bandits, slowly lowering his knife. And he wasn't the only one. More and more bandits started to lower their knives, wanting to surrender and experience the same things that these prisoners told them. However, the sound of fire crackling from behind them immediately scared them straight. They couldn't surrender. They feared Blazel and what she could do to them, or more importantly, what Flarecorp could do to their organization. They still didn't have the courage. "Was this the bastard bandits that I created? A bunch of cowards?" Suddenly, a heavy voice echoed out from the forest. The rest of the bastard bandits all looked around, having recognized that timbre of voice. Eventually, a large burly man wearing an orange jumpsuit walked forward, revealing himself to every bandit. "No way! That's Deathclaw." The original founder of the bastard bandits had shown himself after years of being thought of as dead. Not only that, but he returned as part of the Reborn company. That was the final straw. The bandits finally found a reason to surrender. They slowly lowered their knives, in fear and in awe at Deathclaw's feet. Chapter 380, Rejecting Fear. As the last of the bastard bandits finally surrendered to Reborn, it seemed that all was finally over. But just as the Rebornians were about to celebrate, the cave suddenly erupted once again, as a large fire burst out from the opening and spread outwards, burning anything that came close to it. "My anger hath no bounds." The sound of Blazel's fury echoed through the forest, sending chills down the bandit's spine. Deathclaw immediately put himself in front of them, assuring them of their safety. "Our Rebornian officers are much stronger than me. They will protect you now that you are part of Reborn." The sounds of organized footsteps out of the cave as an entire army of Flarecorps soldiers marched out. These were all Blazel's personal army, numbering 200 men, all with a 5-star star realm. Their power radiated out of the cave, but nothing came close as Blazel herself soon stepped out into the open with a blazing fire engulfing her entire body. Blazel wore an orange, flaming armor that accentuated her curves. With her jet-black hair and fair features, she would have been called a beauty if not for the frown on her face. "How is this possible?" she screamed. She could not understand how these Rebornians keep on disturbing her plans. They had somehow triumphed against these bastard bandits under her control. Reborn was supposed to be a small country bumpkin company, yet their power far exceeded what she could have ever anticipated. Not only that, but as she looked around the forest, she saw the bastard bandits surrendering to the enemy despite them still having the numerical advantage. Bastard bandits. Have you forgotten what Flarecorp has offered you? Glory and power would have been within your grasp if only you had been loyal to our company. Beside her was Wano, the one-armed leader of the bastard bandits, or at least those that were still part of the group, which could now be counted in 2 hands. Wano looked around and eventually spotted Deathclaw. Surprise filled his face, but he eventually shook his head. "Why have you surrendered to Flarecorp?" Deathclaw asked. "The bastard bandits used to represent freedom. Now you're mere slaves to them." Wano stomped his foot on the ground. "Things have changed since you left. We prioritize survival above all else. I prioritize the group above all else. Flarecorp is the future. We have to stand by them." Deathclaw shook his head. The man made his choice. There was nothing he could do about it. Blazel was about to unleash the fury of her soldiers onto Reborn, when all of a sudden she noticed something or someone within their midst. With her very small stature and those beating wings, there was no mistaking it. "A fairy. I have never seen one before in my life," Blazel muttered. Excitement started to fill her face. This was one of the moments she had been waiting for. This was part of the reason why she wanted to be in this forest in the first place. She wanted the fairies. "I do not know what these Rebornians have offered you, but know that our Flarecorp can offer you more." She knew exactly what fairies loved. Men. "Fear me," she commanded. As soon as she uttered those words, the 200 soldiers under her command started to cower in fear. Their boots started quaking, their knees started buckling. They were starting to remember the intense torture and practice that they went under in order to become a soldier for Flarecorp. All of those memories turned into fear, and it was something that a fairy like Vivi could sense vividly. An overwhelming sense of fear clouded the entire forest, almost making Vivi feel almost intoxicated. She was like a dog who had been starved for water in the desert, only for now to see an entire ocean in front of her. Her instincts as a fairy told her to go with the fear and consume it for her sustenance. In fact, if any other fairy had been here, they would have already fallen for Blazel's tricks. No amount of self-discipline could change the biological need of a fairy for the fear emotion. "I want you to abandon Reborn and side with us. If you do, then I promise you and your entire race could feast on as much fear as you want to," Blazel said, with her voice becoming alluring and seductive. Vivi slowly flew towards the scared Flarecorp army. Yuna tried to go after her, but Lilia took her hands and stopped her. "Why? We can't let her be lured in by them." Lilia held her hands. "Trust in her," she said. Meanwhile, a smile was starting to break out in Blazel's face as she saw that her tricks were working on the fairy. She didn't think it could be this easy. Now all she needed was for this fairy to point her in the direction of their queen. Then Blazel could finally get out of this godforsaken place. "Tell this to your pixie queen. Flarecorp is willing to give you all the fear you want. In exchange, we want your undying loyalty to our company, as well as the remaining Godforge piece in your possession." Vivi floated closer to the soldiers, seemingly out of her mind and completely entranced with wanting to consume fear. "How about it?" Blazel asked. Once you've had your fill, scram and find me your queen." Just when Blazel thought the fairy would indulge on its greatest desires, she suddenly heard laughter echo across the forest. "Hee-hee! Hee-hee! Hee-hee-hee!" Surprising Blazel. "What's the matter with you, me?" Vivi said, still chuckling. "I just realized something." Vivi looked back at the Rebornians, at Yuna, at Lilia, and the Dragonborns. A sense of warmth filled her heart. It was something that she had been feeling every time that she interacted with these people. And somehow, after seeing an abundance of fear ready for the taking, Vivi didn't feel an ounce of longing for it. She already felt full, despite not consuming any emotions for the past few days. It almost seemed impossible. Until she realized that instead of consuming emotions, she was instead experiencing it for the first time in her life. She felt something for Reborn and its people. She wanted to experience life like they did. Fear no longer took a hold of her. "I reject your offer," she said resolutely. "The fear you create is disgusting." Vivi turned around before turning her head back. "And besides, Michael's roller coaster is much more entertaining, hee-hee." As Vivi left, only the golden dust on her wings were left behind. Blazel's face was beet red. She was embarrassed at the rejection. "What gives you the right to deny me?" she screamed. "Wano, attack her!" The one-armed bandit raised his sword. As a peak 6-star fighter, he was the strongest individual here aside from Blazel. He disappeared from Blazel's side, only to reappear in the air behind Vivi. A magic circle appeared at the hilt of his sword, eventually turning the blade into burning igneous rocks with cracks that showed lava underneath. As he swung his sword, he used a 6-star spell called Tunnel of the Lava Demon, creating large coal rocks around him that surrounded Vivi from all sides. The igneous blade and the coals converged towards Vivi at speeds rivaling that of a volcano's explosion. Chapter 381, Vivi's True Power. As the 6-star spell converged onto the small fairy, the contact created a large explosion that sent lava and fiery rocks flying all over the place. Wano landed back on the ground and sheathed his sword, thinking that he had finished the job. But as the igneous rocks fell on the ground, he looked around and saw no sign of golden dust particles around, nor were there any fairy wings. "Hee-hee-hee!" A high-pitched laughter echoed in his head, making him look all around for the fairy. This was vaguely familiar. The stump on his missing hand started to ache, seemingly remembering this memory as well. Suddenly the ground started to shake, as the trees around Wano started to unroot themselves. These trees seemed to have gained a life of their own as they stood up from the ground, dusted off the soil around them, and slowly crawled towards Wano with their branches coming to strangle him from all sides. Wano raised his igneous sword and cut the branches, leaving behind burning stumps on the trees' branches. But that didn't seem to stop the trees. Before Wano could jump around and escape the enclosure of the animated trees, he suddenly found his legs being smothered by these glowing tentacles on the ground. His eyes widened. He had seen these before, at the time back when he was a low-time bandit and he still had both of his hands. He tried to set fire to the entire forest, and as soon as he did so, he saw these tentacles wrapped around his feet, preventing him from moving, and after that he saw the silhouette of a fairy circling above his head. As Wano looked around, he saw the same silhouette that he saw in his memory. But that couldn't be possible, he thought. After all, that was when he encountered the Pixie Queen and suffered her wrath, ending with his right hand. And soon that realization came to dawn on him. "No," he muttered. "That can't be you're the..." But before he could finish his sentence, mushroom spores were suddenly blasted on his face and completely immobilized him from head to toe. Just like that, a 6-star swordsman was down on the ground. Blazel's face was filled with disbelief. Even the Rebornians were caught stunned with this sudden show of power. "What the hell? Vivi is that strong," Zion muttered, shaking his head. "She's an even better lazy person than me. She hid her power to slack off the entire time." Jakub praised, almost clapping his hands. The only ones who seemed to have a clue about Vivi's true power were Lilia and Grieve. "I knew it," Lilia muttered to herself. "I always felt that her mana was far too big to just be a simple fairy. Ho ho ho, I knew as well, but I completely forgot that this wasn't normal ho ho." Umisu, Shayna, and Yuna approached Vivi. "You're the Pixie Queen?" Shayna asked, putting the pieces together. "I never knew. You were that strong. That's so cool," Umisu said, with stars in her eyes. "You're not mad?" Vivi asked. "I didn't want to tell you because I just wanted to be a normal fairy." "It's fine," Yuna said. "We all have secrets. What's important is that you're still the Vivi that we know." "Hee-hee. Of course." Meanwhile, Blazel almost exploded out in anger as she saw Wano get one-shot by a mere fairy. She'd completely underestimated her, thinking that she was just a low-ranked demi-human. You're the Pixie Queen. I should have known. Blazel roared. This means that you have the God-forged piece. Vivi turned to Blazel and stuck out her tongue. Even if I did have it, I wouldn't give it to you. This seemed to have fueled Blazel's anger even more. You're telling me you'll give that God-forged piece to these country bumpkins? What an extreme waste. You don't know the true value of that thing, none of you do. I'm the only magnetic person here. I deserve that God-forged piece. Blazel's anger rose as she thought about how such a treasure would only end up in the hands of people who didn't know its true worth. In her eyes, it was a waste. Cuckoo. It's fine, Blazel laughed maniacally. It'll end up in my hands anyway once I conquer the Reborn company once and for all. Men, sacrifice yourselves for me and bring victory to Flarecorp. As soon as she gave the word, the 200 soldiers started marching in perfect rhythm towards the Rebornians. Their powers were completely in sync, allowing them to showcase power that transcended that of a 5-star power, and even that of a 6-star power. Each and every one of their feet started to glow as a magic circle appeared beneath their soles. Soon, a large fire engulfed their very bodies that increased the temperature enough to turn water into steam. However, this fire seemed to backfire against the soldiers as they started to suffer burns on their skin. Despite that, they continued moving forward, marching to the rhythm. Their individual fires eventually combined as it billowed up high into the skies, burning the forest and everything it touched. As it consumed, it started to form into the shape of a bird, but not just any bird. It was the legendary phoenix. The phoenix rose up from the ground and circled the skies. Its mere presence turned the ground into a fiery hell. Fortunately for the Rebornians, their lesser unity defense prevented them from being burned. Kiao! The mighty phoenix roared at them before diving down, intending to burn anything that it came into contact with. This phoenix had the combined strength of an 8-star spell. It was not something that even the Rebornians could face. Shadow orcs appeared beside all the Rebornians, offering to transport them to a safe location away from the fight. But strangely, they didn't. As the phoenix dove down towards the Rebornians, a large vine whose thickness was the size of an elephant rose from the ground and slapped the phoenix back into the skies. Kiao! Lelia stood her ground, scoffing at the phoenix. She herself was a 7-star magician, and could hold her ground against a poorly created spell such as this. But this wasn't the end, as the phoenix circled the skies, soaking up all the flames and fire that the 200-man army was conjuring up on their bodies. Eventually it received enough energy to have another go-around at the Rebornians. But this time, a certain clicking sound was heard echoing through the forest. Ho, ho, ho. This sound was none other than ribs clacking from Greaves' skeleton body. Has my time finally come to shine? He asked as he removed the mithril artifact ring on his finger. As soon as the limiter was removed, a burst of necrotic energy exploded out of Greaves. The greenery and plant life around him started to wither away just from his very presence. Even the high temperature in the air was starting to wither, cooling down until condensation formed. Greaves gripped the air, holding a non-existent sword in his hand. As he looked up at the phoenix, he simply raised his hand and brought it down with such gentle force that it could not even cut a leaf falling from a tree. And suddenly the phoenix in the skies was split in half. It started to wither at the line where its body separated, soon turning its fiery flames into nothing but ashes that scattered in the wind. Just like that, a powerful 8-star spell was destroyed. Blazel backed away in horror as she realized the power that this skeleton man held. 9-star, she shouted. Chapter 382. All 200 of her soldiers felt the backlash of losing the phoenix. Their bodies were inundated with burns and blisters. Blazel could only watch on with bated breaths at the skeleton monster amidst the Rebornians. The magic that it possessed was something that transcended even that of an 8-star spell, meaning that it had probably reached the coveted 9-star realm. She couldn't believe it. Why would such a strong creature side with a no-name company like Reborn? It could have been recruited by the best of the best, getting competitive offers from the top conglomerates in the world. Meanwhile, the Dragonborns took this opportunity to whittle down the enemy forces. These soldiers count as 2 points, right? Zion said, rushing towards the Flarecorp soldiers with his gauntlets glowing with the dark mana. I'm right behind you, Jakku said, becoming a blur of lightning that crashed through the organized lineup of soldiers. These 2 Dragonborns unleashed their powers, with the soldiers trying their hardest just to defend against them. The soldiers manifested magic circles on their bodies, creating a unified defensive spell that created a land of lava on the ground. Magma spewed out of the ground, burning everything it touched except for the soldiers who casted them. Zion punched the air, cracking the very space underneath it and blowing away the lava on the ground. As he landed, the lava tried to crawl back to engulf him, but he took this time to punch away any soldiers beside him. They raised their flaming swords, trying to defend against him, yet they were blown away from the power all the same. Meanwhile, Yaku turned into lightning as he buzzed through the enemy lines, electrifying anyone he touched. His method to avoid the lava was through simply running on top of it so fast before it was able to burn him. Any soldiers that tried to lunge their swords at him ended up being caught by the blue lightning, paralyzing them for a good few seconds. Dum, 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 dum. The sounds of the Rebornian musicians played in the background, empowering the 2 male dragonborns. Still, there were just 2 of them against 200. They were starting to get overwhelmed by the sheer amount of bodies they threw at them. 3 soldiers were able to come close to Zion, performing fiery hands and grasping at his arms to prevent him from escaping away. Of course, his prismatic shield extinguished their flaming hands, nullifying their effects. And just as they grasped his arms, he simply shrugged and uppercut, blasting them all away into the skies unconscious. However, this gave 2 sneaky soldiers who burst out from the lava underneath the ground, lunging their swords at Zion's unprotected backside. Just then, thwomp, A deflected the swords away and disarmed the 2 would-be assassins. Zion quickly turned around and did a quick 1-2 punch, defeating the 2 soldiers and pushing them to the other soldiers. He looked behind him and saw Shayna on the backlines. If it weren't for her, he could have been injured. But instead of being thankful, Zion stuck out his tongue before continuing to punch the soldiers coming at him. On the other side of the battlefield, a large number of soldiers were getting sucked up by a tornado that ravaged their surroundings. In the middle of this disaster was Yumisu, whose swings allowed the tornado to become stronger. As the soldiers got sucked into the wind, a blue lightning suddenly entered the eye of the tempest and empowered it with electricity, turning it into a thunderstorm. The combination of Yaku and Umisu turned out to be a deadly one. Blazelle gritted her teeth as she looked at the dragonborns. Their cultivations were definitely weak, yet their power could stand toe-to-toe with her elite soldiers. They definitely proved a major problem for her. Not only that, but there was also a human girl with them that clearly outclassed her soldiers when it came to swordplay. Yuna cleverly disarmed her opponents with her quick and unpredictable rapier, before knocking them unconscious by hitting their heads with her hilt. These 5 Rebornians had already proven to be an equal match against these 200 elite Flare Corps soldiers. But it turned out that they weren't even the biggest problem. The mature woman called Lilia was a 7-star earth magician capable of summoning vines that destroyed the army's position with just 1 swing. And Blazelle didn't even understand how some of her soldiers were voluntarily surrendering after being touched by an unassuming violet slime in the battlefield. And perhaps the 2 most dangerous beings in the entire forest were the 9-star skeleton monster and the fairy who turned out to be the pixie queen. Those 2 were apex creatures that Blazelle had no way of defeating. The worst part was that these creatures weren't even moving. They didn't have to. They were letting the other Rebornians dismantle the elite Flare Corps 200-man army. The combined powers of the Rebornians whittled down the numbers of Blazelle's elite escorts. As they went down in numbers, their overall strength got weaker and weaker, allowing the Rebornians to overcome the disadvantage of having the smaller army. These 205-star soldiers were reduced to a measly 50 men. At this point, the only thing they could do was surrender. Their swords sputtered out as its flames were extinguished, before these soldiers kneeled on the ground and raised their hands. How is this possible? Blazelle cursed the heavens. What is Reborn? When she arrived in this part of the Queen's region, she thought that she would easily conquer it and pave the way for Flare Corps' dominance. Yet, the presence of this unknown Reborn company destroyed all her plans. Despite coming from the backwoods, countryside part of the royal continent, they seemed to be backed with immense strength, money, and influence. That shouldn't have been possible. They weren't even a sub-company from a conglomerate. As defeat soon came closer and closer, a sense of indignation filled Blazelle's heart. She didn't want to accept it. However, the presence of the Pixie Queen and the skeleton monster proved to be too insurmountable for her. Even her Orbalites and her Diva couldn't save her from their overwhelming power. She knew would lose this battle, but that didn't mean Reborn would win. "Do you surrender?" Zion shouted at Blazelle. "Cuckoo," Blazelle chuckled. "You think that you'll win this battle against us?" Shayna stepped forward. "You look to be on the brink of defeat. We know we'll win." Blazelle whipped her head back and laughed maniacally, seemingly becoming insane. "You may defeat me, but that doesn't mean that you'll win against Flare Corps. What do you think will happen after they find out I lost? They'll bring their entire force to destroy your measly little company into the ground." Yuna whipped her rapier to the side, ridding it of all the blood that gathered in her blade. "And we'll defeat them too," she said confidently. "Ha ha! You're all naive, I tell you. None of you know what true power looks like. Even if you have a 9-star monster in your midst, they will still be dwarfed by the true strength of a powerful magnetic. You think that you can contend with the inheritors and the conglomerates of the world. Keep dreaming. They are not even playing in the same field as you. None of you can succeed, for you are all not worthy to be chosen by the mighty metal of the gods. It was at that moment that a single footstep rang out in the forest. A golden-haired boy looked up at Blazel and smiled. Chapter 383, Michael appears. Is that what you think? A voice rang out and reached Blazel's ears. She looked around, unable to recognize this voice. It wasn't from any of the Rebornians that she saw today. Just then, her eyes eventually landed onto a golden-haired boy at the very back. He was wearing light tunic clothes and leather armor. He looked unassuming. Despite that, the entire mood of the battlefield changed upon his appearance. Everyone in the Rebornian side lightened up as soon as they looked back and saw this boy walking towards them. "Boss," said the Rebornian musicians, respectfully putting down their instruments. "Bro Mike, you're finally here. You missed all the fun, man," Zion said, quickly zooming over to his side. "My dearest son, where have you been? You let Una fight all these soldiers alone. That's not very gentlemanly-like," Lilia said, immediately hugging Michael tightly and pinching his cheeks. "Where were you?" Una asked, with her hands behind her back. There was a hint of disappointment in her voice, something that Michael didn't seem to pick up on. "I was just talking to Virion, Vivi's mother." Vivi suddenly buzzed in front of Michael. "You went to see my mother? What did she say?" Michael squinted as he stared at Vivi. "I should have known you were the pixie queen," he said. "Tee-hee." It was at this point that Blazel finally put together facts. "You're the boss, Michael," she said with an obvious tone of disbelief. She was almost chuckling as she said it. Such a young boy was in control of Reborn, the company that had brought her to her knees and on the brink of loss. She almost wanted to laugh at the absurdity. "You? You're the leader of Reborn?" Michael finished catching up with the Dragonborns and the Rebornians. He floated over closer to Blazel and nodded at her question. "That's right, I am." "What? Were you too scared of us and only now showed yourself when you know you've won?" she asked, laughing. "Not really," Michael replied. "I was just finishing up on my training." Blazel shook her head. "No matter what kind of training you do, Flare Corp will remain supreme. Either you kill me or you take me captive, they will come for me and destroy you," she said confidently. Michael crossed his arms and smiled, with the Dragonborns and all the Rebornians behind him flashing a confident smile as well. "We'll manage," he replied. You won't get to hide under your 9-star skeleton monster every time. None of you will be enough. The times have changed. The balance of power has shifted. Magic is not the reigning source of power that rules this world. You can't keep your little company afloat in a sea of big sharks. It'll become nothing but fodder for the true contenders of this world. If Flare Corp is not the one to swallow you up, an even bigger monster will, you can mark that as true. Despite painting such a grim future for Reborn, Michael wasn't fazed by her words at all. "It's only because of your ignorance that allows you to remain confident in your strength," she said, turning her head away from Michael in distaste. Michael spread his hands. "Show me," he challenged her. Blazel was spurred on by his confidence. She wanted to shatter it by showing him a kind of power that he and anyone here had never seen before. "Well then, let me show you a peek of the true measure of strength that this world follows." Blazel balled up her fists and took out the rapier from its scabbard. Its metallic sheen shined with a magical power, similar to that of the mithril artifacts that the Rebornians had. However, this weapon's magical power seemed dull and weak in comparison. She held a mithril relic, not to be confused by a mithril artifact. This was salvaged from the past and refitted for the present. Because of that, its power was weaker than the original. As she held it in her hands, Blazel's entire body began to burst into flames. As she got angrier and angrier, concentrating her emotions into power, the flames continued to rise up. Despite the flames and heat emanating from Blazel, there was not an ounce of mana coming out of her. Everything was powered by something completely alien and unknown. Blazel grunted before shoving her rapier into the skies, focusing the flames into her blade. Michael watched as her flames rose up to the rapier, eventually getting absorbed into its very metal. As the power focused onto her mithril relic, the shimmering figure of a flaming creature soon appeared hovering above her. "I call upon you, my diva," she screamed. The flames on the diva burst forth into reality, no longer becoming just a visual projection. The fire flickered, forming a vaguely muscular torso, 2 flaming arms on its side, and a head with billowing short fire as its hair. Blazel's diva didn't have much of a distinct feature on its body, being made out of pure flames only. The most definite characteristic was found on its head, specifically its forehead where its eyebrows were formed from igneous lava rocks and slanted to show a frustrated and angry expression. As Blazelle raised her rapier in the skies, the diva above her roared in a similar fashion, with its fire billowing out even more. This is a diva, Blazelle presented. The Rebornians in front of her all showed a shocked expression. They could feel no mana coming from that diva creature, yet they could clearly feel its power emanating in the air, increasing the temperature to an uncomfortable level. What is that? Shayna asked, worry plastered on her face. I don't know. Yuna answered, unsure as well. Lilia frowned as she looked at the diva. Even she was unfamiliar with this creature. Do you see now the power that I hold? She asked, with her diva flaring up as it glared at the Rebornians. My diva is unaffected by normal magic. My abilities cannot be defended against spells or skills. Then Blazelle turned to Vivi. I'll give you a last chance. If you give the Godforge piece to me, then I will make sure that Flarecorp spares you and your species. If you give it to me, then I will transcend my current cultivation and achieve the third stage of body formation. My diva will become more distinct, and my abilities will further develop. Come and side with the victors. Blazelle's diva certainly proved to be a strange force that unsettled the Rebornians, yet Vivi was certain in her choice. Just as Vivi was about to fly out and finish Blazelle once and for all, Michael raised his hand and motioned for her to stop. Vivi looked at Michael and noticed something peculiar around his chest area. A smile formed on her lips before chuckling. Blazelle saw Michael's hand and felt offended. Even after showing him the power of her diva, he still seemed unfazed and unafraid of her. There was even a hint of fascination in his eyes as he observed her diva. I may be weak enough to be defeated by your forces, but does not mean the same for Flarecorp. You cannot win against someone with a diva. Her words soon trailed off as she saw a shimmering image starting to appear above Michael's head. Chapter 384, You Have a Diva. The image of Michael's disembodied diva appears head. Its robotic hand had futuristic features that looked just like complicated metal contraptions that Blazelle had no way of understanding. Blazelle slowly backed away from Michael. There was no mistaking it. That was a diva. How? How do you have a diva? She screamed out. She had thought that only chosen people could become magnetic. Only people like her could have the talent and luck to become one of the leading powers of the world. Yet somehow this golden-haired boy casually revealed that he had a diva all along. Where? It was then that she remembered that the fairies had a Godforge piece in their possession. That was how he must have obtained his own diva. But still, that didn't explain how he became a magnetic. After all, she was only able to become one after a gruesome and risky operation that transplanted the Godforge piece directly into her heart. As far as she knew, only those healers from the conglomerate Sinclair's elixirs could perform such a risky task without killing the person. And where's your mithril relic? The only reason she could manifest her diva was because of the rapier that she held in her hands. It was a mithril relic slathered in the oil of old, allowing her to focus the power in the Godforge piece into the diva. Without it, she wouldn't have been able to draw upon her diva's power, much less manifest it in reality. However, Clearly didn't have a mithril relic in his hands. He had nothing, no weapons, no metal armor, and not even a single tool, yet somehow he could manifest his diva without it. Everything she was seeing about Michael completely contrasted what she was taught about diva and magnetics. "Bro, Mike, what's that? That's so cool," Zion said, jumping up and down in excitement. "I knew Boss could do anything," Jakku said, leaning his sword on his shoulder. "Master, that's so ninja," Fudge praised. "Foo-foo, look at how talented my son is," Lilia bragged. "You made me worried there," Yuna chuckled, staring at Michael's back with a certain look on her face. The appearance of Michael's diva completely annihilated the worry on their faces. Seeing him contrast Blazelle's own diva gave them a sense of hope, not only for this battle, but for the battle that was to come in the future. "You said that our Reborn company can't keep up with the sharks of the world," I beg to differ, Michael said, pointing his finger up at his diva. "I'm more than capable of it." Blazelle gritted her teeth. "Tisk, it doesn't matter how you got one. I can see that yours is still underdeveloped." The fact that Michael's diva only showed a hand meant that his progress in body formation couldn't have been more than the first stage. And she was right. "Let me guess. You just awakened your diva, right? You think that you can defeat me or my cousin with that? You haven't even awakened your ability." The unexpected appearance of Michael's diva made Blazelle a little unsettled, but as she realized the immature state it was in, she started to regain her confidence. She slowly fixed her posture, turning it upright. The flaming diva above her head frowned even deeper as it stared at the diva above Michael. "I bet you don't even know what an ability is," Blazelle taunted. "Would you like me to show you, little boy?" Michael smiled. I do want to see how I stack up against someone like you. You said that you're in the second stage of body formation, right? Blazelle nodded, hiding the fact that she was still unnerved from the fact that he knew about body formation. That's right. I am an ultra genius that was capable of awakening my ability as soon as I ascended the second stage of body formation. Just look at my diva, she said, pointing upwards. My diva has formed most of its body. Unlike yours, do you dare to fight me without any one of your allies helping you? She asked, specifically looking over to the skeleton monster standing relaxed behind Michael. Of course. I swear that this is a one-on-one fight between us. Give me your best shot, Michael replied. Blazelle's smile warped, sensing a chance. If she could defeat Michael, she could turn the tides and even possibly win the bout against the Rebornians. She immediately moved her body, swinging her rapier in accordance to the stances she learned. With each thrust of her rapier, the fiery diva above her head swung its arms and created fire in its wake. Finishing her final stance, Blazelle immediately thrusted her rapier towards Michael. However, it was clear that the distance between them was far too wide for her weapon to hit him. But she didn't care. The fiery diva ballooned up twice its original size before it raised both its hands and slammed it towards Michael. Michael immediately took a step back just as the diva's arms crashed onto the ground, creating a fiery crater that turned everything into glowing igneous rocks. At this very moment, a strange mark appeared on the ground where the diva's hands landed. It was a cartoonish image of a flame with a stick for its hands and legs, looking mad and angry. Michael noticed that this image wasn't made out of mana, unlike everything in the world. Oh, you've noticed it, have you? Blazelle said ominously. Too bad you have no idea what it does. She lunged her rapier again towards Michael, with her diva thrashing the ground as it tried to hit Michael. Michael dashed away from the two of them using a simple air dash spell in his feet. However, Blazelle rushed towards him again this time, thrusting her rapier multiple times in a single second. Each of Blazelle's thrusts missed their mark, hitting the trees and the boulders behind Michael. The diva above her head continued to thrash on the ground, leaving behind that mark of that anthropomorphic cartoon flame. Eventually, everything around him was inundated with these marks on the ground, and as he stepped backwards, he inadvertently came too close to one of the marks on the tree. Blazelle smiled as the mark suddenly exploded out into a fiery mess. Michael dodged from getting hit directly, but the shockwave pushed him just enough for him to come close to another mark on a large boulder. That mark exploded as well, sending chunks of fiery rock all over the forest. Michael quickly used a magic spell, creating a wall of water to protect himself from the shooting debris. Blazelle laughed maniacally, lunging at Michael's water wall. As soon as her rapier made contact with the water wall, the same mark appeared on the water spell's surface. Hades widened as his own magic exploded out into fiery flames, almost hurting him from being too close. What? How did water get turned into flames? Zion shouted as he saw what happened. Something's weird. Those flames aren't made out of mana. Shayna noticed. Blazelle laughed. That's right. This is my ability. I can make anything explode out into a fire with anything I touch or my diva touches. Your magic spells are of no use. I'll turn them into my own bombs. Ha ha ha. Chapter 385. Blazelle's ability. Michael knew that abilities weren't affected by normal spells or mana. However, it was still jarring to see his own water spell get turned into a fiery bomb that set off whenever he got too close. You have nowhere to hide, Blazelle shouted madly. She rushed towards him, thrusting her rapier at his side. If he moved to the side, he would come into close proximity into one of the firebombs she left behind earlier. If he didn't move, then his own skin would get turned into one of those bombs. A magic circle appeared on Michael's shoes as he propelled air out of his soles, flying him up and away from the bombs in the forest. High up above the crowns of the trees, he looked down at Blazelle. These marks of yours, they'll explode as soon as I come close to it, he asked. How close exactly? Ha ha. I don't mind telling you. If you come as close as a person's height within one of my flame marks, it will explode. Oh, and don't think that you can escape from me in the air, she said as she thrusted her rapier in the air. Suddenly, each of her thrusts created flame marks that remained stationary in the air, right where the tip of her sword landed. And with a simple blow from her, those marks flew up towards Michael like dandelion fluffs. Michael conjured a magic circle in his hands, creating a huge gust of wind that tried to push the flame marks back down. However, they seemed to be unaffected by the air mana that he conjured. Abilities are unaffected by mana, Michael reminded himself. As the flame marks came near him, the air suddenly exploded into a billowing fire that threatened to consume him. Michael dashed away to safety. But as the cloud dispersed into the air, he suddenly noticed that he was surrounded by more flame marks everywhere. Blazelle had continued to create mark after mark in the air, letting them all float towards Michael. But thankfully, Michael had seemed to find a sweet spot within the minefield of flame marks in the air, As long as he didn't move a single inch, then he wouldn't trigger any of the explosions. "You're pissing me off now," Blazell grunted from the ground. "That's bad news for you." Just then, Michael saw one of the flame marks right next to him start to blink rapidly, a sign that it was about to blow. "I forgot to tell you that as I get angrier and angrier, my flame marks become more impatient and require less separation to trigger. Oh, and it increases intensity too." Michael raised his hand and protected himself as the flame mark exploded into flames, with a shockwave just enough to send him flying towards the entire minefield of flame marks in the air. The entire skyline of the forest turned orange as a domino effect of explosions rang out from above. Fire burned in the air despite the lack of any combustible material there. Blazell's ability didn't follow the rules of physics nor magic. Michael braced himself as fire consumed him from all around. Blazell's ability flames were starting to eat away at his unity defense, burning his skin for the first time in his life. As the fire fizzled out, Michael emerged from the cloud of smoke with his clothes a bit tattered and burned. But still, he looked relatively unharmed except for a few burn marks on his skin. "I don't know how you're still alive, but this isn't the extent of my powers." Blazell tapped her foot on her rapier, creating 2 special flame marks on her feet. As she clicked her heels together, an explosion of flames propelled her upwards like a rocket, reaching Michael's position within just a few seconds. With her rapier pointed at Michael head-on, her diva bellowed out in larger flames and tried to strangle the robotic hand above Michael's head. Michael raised his hand, magic circle in palm, and conjured a ball of fire even bigger than that of Blazell's diva. It reached the size of an elephant. As she came towards him, he threw the ball of fire towards her with the power equivalent to that of a 6-star spell. Blazell's diva frowned even deeper as it welcomed this ball of fire. As Blazell pierced through the ball of fire with her rapier, she swung her weapon around a couple of times and created more and more flame marks inside the ball of fire. Within just a second, the flame marks exploded and consumed the ball of fire with its own flames. A weird phenomenon occurred as fire mana began to be consumed and burned by a different fire that didn't follow the rules of magic. Eventually, Michael's ball of flames was turned into mere flickers of mana before fizzling out of existence. "Your mana is useless against abilities," Blazell triumphantly shouted. "I'll show you that no matter how strong your spells are, it is no use against magnetics like me." Floating in front of Michael, Blazell swung her rapier around. The diva above her thrashed its arms around, creating multiple stacks of flame marks with each and every swing. These marks became like a spread-out deck of cards as it flew around the air. There must have been hundreds of them per stack. With a single thrust of her rapier, the flame marks shot towards Michael like birds of prey hunting their meal. As Michael flew away from the flame marks, he conjured up 8 different magic circles in the sky. Each one was made out of a different element. A fiery dragon emerged out of one of his magic circles. A dragon, made out of water, emerged from the next. Eventually, 8 dragons were conjured, made out of all the elements known to man. Each one was a 6-star spell, which Michael could only do with his near-limitless mana capacity. These dragons swam through the air and intercepted the stacks of flame marks, making them explode prematurely. Michael noted that none of the dragons did particularly well against the flame marks. Elemental advantage does not exist within abilities, he thought to himself. "You can't escape." Blazell screamed as she pursued Michael, creating several more stacks of flame marks in the air. There must have been tens of thousands of them now, all flying towards Michael. Thankfully, the upgraded 6-star air flight spell allowed him to just barely outrun the flame marks. By now, he must have circled around the entire circumference of the forest. He looked back at Blazell, with the thousands of flame marks surrounding her, and looked at the diva above her head. Blazell's diva has lost approximately 25% of the flame's intensity throughout the fight. ChatJK4 mentioned, which means that those flame marks are not endless. She's using up her own diva to create them, he added. All this time, he had just been wasting time in order to get more information out of Blazell's diva. He wanted to know how it worked and its weakness if it had one. After all, this was the only practice he would get at another magnetic. He had to savor these moments. "Stop running away," Blazell screamed. As her anger ran rampant, the intensity of her diva's flames got stronger. It seemed that her emotions played a big part in the manifestation of her abilities. The flame marks turned even bigger and flew even faster than before. According to ChatJK4, they would catch up to him soon. He decided that there was one final test he needed. He raised his hand and used his trusted Unity gun and aimed it at her diva. Chapter 386, Blazell pushed to the brink. As the power of Unity gathered at the tip of his hands, a Desert Eagle gun manifested on his diva's hand and pointed it straight at Blazell and her diva. A sense of fear appeared on Blazell's face. But when she looked closer upon Michael's Unity gun, she realized that she had been overthinking it. That was not a nobility, but just a simple magical spell that needed mana to be used. Here I thought you were using your ability. What was I thinking? You're just in the first stage, Blazel chuckled. Do you still not get it? Mana is nothing compared to abilities. She immediately thrusted her rapier multiple times in the air, creating more and more stacks of flame marks in the air. Just like before, these flame marks glided through the air as they hunted down Michael, never minding the glowing light at the end of his fingertips. But at that very moment, Michael fired his unity gun and created a bright light that blinded Blazel for just a single moment. And when she opened her eyes, she looked up at Michael and saw his fingertips smoking from the shot. The diva above his head rolled the gun on its finger, creating a satisfying click as it reloaded another shot. Strangely, though, the flame marks that she sent towards his way all soon lost their momentum and dissipated into ashes. What? Just as she said that, she felt something wet drip down on her hair. She swiped it with her hand and saw that it was made out of liquid flame. As she looked upwards, her eyes soon widened as she saw her diva grasping at its chest in deep pain. It seemed to be holding an injury in its chest, keeping its own flames from leaking out, and it flowed right down towards her. My diva, how? Her connection with her diva was weakening by the second. She looked back at Michael. That thing, that light, it's made out of mana. It's not supposed to hurt a diva. That's impossible. She screamed out in denial. There was no doubt about it. The unity gun that Michael used was something that was made out of pure mana and nothing else. It was not an ability. Yet the damage it had done to her diva was as clear as day. You monster! As Blazel's anger reached to the high heavens, a huge burst of flames exploded out of her diva, healing its bleeding gunshot wound. So kidding, but the damage was already done. She needed sleep and nourishment for her diva to recover to its full health. You'll pay for this! She screamed, using the flame mark explosion on her feet to propel herself towards Michael. She swung her rapier, commanding her diva to slam its fist towards Michael. He sand and aimed his unity gun at the incoming diva, with the light in his fingertips glowing with more intensity. As the fiery diva raised its locked hands, flame marks appeared right behind it that immediately exploded into a huge shockwave, speeding up its arms to slam towards Michael. But at that very moment, an instantaneous beam of pure unity shot right at its arms, cutting off its flaming fists. Ah! Blazel screamed in pain, buckling away from Michael. Even the diva above her head opened its mouth and shouted a silent scream as its hands were destroyed into mere embers. Blazel's head turned tomato red as she became angrier and angrier at Michael's anomaly. He wasn't supposed to hurt her diva. She was in the second stage of body formation. He just barely entered the first stage. Even in a battle of abilities, she should win against him every single time. But he wasn't even using an ability. He was only using a weird magic spell that seemed to affect magnetics and diva both. The worst part was that she saw Michael's hand glowing with power again, getting ready to fire that insanely fast beam of power at any moment. Blazel swung her rapier up, down, left, and right, creating a spherical collection of flame marks, and as she thrusted her weapon at it, the ball of marks shot towards Michael at fast speeds. Michael fired his unity gun at this ball of marks, piercing through it without a problem and hitting Blazel's diva all the same. Blazel recoiled back, but she held her concentration. Her flame marks only worked if she was focused, so she kept looking at Michael and focusing her anger on the ball of flame marks. Despite being pierced through, the ball of flame marks simply unraveled to become a cloud of marks that soon enveloped Michael. Explode, Blazel said, detonating everything. The flame marks erupted in a ball of hot flames, consuming everything in a 10-meter radius all around. The forest didn't burn from getting caught up in the explosion, it simply disintegrated. As the dust settled, the only thing that was left behind was a large crater on the ground as deep as a few meters. Blazel limped forwards, looking for any sign of Michael in the aftermath. The diva above her was noticeably less fiery than before, with its flames becoming tamer than a small campfire. She saw no sign of him anywhere, yet she didn't let down her guard. It was at that moment that she saw a flash of light at the corner of her eye. She quickly turned around, only to see Michael standing a few meters away from her, with his hand raised and his fingers smoking from the gunshot. She looked up at her diva and saw a large gap in its stomach. The flames around its body tried to patch up the injury, but it was far too big and the flames were far too weak for it to heal. The fiery diva flickered in and out of existence, before fading away like a simple projection. Blazel fell to her knees with despair on her face. She looked down, still completely unbelieving of what was happening. I lost, she asked herself. To a first stage with no ability. Michael walked towards her, stopping just 1.5 meters away from her. Do you surrender? He asked her. Blazel started chuckling before turning into a maniacal laughter. Ha ha, Reborn, Reborn, she shouted. Do you surrender? He asked her again. Finally, Blazel stopped laughing. She looked up at Michael and said, Do you think that you can change me like you changed those bandits? No such thing. I am and always will be part of the mighty Flare Corps. I will sacrifice my life if I have to. It was at that moment that Blazelle's skin started to change color. Red circular spots started to appear on her entire body, eventually forming into something that Michael was familiar with: flame marks. She had turned herself into a giant bomb, essentially becoming a nuke, and since he was so close to her, the flame mark started to blink faster and faster, indicating that it was about to blow. "Ha! It's too late!" she screamed. "You and your Rebornians will be engulfed in the fire of Flare Corp." The explosion would be so powerful that nobody in this forest would be able to escape from destruction. Blazelle looked up at Michael, expecting to see worry and trepidation on his face, but instead he remained calm and raised his hand, and suddenly a metallic ore unearthed itself from the ground and levitated towards Michael. Chapter 387. Michael's Ability. Pure iron metal burst out of the ground and came to where Michael beckoned. It landed right in front of him, levitating above his palms. "You can't protect yourself from this. Abilities transcend mana." Blazelle ridiculed him. Michael looked back at her with a cheeky smile on his face. "Who says it's not?" And as Michael moved his hand, the iron metal moved along with it. Suddenly, the chunks of rock and soil that came along the ore began to be chipped away by an invisible force, leaving only her crude eyes widened, realizing that she didn't feel the power of mana in that metal ore. It was being controlled by something cool and foreign. As the realization dawned on her, she gasped. "An ability," she screamed out. It was at that moment that Michael's diva, the mechanical robotic hand, reached down towards Michael and grabbed the huge chunk of iron ore in front of him. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. The fact that his diva was interacting with the world meant that he was currently using an ability. There was no doubt about it. But that was supposed to be impossible. First of all, he was only in the first stage of body formation. His diva was far too immature to be able to manifest its power into the real world. And secondly, he didn't wield any mithril artifact to channel the diva's power into the ability. Everything she was seeing was a complete anomaly. As Michael's diva grabbed the iron ore, its arms suddenly started to glow with lights and sounds that were completely unfamiliar to someone like Blazelle. But for Michael, it was an old sight. His diva looked like one of those futuristic robots whose veins glowed with all kinds of lights and touchscreen features that only someone from his previous world could understand. And suddenly, all that power from the diva seemed to flow directly into the iron ore, making it glow reddish hot. A bit of metal began to melt, but not before smaller limbs popped out of the diva's hands, molding it to whatever its desired shape was. Its process was very fast, almost supersonic, as the small limbs that grew out of its knuckles and palms turning into a blur as it molded the hot metal. Eventually, the metal ore cooled down and formed into a circular shape that had two thin wires coiled all around its back. Anyone from the nation of Reborn recognized this shape. It looked like a clock, except it only had one hand that rotated around the circle, which was ticking down every second towards the very top. This wasn't made to tell the exact time. It was made to tell how much time was left. That wasn't the only thing that's weird. There were also two suspicious wires coiled beside the clock. One was colored red and one was colored blue. Michael received this clock, made by his diva, and placed it directly on Blazelle's chest. The clock glowed with a white light for a second as it enjoined itself within Blazelle. "Whatever you're doing won't work," Blazelle said, with the flame marks around her body continuing to blink faster and faster. In a few seconds she was still going to explode. "Say goodbye," she said, closing her eyes and accepting her fate. The flame marks around her body blinked almost continuously as it signaled its near eruption. But at the very moment, Blazelle suddenly heard a crisp sound ring out in her ears. Clip. She looked down at her body, still intact. Soon the flame marks around her body lost its power, beginning to dissipate back into her skin. "What happened?" she shouted. She looked down and saw the strange clock that Michael attached on her chest. One of the wires on the clock had been cut. "I disarmed your bomb," Michael said to her. But how?" "I cut the red wire," he explained. Of course, she didn't know what he was talking about. But if anyone from Michael's previous world saw the combination of a clock and a jumble of wires behind it, then they would think of only one thing: a time bomb. And that was exactly what Michael had done. Blazelle had already become a bomb, and all that he did was add a timer to complete the combination. Why, you ask? It was because this kind of high-stakes situation was a staple of media, movies, and television. There was always an episode where the hero would only have a few seconds left to defuse the bomb by cutting either the red wire or the blue wire. And this was what Michael did. Somehow his diva was able to create a bomb timer that mysteriously connected to Blazelle's own explosive power. And by cutting the red wire, just like in the movies, Michael was able to disarm the bomb. This was his ability. though if he were to be honest, he still didn't understand it completely. When he saw Blazel on the brink of self-destruction, he had made up his mind to teleport himself and everyone else out of the forest to save them. However, as he looked at her blinking flame marks around her body, he suddenly remembered the time bomb in the movies and how they could be disarmed by cutting the right wire. And suddenly, he felt the Godforge in his heart move. It was urging him. As he activated his ability, his mind went in a fugue state, half conscious and half subconscious. He felt the ability mold the iron ore into the time bomb even without his own instructions. And as its construction completed, he knew that if he put this timer onto Blazel, then he could somehow disarm her self-destruction. It worked. He didn't know how, but it worked. He just followed his gut, and his diva did all the work. How is this possible? Blazel slumped onto the ground, mentally and physically defeated. Even as a first-stage body formation magnetic, Michael was able to awaken his ability. That was unheard of. Not only that, but his ability was somehow able to overpower her ability, despite her being one stage above him. She wasn't questioning how he was able to disarm her self-destruction bomb. She questioned how he was able to do it, despite having a lower cultivation than her. She was taught that diva cultivation was what decided the hierarchy of the world. There were many divas that could override reality itself. Anything was possible with abilities. However, the one remaining constant that everyone followed was that only those with a higher cultivation stage could overpower another diva. Yet Michael was able to do it. "I don't understand anything anymore," she muttered, head slumped down. "I admit, you are a one-of-a-kind," she confessed. "But you should kill me now, or imprison me at the bottom of the earth itself. I promise you that Flare Corp will know that I lost my battle today. It's only a matter of time until they hunt you down." Blazel opened her arms wide, accepting her fate of death. It was at that moment that Blazel felt something tug at her heart. She looked down and horror filled her face. A metallic liquid was seeping out of her skin and slowly getting sucked out of her. It was none other than the God-forged piece in her heart. Chapter 388, Sapped of Power. Blazel felt sapped of her power even more than before. The God-forged piece that had been surgically placed inside her heart was now separating from her body, from ligament to muscle, and finally out of her skin. The God-forged piece flowed out of her in liquid form, just like sweat, and slowly solidified into droplets as they floated over towards Michael's hands. What's happening? Blazel felt woozy. She couldn't breathe. She wanted to vomit. The power that she had worked so hard for, the intoxicating feeling of superiority, was soon getting ripped away from her heart heartlessly. Michael's eyes widened as he saw the God-forged pieces slowly coming over towards him, speeding faster and faster as it came near him. Eventually it shot at supersonic speed directly to his chest, bypassing all of his organs until it finally reached his heart. Blazel's God-forged piece. It's getting attracted by my own God-forged pieces. He wasn't expecting this. He didn't even think that this was possible. It was true that all the God-forged pieces that he encountered till now had a sort of magnetic attraction towards him due to his talent of wielding the Unity mana. It was what made him a natural magnetic, as Virion described it. However, he didn't think that it would also work for God-forged pieces that were already inside someone else. More and more droplets of God-forged pieces shot out of Blazel's skin and transferred over to Michael. Blazel's diva soon appeared, struggling above her head. It was trying its hardest to simply exist, to keep the flames on its skin burning. Yet, as more and more God-forged pieces left Blazel's body, her diva soon faded out of existence, never to be seen again. As the final pieces left Blazel's heart, she felt an immense void inside her body. If becoming magnetic was akin to getting a new set of eyes that saw the world in a different light, then losing her diva was like becoming blind and losing all of her senses altogether. No, that's not possible. She muttered in defiance, shaking her head violently. She found it hard to accept this reality. This was one thing she thought she was secured out. She thought that no matter what happened to her today, she could still bounce back in the future after her diva's power had recovered. But after this, there was no diva for her to recover. Everything was gone. She couldn't feel it anymore. She looked up at Michael, who closed his eyes as the God-forged pieces entered his body. The robotic arm diva above his head manifested in reality, becoming ever so clearer than before. A white light soon enveloped Michael, pulsating as it slowly funneled all of that power upwards, towards the diva above his head. Blazel's jaw dropped as she saw the arm grow and become realized up from the elbow and completing up to its shoulders. The mechanical robotic arm grew like nanoparticles, with its black metal wires curving upwards until it formed into the joined socket of the shoulder. Futuristic circuitry formed next, becoming the meat and muscle of the arm. And as the inner workings of the diva finished, the last piece to be formed was its sleek and thin metal skin. Michael had fully unlocked his diva's right hand, right up to its shoulders. The bluish exterior of the chest and trapezius muscles showed lightly, allowing for Michael to have a sneak peek of what was to come. This meant that he had successfully advanced to the second stage of body formation. A sense of awe and horror flashed through Blazelle's eyes as she gazed at the golden-haired boy in front of her. She remembered that her grandfather told her something about people of the ancient times, about how they were all people called natural magnetic, she muttered, realizing that Michael was precisely a thing of legends. The hairs on her arm stood on end as she realized the severity of the situation for Flare Corp. They knew nothing about what they were dealing with. Everyone thought that Reborn was just a country bumpkin company that knew nothing about the world, but as it turned out, their power was something that could even threaten to topple the current hierarchy of the world. Their leader, in particular, was a man to be feared. Michael was a natural magnetic. This meant that he didn't need any surgery to obtain the God-forged pieces he needed to advance through the stages of body formation. He didn't have to assume any of the risks. It would simply be natural for him to have it. She was sure that any magnetic that was unfortunate enough to cross paths with him would have to be careful, or else they would end up in the same situation she was in. Her loss against him weakened her diva and subsequently her control of the God-forged pieces in her heart. Because of that, it was easily swept away by the attraction of a natural magnetic. He stole her God-forged pieces and used it for his own. When she said that Flare Corp would hunt them down, she realized that she was completely wrong. Michael would hunt them down for more pieces. She wanted to warn her Flare Corp brethren and her cousin about Michael. But alas, her fate was in Reborn's hands. As the adrenaline in her body faded, her consciousness soon after. She passed out, with exhaustion finally getting the best of her. The last thing she saw was Michael grasping his hands, with the robotic arm above him copying his movements. With Blazelle finally defeated, it was officially Reborn's victory in this battlefield. "Yeah, we won!" Zion shouted, jumping around in happiness with Yaku and Fudge beside him. "Ho ho, quite a shocker. I didn't think I would see those things again. Or at least I think so. I may have forgotten ho ho ho," Greaves said, looking at Michael's diva. The Shadow Orcs and the state troopers quickly caught the remaining bandits and Flare Corp soldiers. Since they had already surrendered, they didn't put up a fight and followed wherever the Rebornians told them to go. The Low Shadows used their transportation ability to transfer them all over to the prison for rehabilitation. Meanwhile, everyone converged on Michael's location, congratulating him on a solid victory. "Bro Mike, what's that cool robot you have on your head?" Zion asked enthusiastically. "Zion, that's Lord Michael's secret," Shayna said, nudging her little brother. Michael raised his hand. "It's all right. I'll explain everything," he said. He then went on to tell them all about the God-forged pieces and how they were able to make him into a magnetic. He even told them about how he was only able to awaken his ability thanks to Virion, since she gave him the necessary God-forged pieces to progress. "Weird. I've never heard about this before," Una said, frowning. This hurt her pride, since there was something she was completely clueless about. "If magnetics are so prevalent in high society, why haven't I heard about it?" "It's probably because they keep a tight seal on it," he said. "Or maybe your parents were trying to hide it from you." "I didn't know about it either. I've heard bits and pieces about the God-forged pieces, but never about magnetics," Lilia added. "But as expected of my son, you're a genius in every aspect, isn't that right?" Lilia proudly hugged her son, making Michael a little bit embarrassed. Chapter 389, Figuring Out Michael's Ability, Lord Michael. "Those exploding flame marks were Blazelle's ability, right? What about yours? Is it that clock timer?" Shayna asked. Michael looked down at his chest and saw a significant increase in the area of his heart covered by the God-forged pieces. Right now, he could feel God-forge's power just hiding inside his heart. Back when he was in the first stage of body formation, he could barely feel this power. He couldn't even control it. Only through practice and with Virion's help that he was able to somehow be aware of his own abilities. However, that ability was involuntary. The reason why he didn't use his ability early in the fight against Blazelle was because he didn't know how to. Only in the heat of the battle and the threat of her self-destruction did his subconscious finally activate his ability. But now, absorbing this new God-forged piece allowed him to transcend to the second stage of body formation. Because of that, he felt a substantial increase in his control over his own diva and abilities. If he wanted to, he could bring out his ability and his diva any time that he wanted. He closed his eyes, borrowing the power of his God-forged pieces to summon his own diva. "Whoa, that's so cool! That's so ninja!" Everyone marveled at the diva above Michael's head. Zion jumped up and tried to touch the robotic hand, but found that he was unable to interact with it. His hand simply passed through the diva like it was just a visual projection. Michael concentrated his mind, replaying the feeling he had just a few moments ago. I was able to make a bomb timer that was able to connect with Blazel's own ability. As he began to analyze how and why his ability worked the way it was, he realized something. My ability was able to make Blazel's ability conform to a technological concept. I was able to make her conform to the concept of a modern time bomb, where a circuit controlled whether a bomb was going to go off or not. Could my ability have something to do with technology? Michael thought to himself. That seemed very much in line with what he had been doing in this world. He'd always wanted to create more technological advances in the world so that comfort could be achieved universally. Perhaps his ability was influenced by that as well. There is reason to believe that your thinking is correct. However, more data is needed to form a conclusion, ChatJK4 added. This was its way of saying that he needed to experiment more to know about the limits of his ability. If my ability has something to do with technology, then maybe I can create a smartphone. Spurred on by this possibility, Michael closed his eyes and thought deeply about smartphones. However, when he tried to think up the concept in his mind, he suddenly felt befuddled and was unable to concentrate or focus on a single thought. It was like there was something blocking his mind. Perhaps the more accurate description was that his ability wasn't advanced enough to create something advanced like a smartphone. My idea is far too complex, he thought, frowning. I need something that is much simpler. Finally, he settled on a very basic and simple form of technology that was always present back in his previous life. This was also one of the things that he implemented in this world as soon as possible. He raised his hand, and suddenly another large chunk of iron ore burst out of the ground and floated over to his palms. As he concentrated on this concept, he felt the power in his chest start to churn. The God-forged piece was supplying him with power. His diva reached down and grabbed the iron ore, clamping on it with its mechanical fingers. Then suddenly, an upside-down L-shaped pillar grew out of the hand's backside and started to shoot out a red laser that sliced the iron ore into sharp edges. "That's so cool! What are you making, bro Mike?" Zion said, enthusiastically peering over the diva. Michael looked at Zion and gave him a simple instruction. "I want you to create a simple fireball, okay? You'll throw it at me whenever I say so." Zion was immediately down for it. However, Shayna quickly intervened. "Lord Michael, I don't think Zion is appropriate for this mission given his propensity for being too wild. Please, let me be the one so that I can ensure your safety," she said. "Hey!" Zion shouted back, offended, but he didn't refute the claims. "Very well. Just a simple 4-star spell will suffice," he said to Shayna. The white-scaled dragonborn nodded, putting on her game face. As the diva finished its transformation over the iron ore, the crude metal became a sharp-edged rectangular shape with a slanted triangle on top of it. Yuna immediately recognized what it was. She had used this technology millions of times before in her previous life. That's... At the very same moment, Michael nodded at Shayna and motioned for her to release the fireball spell. A giant magic circle appeared in front of her palms, concentrating the mana inside her body to form a 4-foot diameter fireball in the air. Its mere appearance increased the ambient temperature of the forest by a few degrees, giving everything a yellowish tint. "Fireball," Shayna shouted, shooting the 4-star spell towards Michael, and with her precise aim it went straight down the middle without any deviations. "Perfect," Michael muttered. As the fireball shot towards him at relatively fast speeds, he took the iron contraption from his diva's hand and threw it towards the fireball. This small piece of iron metal would have melted inside this fireball. However, it seemed to have been endowed with a strange power that was impervious to normal mana. The rectangular iron contraption, no bigger than an orange, shot directly in the middle of the fireball and stopped at its dead center. Just then, a strange power emanated from the iron box and spread throughout the fireball. Suddenly, the fireball stopped in the middle of the air, completely frozen. Its momentum was stopped dead in its tracks. "It stopped," Shayna said, surprised. It was at this point that Lilia came closer to the stationary fireball and noticed something more shocking. "The fire mana! It's not moving!" she exclaimed. The fireball seemed to have been frozen in time, with none of its flames flickering like normal. It stayed there, motionless, completely defying the laws of physics and magic. "Isn't this supposed to be impossible?" Yaku stared in wonder. Yuna was the only one who seemed to understand a little bit why the fireball stopped in the air. She turned to Michael. "It's because of the switch, isn't it?" she asked. Michael nodded. The thing that he created with his diva was a simple switch that could be flicked on or off. This was very basic technology, and was the foundation of some of the most complex creations in the modern world. As of right now, this was the only technology he could manifest with his ability. But still, He didn't expect it to be as overpowered as this. The switch could turn magical spells on or off. Chapter 390 Switch. This was a revelation. It was only now that he realized how much abilities shattered reality. It was bending it in ways that he couldn't even understand. Somehow, a simple switch with no complicated circuits with just a bunch of wires could control the flow of spells with a single flick of a button. It didn't even make sense how it worked. The wires weren't connected to the spell in any way. That is amazing! Yuna wondered at the frozen fireball in front of her. This is the power of a diva. It's mind-blowing. What more can it do? Can it control anything? Foo-foo. Michael dear, your fiancé mean. Your precious friend is asking you a question, Lilia said, nudging Michael towards Yuna. Let's test it out, he said to Yuna. He was extremely curious about the limits of his new ability. First of all, he concentrated on the ball of fire in front of him, connecting with the iron switch at its center. He willed it to turn back on, and suddenly a crisp click sound echoed out of the switch. It turned on telepathically, allowing the fireball to resume its normal movement. It shot off towards Michael with the same speed and momentum as before, as if it hadn't stopped dead in its tracks just a few seconds ago. A prismatic shield appeared around him, protecting him from the 4-to-star spell and disintegrating its mana into nothingness. The iron switch landed perfectly in his palms, ready for it to be applied. Boss, can you stop this tree from falling? Yaku asked, unsheathing his sword and slicing a tree in half with one swift movement. A thin line appeared on the trunk of the medium-sized tree before it slowly slid off at the point where it was cut. The sound of wood splintering creaked out of the tree before it slowly toppled over. Michael quickly threw his iron switch towards the falling tree, accurately hitting it in its trunk. As the switch collided with the tree, a mysterious power emanated from metal and allowed it to be attached onto the tree. Michael quickly focused his mind, telepathically turning the switch on the off position, and as soon as the metal clicked, the tree immediately stopped falling in mid-air. Just like the fireball, the tree looked like it had been frozen in time. However, the leaves that fell out of the branches glided to the ground, unaffected by his switch. It seemed that his ability considered them to no longer be a part of the tree, therefore it could not be controlled. In this frozen state, Michael slowly lifted the tree up and out of its original path of descent. He noted that it did not feel heavy at all. There was still some weight to it, but it seemed to be lessened by a significant margin. He then moved the falling tree just 1 meter away into a clearing where its fall wouldn't disturb any other trees. And with a simple thought, he flipped the switch back on, letting the tree finally fall to the ground. That is very cool, boss. Even the shy Misu couldn't help but express her amazement at Michael's abilities. Lord Michael, it seems to me that your switch is able to manipulate force, energy, momentum, turning them on and off whenever you please, Shayna explained, looking over the notes that she created. This does not conform to any physics or magic rules of the world. Of course, my son can do whatever he wants. Breaking physics and magic is a small feat for him, Lilia bragged. Michael shook his head, a little bit embarrassed. Wait a minute, he thought to himself. Can everything be affected by my switch? Who wants to volunteer for an experiment? He asked everyone holding the switch in his hands. His experiment was easy to guess. He wanted to see if his abilities could work on a person. Can they be turned on and off, just like everything else? What would that even entail? In response, everyone turned quiet. Although they were all loyal to Michael, they didn't seem all that keen to be handled through the weird power of divas. I volunteer, Zion said enthusiastically. Michael nodded and approached the eager Dragonborn. Zion won't get hurt by this, right? According to the experiments that you've conducted, it is very unlikely for Zion's health to be affected by the switch. The tree didn't get hurt from the experiment. Even the fireball didn't lose any of its mana power. Everything returned normal after being switched on and off. You trust me, right? He asked Zion. You don't even have to ask, bro, Mike. Zion quickly snatched the switch away from Michael's hands and immediately pushed it on his own chest. The iron switch pulsated with power for a second, attaching itself to Zion's scales. You! Michael wanted to scold Zion for being too rash, but it was already done. The switch was already on him. Zion's movements stopped. Even the mana flow around his body halted, becoming completely frozen in time. Zion, can you hear me? Michael asked, waving his hand in front of his face. A moment later, Zion's eyes suddenly darted to the side, making eye contact with Michael, and soon his face started to twitch as moved his mouth, making the weird faces that he did whenever he wanted to joke around. More of his body twitched into life before eventually his entire being burst into movement. Even the iron switch on his chest fell on the floor, signaling his complete break from Michael's ability. Whoa, Zion said, massaging his temples. That was weird. It felt like I was asleep and was rudely awakened. He stretched his body, feeling nothing wrong. Shayna approached Zion and quickly swatted his head. She started to lecture him about being cautious and waiting for Michael's instructions next time. It seemed that my switch does work on humans, but only temporarily, barely lasting a second. Perhaps the anatomy of a human life is far too advanced for your current abilities, ChatJK4 added. He agreed with that statement. The fact that he could freeze Zion for a moment meant that he could potentially freeze people in the future if his abilities became stronger. He then went on to do more experiments with his ability, testing all kinds of spells and mana. And as far as he could tell, the switch could affect every single one of them. However, stronger spells that were in the 8-star or higher courtesy of Grieve were less likely to get affected. They would break free out of his ability's control and become unfrozen in just a few seconds. He then tested out if he could create more than one switch at a time. He presented 2 more raw iron ores to his diva, who quickly went to work and gave him 2 perfectly usable switches. However, his diva refused to create another switch after that. It seemed that his limit for now was 3 switches. These 3 switches could all work simultaneously without problem, and he could easily control them telepathically without a problem. He also found out that there seemed to be no time limit for these switches. They remained active for as long as he had his diva manifested in reality, but having his diva above him at all times was a hard task. His limit was an hour. After that, he felt incredibly weak, and his diva shimmered out of reality. As soon as that happened, his ability stopped working and his switches turned into normal blocks of iron. Chapter 391, wanting more Godforged pieces. Will you be able to get more switches if your diva is fully revealed? Yuna asked. I think so. Virion said that my abilities will get stronger every time that I increase my cultivation in body formation, he answered. It may not even be limited to switches. Maybe I can make something more complicated next time. Master, I can't wait until you can get more switches. That way we can use it to spy on more people. Fudge said, jumping on top of his head. It's decided, let's get more Godforged pieces for Bro Mike, Zion rallied. I seem to remember that there are also other magnetics in Flare Corp, Fudge said with an evil smile. Shall we invade them tonight? I'll pass on that, Jakku said, yawning and immediately laying down on the ground. However, Grieve stepped up. Ho ho ho! An invasion, you say? That brings back old memories. Oh wait, I don't have a brain. Michael looked at the 3 of them and nodded. I won't say no to that, he said to them. Fuffoys hopped in excitement, dancing in a circle, chanting, Godforged pieces, Godforged pieces, like little kids. Yuna quickly cleared her throat and stopped the celebrations. Ahem, we haven't even cleaned up this fight and you're already planning on another one, Yuna said, massaging her temples. Aren't you worried about yourself? She took out her white handkerchief and began to wipe the burn marks on Michael's cheeks with a frown on her face. He tried to move away from her, embarrassed, but Yuna glared at him and grabbed him by his collar. I'm fine, he said, hiding the blush on his cheeks. Sit still, you rascal. Meanwhile, Lilia watched on from behind a tree with an elated smile on her face. It's working, she whispered to herself. Invading Flare Corp. Hee. I did like the prospect of eating the fear emotions of those Flare Corp soldiers, Vivi said, buzzing around with a hungry look on her face. Lord Michael, I have to advise you that it is not the optimal time for you to invade Flare Corp. We still have to settle our business here in this forest and consolidate all of our new territory. Give me 3 more days and we can start an all-out war against them, Shayna said. Yuna looked at Shayna and Vivi, betrayed. You too. Michael and the boys continued their celebrations, dancing in a circle and chanting, 3 more days, 3 more days. Vivi was with them, taking her place in the circle and buzzing around. Eventually, Jakku also ended up joining in after finding out he can rest for 3 days. Meanwhile, Umisu finally got the courage to speak up. What about the results of the competition? Even though she was quiet as she said that, her words seemed to echo through the forest and turned everything into a standstill. Vivi quickly buzzed away from Michael and the boys, going over to Yuna and the girls. That's right, how could I have forgotten? Zion said with a smug look on his face. Well then, do you like to admit your loss now? Shayna smugly looked back at Zion. What are you talking about? We won. Mikhail and the boys looked at each other for a few seconds and eventually broke out into laughter. What's so funny? Yuna asked Michael, crossing her arms. We're the ones who defeated the most enemies, he replied to her. And to prove my point, I'll let Narito and Sasuke tally the points. The 2 orc chieftains emerged from the ground out of their shadow form. Bututu, I'm honored to say that the boys' team scored a total of 942 points. You have triumphed, boss. Michael looked over at Yuna and gave her at Yuna. But before the boys' team could celebrate, Yuna raised her hand. Wait, Sasuke, please tell us the real scoring of points. In terms of how many bandits each team defeated, who is the team that won? Sasuke smiled, strumming his quills, and said, Ratata, In terms of bandits' scores, the girls' team has won with a score of 721 against the boys' team of 689. Michael shook his head. Wait a minute. We clearly defeated the most enemies. We almost single-handedly defeated all the Flare Corps soldiers. Yuna adorably wagged her finger at him. That's not the rules of the game. We clearly stated in this contract that whoever defeated the most bandits won the game. Soldiers do not count. Shayna, Umisu, Lilia, and Vivi all hugged Yuna for her smart moves. She instructed them to just focus on bandits, not the Flare Corps soldiers. Because of that, despite the boys' team defeating more enemies, it was the girls who won. I'll finally have help in managing the company, Shayna said, pointing at her two brothers. That can't be. Zion became as pale as snow. No, I can't do more chores. I need sleep, Yaku despaired. Ho, ho, ho. I don't remember signing a contract, Grieve argued. You did, Sir Grieve, Shayna said, pointing to his skeleton handmark on the page. Instead of chores, you'll be studying under a teacher to fix your amnesia. Grieve's jaw dropped. Literally. Meanwhile, Michael fell to his knees. No, for 1 week, you'll do all that we want, Yuna teased him. That's right. It'll be like old times, isn't it, honey? Don't you remember how good it was when we lived under one roof? Why don't we do that again? Lilia said, clapping her hands in excitement. Despite getting an ability that could change the very reality of the world, Michael felt even more powerless than before. After everything was finished, everyone returned home to their headquarters in Angora City. After such a long day, they all deserved to rest. The Dragonborns went home with Shayna already barking orders at the two boys. And as part of the agreement, Michael had to personally transport Yuna and his mother to their rooms. Lilia would have wanted Michael to sleep in the same bed as her, but he quickly dodged that bullet by saying that he had a lot of things to do. He wasn't lying. There were a lot of things to settle in the aftermath of the battle. Now that the bastard bandits were disbanded, the Reborn company practically had complete control over this entire forest. The only thing left for him to do was to return to Virion and transfer her out of this place and into the nation of Reborn, where the rest of the fairies were currently staying. And once Vivi heard that he was visiting their village, she insisted on coming with him. Soon they both transported themselves to the fairies' pocket dimension. Vivi used her innate skill to get inside, while Michael used his magic. They quickly went over to the village and met up with Virion, who had been packing her belongings in a mushroom case. You're back. How was it? She asked Michael. Mom, that's the first thing you say. You didn't even greet me first, Vivi complained. Always going off on your own. But this is the first time that I have met and seen a natural magnetic. So tell me, Michael, how was your ability? Chapter 392, Consolidating Wins. You can turn things on and off, everything. That's amazing. Virion clapped in amazement after Michael told her all about his switch ability. I think it has something to do with applying technology to the world, he added. Very fitting, Vivi commented. Anyway, I just want to thank you for choosing to believe in me. If it weren't for Virion, he wouldn't have even known about magnetics and Diva. He also wouldn't have been able to awaken his ability if they hadn't given him their precious God-forged piece. Because of that, their pocket dimension was slowly starting to become unstable. He saw cracks on the dark skyline, with the real world slowly peeking out. Vivi too, thanks. The supposed pixie queen blushed and turned her head away from Michael. If you're really thankful, then you better start working on that roller coaster. We're starving for fear. Meanwhile, you already got your payment, the God-forged piece. Michael tilted his head left and right. Not really. Virion's the one who gave it to me. Vivi turned to Michael with her hands on her hips. I'm the pixie queen. Every decision by fairies all come from me. If I didn't want to, then she wouldn't have given it to you. Michael waved her off. Yeah, sure, he said sarcastically. I'm the pixie queen, she asserted. He ignored her and walked over to Virion. Do you need any help with your things? I can transport your mushroom houses if you like, but I'm sure that my engineers can build you a new one in the parched lands. What are you talking about? Vivi buzzed towards Michael. We're taking all of this. Vivi fluttered her wings, releasing golden dust spores to the ground. Eventually, Michael suddenly saw the entire village of mushrooms start to glimmer with the same golden glitter. A large amount of mana rushed out of Vivi, encompassing the entire pocket dimension itself. Michael's eyes widened as he realized that the mana power Vivi used was equivalent to a 9-star spell. She was in the same class as Grieve. Vivi saw Michael's expression and smiled in content. Believe me now, she asked him. I'll take everything we have here and put it all inside me. Michael saw the air start to fill with golden dust. Then they started to crowd over towards the weird plants in the forest, the luminescent trees, the tentacle grass, and the mushroom houses. It wasn't just that, it was all the animal life too. The two-headed owls, the flying rats, and the mushroom king as well. Everything was being covered with the golden dust that spawned from Vivi's pinkish opaque wings. Michael then saw the mana in Vivi's body spike up. and suddenly everything that was covered in golden dust disappeared. They seemed to be sucked up towards Vivi's wings, collected as the golden dust that created its texture. The pocket dimension was completely empty now. It was just a dark, empty space with nothing around it. "Michael, what are you doing?" Vivi asked, floating in the endless void of space with Virion right next to her. "Come and transport us to the nation of Reborn." He floated in the empty pocket dimension, still bewildered by the fact that Vivi was the real, bona fide Pixie Queen. After a few minutes he used his shadow skill to transport them all to the parched lands. Michael, Vivi and Virion arrived right in the middle of the plaza, with Lolo conveniently arriving to welcome their arrival. "Welcome back, boss." The yellow hobmanky mare looked a bit haggard than normal. "I've done my best to contain the fairies, boss, but they have been quite the troublemakers." He patted his shoulder and consoled him. "Don't worry, Virion will take it from here." Lolo then led Michael and the two fairies towards a newly constructed district for the fairies. It was located in the middle of the Lamia River and the Sata Forest. Since fairies were small, it was easy to squeeze them into a new space. "It's just an empty plot of land because our engineers have no idea about the fairies' habitat. Shall I get them for you?" Lolo asked. "No need," Vivi answered, and just like before, she fluttered her wings and released all the golden dust that was stored inside it. As soon as these spores touched the ground, they immediately transformed into luminescent trees, weird animals, and even the mushroom village of the fairies. The entire ecosystem of their pocket dimension was copied and pasted into the new fairy district in Reborn. "Home sweet home," Vivi said. This was great news for the fairies, but bad news for Lolo. Having these new animals and trees posed a problem for his management of the whole nation. For now, Michael let Lolo deal with the mess. Virion also took charge and beckoned for all the fairies to go home to their new village. At least now, Lolo wouldn't have to worry about them. As for what he would do, Michael decided to go back to the Queen's region and continue with the expansion of Reborn. "Michael, don't forget about our roller coaster, okay?" Vivi said, waving her hand goodbye. Michael nodded as he transported himself back to the East Forest. Now that he had all of this space in his hands, he saw a lot of potential for building a new base or small town in this place. The reason why people haven't developed this land for their own benefit was because of the bandits and the fairies. Those two worked together to scare anyone away from settling inside. But now, it was just a regular forest waiting to be developed. The very first thing was, of course, resources. He immediately told Shayna to contact Priya so that she could create another mining project in this forest. The ores they would get from this forest would solve their current lack of resources. For now, though, Michael contacted the construction workers and let them know that they could start the Golden Road again. The next day, Michael visited Mac Tony's and saw that the line inside the restaurant was already reaching towards the outside. The restaurant continued to grow more and more, especially with the implementation of the takeout order. He walked inside, pushing himself through the crowd, and went over towards the kitchen. As soon as he opened the door, he felt the heat of the stove waft over his face. "3 more chickens!" Tony shouted to his staff. "Plucking the chickens now," Remy answered. "Putting the sauce now, chef." And surprisingly, even Chef Cousteau was here cooking Mac Tony's chicken. The dark-skinned chef even looked happy as he worked under Tony. The rest of his chef entourage ended up being relegated to folding takeout boxes. "Michael, you're here!" Everyone greeted him as soon as they saw him. He then turned to Chef Cousteau. "I didn't think you'd be working here. I was just here to visit. But I wanted to get my hands working and immerse myself in this, as you say, fast food business. It's the best way for me to adapt to this style of cooking," Cousteau replied. Michael nodded. "Well, that's good. I'm just here to tell you that we've acquired a new location in the East Forest. I think it'll be good for your restaurant to be placed there." Chef Cousteau and his other chefs became elated when they heard this. Their original plan to expand their restaurant was in the East Forest. "What can I do to repay you?" Chef Cousteau asked. "Well, there is one thing." Chapter 393, Building the Roller Coaster. Michael whispered to Chef Cousteau about his request. "Oh, that's easy," the dark-skinned chef replied. "I'll set it up whenever you want." "Great," Michael replied. As for what this request was, he preferred it to be a secret. After all, it involved his mother. And he knew that Fudge, the ultimate snoop, could end up finding out about his request and spilling the beans to his mother. Those two were quite close and often schemed together, so it could very well happen. So for now, he kept his mouth shut and returned to Angora City. Once he arrived in the capital city, he immediately noticed a lot of change within the underground systems. The sewers and the indoor plumbing project was finally on its way. Since Angora City was unofficially part of the nation of Reborn, Michael wanted to modernize the city to become just like their nation. "Looks like Castell and Shayna are already hard at work," he muttered to himself. Even though they had just finished defeating Blazel and the bastard bandits yesterday, they had already consolidated their winnings from the fight. Although the bandits lived in a cave, that didn't mean that they were poor. Rebornians raided the cave yesterday and found a lot of loot from their treasury, which they mostly gathered from robbing and pillaging travelers. Thankfully now, those loots were being appropriated to help the projects of Reborn, which in turn helps the common people. So it all worked out in the end. The resources they found were just enough for the sewer and plumbing project of Angora City, so now all they had to do was create it. Michael floated in the skies and looked down, occasionally seeing people in orange prison jumpsuits working in the sewer construction. This was another boon of the fight. Once the bandits were transferred over to the prison, the rehabilitation system quickly made them realize their mistakes. Those that wanted to repent their sins ended up working construction projects for Reborn, which helped a lot since most of them were in the 4-star realm. He eventually reached the Reborn headquarters, which was now located beside their department store. As he entered, he saw a lot of busy Rebornians working in their desks and sipping coffee. "Lord Michael, you came just right in time." Shayna greeted him with a stack of paperworks. "These are all the permits for Angora City. It's our next project after the sewer and plumbing system." He gave it a quick glance before using magic to sign them all. "Castell," he called out to the CEO maid. "We still have enough resources for this, right?" "Yes, young master. The restaurants that have reserved their place in the truck stop have given us enough resources as their fee." He spent the rest of the hour with Shayna and Castell, who briefed him with all the current happenings of Reborn. It consisted of boring stuff like graphs, stat reports, yada yada. Eventually their meeting came to an end. Shayna, his secretary, then told him about his next meeting. "Lord Michael, your 1 p.m. meeting is with the engineers. They would like me to tell you that they have finalized a design." Michael thanked her and immediately teleported to their warehouse where the engineers were currently working on the roller coaster. There he saw Kong and the other engineers looking over a blueprint. "Boss, this is it," Kong said. "We call this the Extreme Canine Rapids. It's designed for canine demi-humans, but can is also effective for other humans or demi-humans." Michael looked over the blueprint and saw that a lot of the features were implemented from their experiments with the bandits just a few days back. The ride consisted of near 90-degree falls, steep climbs, twisting turns, and most importantly, electric shocks. This was not one for the faint of heart. "Did you do one that's normal, more vanilla?" Kong nodded, taking out another blueprint in the chest. He rolled it out to the table, showing a much more tame version of the roller coaster, similar to that of roller coasters back in his previous life. "Both of these are good," he said to them. "One is for extreme enthusiasts, and one is for normal people wanting to experience a little bit of thrill." Kong and the engineers high-fived each other, celebrating their successful planning. "Coordinate with the construction workers. You know what to do." And on the very next day, Michael transported himself back to the parched lands to survey the land where they're going to build the roller coaster. "There is fine," he said to the construction worker, while pointing to an empty spot on the outskirts of the nation. He wanted the place to be big so that he could accommodate future additions to the roller coaster. It wasn't just roller coasters he was going to build, but all kinds of attractions as well. Right now, this was just an empty plot of land. However, Michael knew that this was going to be a theme park. Just a couple of minutes later, a bunch of trucks carrying heavy metal pillars rolled out to the desert. Kong also arrived and began to oversee the construction. He used his innate skill, projecting a life-size 3D blueprint of the roller coaster onto the plot of land, making it easier for the construction workers to place the foundation. "Ooh, are you finally going to build it?" Vivi said, buzzing behind Michael. Yes, but you can't rush them. It'll probably take 2 weeks. 3 tops." Vivi seemed very disappointed to hear that. She put her head down, floating down chaotically like a drunk leaf, but then she thought of something and immediately perked up. "Why don't we help?" she asked him. She didn't even wait for his response before she immediately flew over towards one of the large metal pillars laying on the ground. This specific type of metal weighed almost 1,000 kilograms, making it hard for construction workers to move around. Their individual spells and skills were not enough. It needed a combined magic strength of about 20 construction workers to move. However, as Vivi flew over this giant metal pillar, her iconic golden fairy dust sprinkled all over its surface. Soon enough, the entire thing started to float, almost weightless. The construction workers were amazed, thanking Vivi for helping them. They could hold it in one hand if they wanted. Vivi then quickly flew back to Michael with a proud look on her face. "Did you forget who we are? With us fairies around, carrying stuff like that is easy peasy. We'll help you if you admit that I'm the Pixie Queen." "Fine, you're the Pixie Queen," he said, dejectedly. Michael had to admit that their dust powers were pretty amazing. It would shorten the construction time of the roller coaster by a significant margin. It would also give the fairies a chance to contribute to the nation now that they were a part of it. So he asked for the fairies' help during construction. Just a couple of hours later, Vivi returned with the entire fairy village with her. They quickly worked in tandem with the construction workers, imbuing the heavy metals with their golden dust, making it very easy to handle. Chapter 394, Promoting the Opening. Michael visited the construction of the roller coaster every single day. He was there, personally helping the construction workers install the foundation pillars into the ground, giving his blood, sweat, and tears for the project. Some would say that he was being a good leader of Reborn. Others, like his mother and the girls, would say that he was just escaping the punishment of their game. Who's to say which one was true? But in all honesty, he really did want to get his hands dirty this time around. After all the high-stakes fighting that happened with the bastard bandits and Blazel, he needed to just turn off his mind and work with his hands. It was also a good time for him to connect with the Rebornian construction workers who had been the backbone of progress in this nation. Without them, they wouldn't be able to expand their territory so fast in just 2 years, coming up on 3. And thanks to the new recruits, the reformed bastard bandits, there were a lot of new handymen ready to serve Reborn through backbreaking work. After being captured in prison, these bandits quickly adjusted to a life of becoming a Rebornian. Sleazy and Deathclaw led the charge, guiding bandits into the right path. Having the founder of the bastard bandits personally gush about his dreams of becoming a real Rebornian really helped the other bandits to accept their new identity. Because of that, the Centaur police didn't have much of a problem taking so many bandits in the prison. Those that exhibited good behavior were given the chance to work as a construction worker for Reborn in exchange for a reduced sentence. It would be such a waste to have perfectly healthy 4-star realm bandits sitting in prison doing nothing. Their talents could be used to help lessen the burden of Reborn. That was why so many of the construction workers working alongside him in the roller coaster wore orange jumpsuits. "I'm so excited," Vivi said, kicking her feet in the air. "The roller coaster is almost finished." They both looked on at the large mound of pillars in the ground. They formed a stable foundation for the railings on top that wound up and down, twisting and turning, to give an exhilarating experience for anyone that rode it. She and the other fairies were a big help in completing the construction in record time. The 2-week estimated time of completion was slashed down to just 1 week. Tomorrow would be their last day. "It all went by so fast," he muttered. "I wish it would be longer." Vivi punched his shoulder. "You're only saying that because you won't have an excuse to avoid your punishment." Since this roller coaster was so important to Vivi and the other fairies, the girls' team all decided to let Michael delay his punishment for now, until the construction was finished. Once it was over, he would be free game for Lilia and the others. Michael dreaded the day. "Should I destroy this roller coaster and do it all over again, Sisyphus style?" he muttered to himself, seriously tempted. On the next day, at the very zenith of noon, the construction workers welded the very last touches for the roller coaster. Then it was done. Vivi cheered, with the other fairies shouting just beside her. "It's not done yet," he said to her. "We still need to do some tests to see if it's up to our safety standard. Who cares about that? Just open it up to the public." Michael shook his head. "It'll only take just 1 more day or a few hours at least. And besides, we have already scheduled the grand opening to be for tomorrow." Speaking of which, he wanted to check in on Castell and Shayna about that. So he quickly transported himself to their headquarters in Angora City to meet with his secretary and his CEO. As he entered the meeting room, he saw Shayna, Castell, and Jimmy. "How's the promotion going?" he asked them. "Young master. Jimmy has already made a very compelling first-page news article about our new roller coaster ride." Jimmy, the news correspondent for Reborn, quickly slammed down his copy of the article on the table. "Don't worry, Michael, and take a look at what I wrote." Michael read the paper and nodded in satisfaction. The content of the article was both an advertisement and a challenge. Instead of writing a boring description of the roller coaster, Jimmy basically told the readers that they wouldn't be able to ride this attraction without passing out at the end. This was enough bait to lure out all the adventurous people out there to try and disprove what was written in the article. "This is good, Jimmy. Publish this and send it out everywhere." Jimmy flashed a big smile on his face and saluted at Michael before rushing out of the room. Since this was the first attraction for the nation of Reborn, Michael didn't skimp on promoting the roller coaster and spent a lot of money for newspapers to print advertisements on the front page. Angora City, the Grafted Cluster, Neo-Orcus, and even the entirety of the King's region. They had been the target of campaigns inviting them all to visit the new attraction in the nation of Reborn. In every corner of every street, people could find posters of the roller coaster in the nation of Reborn. "Lord Michael, our low shadows have been hearing a lot of chatter about wanting to go. However, their budget is tight, and they find it hard to pay for the transportation alone," Shayna said. "Here's what you do. Make a limited event on all Reborn taxis and train rides. 50% off on fares going to the nation of Reborn. Make sure that you also send out Rebornian tourist guides in every city. They'll be offering an all-expense paid trip to the parched lands for an entire week, for a discounted price." Shayna and Castell both widened their eyes, amazed at Michael's ingenuity when it came to business. "I shall make sure that this is done," Castell said, bowing. "Oh, and since they'll be visiting the parched lands anyway, start a festival in our nation. This will also serve as our celebration for our victory in the East Forest. I know that it's late notice, but can you do it?" he asked them. Shayna and Castell seemed offended that Michael would even ask. They quickly left the meeting room, with eyes of determination on their faces. They didn't deserve to be Michael's helpers if they couldn't cobble up a nationwide festival in 24 hours. After the meeting was over, Michael was left all alone in the room. He did feel a little bit guilty that he put all of the burden on them. Just a little bit. Of course, he did have a lazy bone in his body. "Michael, dear, are you there? It's been a while since you and Una talked. It's not good to leave a lady waiting like that, you know. Should I invite her over here?" As Lilia opened the door, she saw that the room was completely empty, but the chair did topple over, as if someone was just there and had quickly left the room. Chapter 395, Grand Opening. Meanwhile, in the nightly court in Angora City, a few of the squires and knights in training visited the Reborn department store to stock up on their chocolate bars. This had been their routine for the past few months. Train, eat chocolate, sleep, and just as they were about to enter the store, their eyes were suddenly drawn over to the poster right next to the glass display near the entrance. One teenage squire walked up to the poster and read its contents. "Warning, do not go if you have a weak heart." The other squires were immediately interested when they heard that. "What's that?" they asked him. "It's this poster. It looks like this roller coaster is a terrifying experience that only people with a brave heart should ride." "Let me see that," one of the teens said, walking over towards the poster, and once he read it, he couldn't help but tilt his head in confusion. Why would this be scary? There's no monster or anything, and it even says here that it's completely safe. So, why would people be scared? "I wouldn't be scared by that," one squire with glasses said confidently. His other friends laughed, not believing him. "Bro, you're the one who blinks his eyes whenever a sword is about to hit you. You're not one to talk." I can't believe that the person with the weakest sword heart among us is acting like the bravest one here." The bespectacled teen pursed his lips, angry at his friend's teasing. "I'm not scared, and I'll prove it. We'll all go to this roller coaster and see which one can last the longest." His friends laughed before nodding their heads. "Deal!" Meanwhile, in some other part of Angora City, a few people were having a conversation while staring at the poster on the wall. "This roller coaster is in the parched lands," a gentleman said, surprised. "I thought there was only a desolate desert out there." Another gentleman, his friend, quickly shook his head. "Don't you know about the Reborn Company?" "Of course I know them. Who doesn't?" "Well, their nation is located in the parched lands. I've never been there myself, but I have heard great things about it. They say that the stars land there in the night," the gentleman's friend said. They lowered the price on the taxi. "Maybe I should go visit it with my family," said the gentleman. "Great idea. I will do so as well." There were many such people like that in the Queen's region. Although they had heard about the Reborn Company, the knowledge about the nation of Reborn wasn't all that spread out yet. After all, Michael hadn't really advertised their nation so publicly before. It was only now when he promoted the roller coaster did a lot of people finally know about their nation's existence. The fact that the advertisements for the roller coaster were so rampant in every part of the city made it hard for anyone not to know about it. Because of that, there were a lot of people who set out to the King's region to visit the nation of Reborn. The amount of people that took the Reborn taxis and buses was staggering. Almost half of the population in Angora City, the grafted cluster, and Neo-Orcus migrated out towards the parched lands. Once again, a lot of companies were in complete awe and amazement at the Reborn Company's ingenious methods of business. This was the first time anyone had ever used such a widespread advertisement. They never knew how effective it was. Eventually, the next day finally came, and the roller coaster could finally be opened to the public. Michael woke up early in the morning and transported himself to the parched lands. And as he floated in the air above the nation, he immediately saw the large amount of Reborn taxis coming in from the horizon. Every lane of the road was filled to the brim with automobiles waiting for their turn to enter the nation's gates. Lolo and the Rebornians were hard at work trying to accommodate the large influx of visitors. Thankfully, they had already prepared for this and quickly funneled all of the traffic onto a new parking spot for tourists. The amount of visitors today far exceeded the peak from before. "The advertisement worked," he muttered to himself. And this was just the people from the King's region coming to visit. Those that came from the Queen's region would only come later in the day, which Michael expected the road to be even busier than it already was now. Some tourists went out and explored the nation first. They became astonished at everything: the electrical lights, the tall concrete buildings, the varied demi-human districts, and even the giant baseball stadium. However, some tourists were immediately drawn to the large structure out in the open desert just beside the nation. "Whoa! It's even bigger than the painting on the poster," one of Squire said, peering over the metal fences around the roller coaster. "It reaches up that high, it's touching the clouds. Maybe it is a little bit scary." Michael surveyed the visitors and noticed that most of them were strong in their own right. They all had 3 to star realm cultivation or higher. These are adventurers, Michael guessed. It made sense why they would take up the challenge of the roller coaster. Seeing such a large line at the roller coaster entrances, Michael lowered himself to the ground and met up with Kong and the other engineers. They were all inside the control building right next to the roller coaster itself. Here they could monitor the ride at all times and ensure that it was working properly. "Is it ready?" he asked them. "As ready as we'll ever be, boss," Kong replied, wiping his sweat. "I can't wait," Vivi said, looking over the glass window to peer at all the visitors waiting to get inside the ride. "I can taste their excitement from here. We can finally taste fear." The fairies beside Vivi cheered. Michael noticed that even Virion was here. "What? Even an old gal like me feels hungry at times," she said, noticing Michael's judgmental look. Michael raised his hands, conceding. The fairies did deserve this reward after working so hard for an entire week. "Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's go and show these people the time of their lives." Michael pulled the lever on the machine, and suddenly the entire roller coaster roared into life. The sign on the gates lit up in bright lights saying, "Extreme Canine Rapids." The crowd on the entrance wowed. Just then, Rebornian attendants moved to the gates and started taking fees for the entrance. They then took 10 of the first few people who arrived and showed them towards the loading area. Coincidentally, the ones who were lucky enough to be the first customers of the roller coaster was the group of 10 squires coming from the Queen's region. "Welcome to Extreme Canine Rapids. Please make sure that all your belongings are stored in lockers located to your left," said a perky dogfolk attendant to the customers. "Please follow me so that I can show you to your seats." Chapter 396, Thrilling but Amazing. The roller coaster attendant assisted all 10 of the squires, putting on their seatbelt for them. "This looks like a Reborn taxi, but without the roof," said one of the squires. "I don't need this seatbelt. I'll just hang on to this without problem," said the bespectacled teen. Once all of them were locked in place, the attendant left the loading bay and closed the entrance gates of the roller coaster. "Enjoy your ride," she shouted at them. The teens were still laughing and treating this ride as just a silly little experience. There was still excitement and innocence on their faces, with them having no idea about what was to come. Shh! The sound of the roller coaster's hydraulic system booting up startled the squires. They thought they were in the presence of a huge monster bear. Then the coaster train started to move, slowly climbing up the slopes until it reached a height where they could even see a bird's-eye view of the entire nation of Reborn. As the squires looked down, they realized how high they were from the ground. It was at this point that they stopped laughing. It was serious. Even with their enhanced physical skills, they would find it hard to escape unscathed from a fall this high. And finally, they reached the very apex of the roller coaster, giving them a brief moment of respite. But that didn't last long, as soon they saw that the rail tracks immediately led down to a near 90-degree fall. Whoa, wait! We're gonna fall! No way! Click, 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 click. Then, the coaster car sped down at speeds they'd never experienced before. Their hearts almost leapt up to their throats. "Ah, Mommy, save me! Kia!" The teenage squires let out screams that would have been mistaken for a girl's voice. They clung onto their seatbelts as if their lives depended on it. Each cart could seat 2 people at a time, so the squires ended up hugging each other out of fear, thinking that this would be the last time they saw each other alive. The worst part was that they were directly going down to the ground as if they were going to crash. But at the very last second, the tracks twisted to the side, making them all pull to the opposite direction. The coaster then went on to perform multiple loops that disoriented them all. Their screams rang out through the roller coaster and even reached out onto the streets of Reborn. The people waiting for their turn at the gates of the roller coaster couldn't help but look on with worry at the speeding carts on the tracks. What's happening to them? Are they dying? I didn't know it would go that fast. After the carts exited the looped portion of the ride, the squires couldn't help but breathe heavily from exhaustion. They couldn't even tell left from right after what they experienced. Ha! Is it over yet? As it turned out, the answer was no. The carts eventually entered an underground tunnel that was completely pitch black, leaving the squires completely anxious about what was to come. At least before, they could anticipate the twists and the loops. But now, they couldn't even tell if they were going to crash into the ground or not. All they felt was the pull of gravity as the carts sped through the course. Just then, electricity buzzed. The squires felt the hairs on their arms stand up. It sounded like there was a huge thunderstorm inside this tunnel. A large electric arc zapped above them, almost hitting them in the head. This scared them witless. The power of that electricity was akin to a 4-star magic spell. Even they wouldn't be able to deal with that if it hit them. Ah! They all screamed, thinking they were about to die, before eventually the ride exited the tunnel and slowly came to a stop. The squires were still shouting to the top of their lungs at this point, thinking that the ride was still not over. It was only when their seatbelts popped out of its lock did they finally open their eyes. "Have you enjoyed the ride, sirs?" the attendant asked them. The attendants helped them all get out of the cart. If they didn't, the squires would have stumbled forward and lost their balance. They were led to the exit, where a bunch of the people waiting in line looked at them with curious gazes. "Excuse me, young man, how was it?" The squires looked back at the crowd, with their eyes completely sunken and their faces as pale as snow. "That was scary. I thought I would die. I want to throw up." One of the adventurers on the line was confused. "It's bad, then." However, the squires shook their heads. "Even though I felt my heart in my throat, that is still the single most exciting thing that I have ever been in my entire life. I don't know if it makes me crazy, but I want to do that again." And to prove their point, the squires all went back up the line again, ready for another go-around at the roller coaster. Michael watched on as more and more people experienced the roller coaster. Each time he could hear their screams echoing out to the nation and leading people to come over to this side and see what was going on. "It's a hit, boss," Kong celebrated. "It sure is," Michael replied. "Look at Vivi and the fairies. They're having a field day." Above the roller coaster ride were these blobs of light that were buzzing around the carts. These were the fairies who were getting ready for their meal. As each time the customers screamed, they swooped down and consumed every fear emotion they could harvest. "Tight, tight! This is the purest fear that I've ever tasted," Vivi screamed out like an addict. The fairies were so excited that the roller coaster ended up looking like it was filled with golden glitter. Each time they fluttered their wings and consumed emotion, they would release their gold dust in the air. Michael couldn't blame them. After all, as more and more people went on the roller coaster ride, the more people started to anticipate the thrill. Each person that rode in it screamed their lungs out, but still at the end of the ride that it was the best experience they'd ever felt. So the mere sight of the roller coaster was creating fear from the customers, leading to more nourishment for the fairies. After seeing the success of the roller coaster, Michael had all the reborn prisoners be sent here to witness what was happening with their own eyes. The bastard bandits who had worked on this project for a week straight could now see the fruits of their labor. "This is because of your work," he said to them. The prisoners looked at the people crowding the roller coaster gates. Despite fearing the ride, there were smiles on their faces. "We did that?" asked one of the bandits. They never thought that something they made would make someone so happy, but it did. This experience was what truly made them believe in the reborn system. Chapter 397, Helping Dad. The roller coaster became a big hit, so much so that it had gathered a bit of a reputation within the adventuring circles. "You're not really brave until you experience the roller coaster," they said. The ride had gathered a lot of extreme enthusiasts, warriors, adventurers, and just people who were seeking a new and thrilling experience. But of course, there were still people who weren't looking for a near-death experience. There were a lot of visitors and tourists who simply wanted to relax and enjoy their holiday. For them, Michael prepared a festival in the nation of Reborn. There were all sorts of food and drinks prepared in the plaza, ready for people to eat and enjoy. And thanks to Shayna and Castell's quick management, they were able to make a parade roll through the streets of Reborn, with live music playing and giving a magical, joyous effect on anyone listening. Everyone was celebrating, both Rebornians and tourists alike. Of course, Michael was in the mood for celebrations as well, but first he wanted to visit his father, Bart. It had been a long time since the two of them talked face to face. He used his shadow clone to transport himself directly to the recreated Vanderbilt mansion in the parched lands. The place was completely empty, desolate of any maids and butlers. Even they were having a day off and celebrating the festival. The only one around in the mansion was Bart, who was in his office balcony, looking over the nation of Reborn with a bottle of beer in his hands. "Dad, I'm home." Bart quickly turned around, his face brightening up as soon as he saw his dear old son. "Michael, my boy, it's been such a long time since you visited me." The two of them hugged, exchanging smiles. "Yeah, sorry, Dad. Been a bit busy with the expansion in the Queen's region." Bart nodded, pursing his lips. "I know, son. The Queen's region can be a tricky place to navigate through, but still, you were able to triumph in the end. You've already conquered the southern tip." Michael scratched his head, a bit embarrassed after being praised. "By the way, how's your mother?" "Same old. You know, Mum. She's been setting me up with a good friend of mine," he replied, chuckling. Bart chuckled as well, but soon his smile faded. "She's been overbearing lately, hasn't she?" "That's my fault, son. She hasn't been answering any of my letters lately." Truthfully, Michael had already heard about this from Castell. Since Bart was working with Castell, she had noticed that he had not been himself lately. And as it turned out, the Vanderbilts were having marital problems. The two of them had lost their spark after Bart lost his company, and because of that the two of them were slowly drifting apart as the days passed. Eventually, Lilia moved out of their house and went on a trip to the Queen's region to be with Michael. That was the reason why she was there, and he was back in the parched lands. After that, Bart quickly tried to get her back. He was sending her letters to no avail. "Dad, do you remember what you told me about your first date with Mom?" Bart smiled, reminiscing about the good times. "Yeah, I fell in love with her at first sight. I met her in a restaurant called the Pyramidic Cuisine. Sometimes I wish I could turn back time so that I could go back and we could feel the spark we had for each other back then. Funny coincidence." "Did you know that a chef from that restaurant visited Angora City? I tried to get a meeting with him and see if I could reserve a table at his restaurant, but it seems that I was not influential enough to get his attention." Michael smiled. "You don't have to worry, Dad. I got you. I talked with Chef Gustiu and he'll be cooking a meal for you, just like your first date with Mom." That was the favor he asked from Chef Gustiu. He wanted the chef to cook the same meal that Bart and Lilia had back during their first date. Bart immediately brightened up as he heard that. "Really, son? You were able to persuade someone like Chef Gustiu?" Michael scratched his nose. "Of course. Gustiu will be working with the Reborn company from now on, so this is just a small favor that I got from him." His father was overwhelmed with emotion that he couldn't help but shed a tear. Then he quickly hugged Michael again, tightening his squeeze. "Thank you, Michael, but we have a problem." Michael looked at him. "Your mom. She won't answer any of my letters, so she won't know about the invite, and she leaves every time I try to find her." Michael nodded. "I'll deal with her." Soon the night fell, and the entire nation of Reborn was lit up by festive lights. Strands of LED lights were strung up in each and every pole, making it seem as if the stars have truly descended into the nation. This was a very pretty sight for the people of the Queen's region. This was the first time they had ever witnessed something so otherworldly. Michael then went over to their headquarters in the nation, where the Dragonborns, the Shadow Orcs, and everyone else was celebrating. "My dear son, where have you been?" Lilia asked, immediately smothering Michael with her chest. Michael ducked away from her and escaped. "Ahem. Since I've been avoiding you for the last week or so, I've decided to make it up to you. Tonight, I have something special for you, Mom." Lilia's eyes turned into glistening starlight. "Really? How sweet of you. What is it?" "I don't want to ruin the surprise. I'll have to blindfold you, Mom." Thankfully, she didn't seem suspicious about any of that. She quickly ripped off one of her sleeves and tied it around her eyes, obscuring her vision. "I'll hold your hand and fly you to your surprise," he said to her. Lilia seemed all the more elated as Michael grasped her hands. Together, the two of them flew through the air, high up in the skies. It took a couple of minutes, but eventually they reached their destination. On the edge of a tall cliff, there was a fancy table with white tablecloths and red plates that had beautiful-looking food already served. There were romantic candlelights in the middle, and rose petals scattered around the ground. He slowly lowered his mom down and guided her to her seat. "Ooh, is this a special meal?" Lilia asked, sniffing the air. "Yes, Mom, but you can only open your eyes at the count to 3. 1, 2... Lilia finished counting and slowly unraveled the blindfold on her eyes. Her vision slowly adjusted, seeing the romantic dinner in front of her. "Michael?" she asked, looking around but seeing no one around her. It was then that she noticed the fancy plates, the candelabra, and the exotic food in front of her. This all came from the Pyramidic Cuisine. Not only that, it was the same exact one when she met. Just then she heard a voice behind her that interrupted her thoughts. "Excuse me, miss, I couldn't help but notice your beauty." Chapter 398, Dinner Date. Lilia turned around, only to see Bart in an old-timey, dashing royal uniform. This immediately brought back memories for her, memories when they first laid eyes on each other. And those words, "Excuse me, miss, I couldn't help but notice your beauty." Those were the first words he ever said to her. Now everything made sense for Lilia. The candlelit dinner, the uniform, the words. Bart was trying to recreate the moment when they first fell in love. "Miss, do you mind if I take a seat?" Bart asked, going to the opposite side of the table and looking forlornly at her. Lilia's cheeks blushed. But then she remembered that she was mad at him, so she quickly turned her head and snubbed any of his attempts at conversation. "I don't know you," she replied. "That's why I'm introducing myself," Bart wittingly replied. "I have a feeling that we'll end up together in the future." But Lilia still wouldn't even acknowledge his presence. Bart sighed. "I know that I haven't been good to you this past year, but I can change. I can rekindle that spark we had together. Come on, please, give us a second chance." Finally, Lilia looked at him and snatched the rose from his hands. "This doesn't mean that I forgive you," Lilia harumphed. Yes, it's just a dinner date, Bart relented. Despite looking like it had failed, Bart knew from the look on Lilia's face that she was starting to forgive him. Isn't this pyramidic cuisine? She asked, looking at the expensive-looking full-course meal at their table. This was something that only people with high statuses could afford to eat. Yep, it's the same exact one we ate back then. We looked so out of place in the restaurant, people thought we were beggars. I do remember. You didn't tell anyone you were a Vanderbilt. And I was just recovering from an adventuring mission. Like a sore thumb in front of the royals. Lilia and Bart, as they reminisced about the good times they had in their youth. Meanwhile, on the other side of the cliff amidst a forest of trees, Michael and the others were spying on this romantic affair from these star-crossed lovers. Oh, that's so cute. Look, Michael. Una pointed at the table when Bart was trying to spoon-feed Lilia with a piece of steak. She seemed offended, but eventually ate from his spoon. Ho, ho, it is indeed cute. Oh, how I wish I could implant my amnesia onto them so that they could start again as new lovers, Grieve said. Guys? I kind of feel uncomfortable watching my parents have a dinner date, Michael said to them. I'm bored too. Can we go now? Zion asked, slumping down on a tree's roots. I, for one, like the atmosphere in this place. It's quiet, Jakku mentioned. The romantic atmosphere of the dinner date was all thanks to none other than Chef Cousteau. As expected of a top-tier chef from a prestigious restaurant, he knew how to cook food that blended well with the gentle night atmosphere of the surroundings. Thanks for your help, Cousteau. The dark-skinned chef tipped his hat. It's no problem. Since you're helping me build my own fast-food chain restaurant, this is the least I can do. Chef Cousteau and the other chefs with him were immediately enthralled with Reborn as soon as they saw their nation firsthand. It was unlike anything they had ever seen. Yesterday, they toured the entire territory and could not believe how advanced they were compared to even the biggest metropolis in the Queen's region. They had even asked Michael if they could establish their new restaurants here in the nation. Michael accepted their offer and wanted to place their new establishment near the roller coaster. After all, restaurants and food stalls were a staple of roller coaster parks. Many would get hungry after that thrilling ride. By the way, I prepared 2 sets of food as a backup in case something went wrong during the date. But it looks like they won't need it. Chef Cousteau looked over at the dinner table and saw that both Lilia and Bart were no longer eating. They were standing over the cliffside, with Bart behind Lilia and holding her close to him with his hands. They both looked over the horizon, seeing the starry skies in the night sky and the bright lights of the nation of Reborn on the ground. It was a beautiful sight. I still have some extra food here if you're hungry, Chef Cousteau said, as he took the tall chef's hat on his head and reached down, pulling out 2 more full-course meals, the same as the one that he served to Lilia and Bart. As soon as everyone saw this food, their stomachs immediately grumbled. Yum, I'm so hungry, Zion said, subconsciously raising his hand to take a bite out of the steak. Me too, Fudge said, salivating. A good ninja needs some food. But before the 2 rascals could put their grubby hands on the plates, Shayna quickly swatted their heads and twisted their ears. Stop it, both of you, she warned. I thought you guys wanted to get out of this place. Chef Cousteau made me remember that there is still some paperwork to fill out regarding their restaurants. Shayna held both of them in her hands and slowly dragged them deeper into the forest. Come on. Your punishments are still active. You'll have to pull an all-nighter to complete those papers. Zion thrashed around, carving his nails on the tree as he tried not to get dragged away. No, not paperwork. I would rather train. You can't do this to me. I'm the slime god ninja. Fudge protested, but Shayna's deadly grip on his slimy body prevented him from escaping. Seeing the 2 of them get dragged away, Jakku couldn't help but laugh. Kukuku. That was his mistake. Umisu. Make sure he comes too, Shayna ordered. Umisu nodded seriously before taking out her spear and waving it around. With each swing of her weapon, the air around her started to gather more and more, threatening to create a huge tornado that would sweep everything off its feet. Okay, I'll go. No need to go all out, Jakku conceded. Sometimes he feared his little sister's destructive tendencies. Ho, ho, ho. I forgot. Nope, Shayna shouted, still dragging the 2. Sir Grieve, you're coming too. You have a lesson with your teacher, correct? Grieve, in an attempt to avoid studying, suddenly lost all of the necrotic powers in his body. His bones stopped floating in the air, falling into the ground in a pile as if he was just a washed-up skeletal remains. Umisu quietly picked up each bone and followed Shayna back to the nation of Reborn. The only ones still left in the forest were Chef Cousteau, Shayna, and Michael. There was an awkward silence for a moment. Well, I gotta go too, Cousteau said, winking at Michael before scurrying off with the Dragonborns. Michael shook his head, muttering, Not you too. Una looked over at the perfectly placed meals on the wooden table and turned to Michael. I guess it's just the two of us. Should we eat? Chapter 399. Memorable Day. Michael gulped. I guess we should, he replied to her. Normally, eating with Una shouldn't be that big of a deal. After all, they normally ate together during lunch, and sometimes even dinner at their headquarters back in Angora City. But this time, they're alone with each other. Zion wasn't here to liven up the place. Shayna wasn't here to arrange everything. Even Fudge wasn't here, who usually sat beside him and Una. Not only that, but the candlelit dinner and the atmospheric surroundings made this even more romantic than it should be. Michael would even mistake this for a date. This is good. Try it, Michael. Una didn't seem to have any problem with the awkwardness as she continued to eat the full-course meal. Michael eventually shook his head. This is just a normal dinner with friends, he said to himself. No need to overanalyze. Once he was in that mindset, he found it much easier to pick up the spoon and start eating. But just then, Una accidentally dropped one of her knives to the ground, just in front of Michael's feet. Since he was closer to it, Michael decided to be a gentleman and pick it up for her. But what he didn't expect was that she would also pick up the knife. As he reached for the knife, his hand bumped into hers, making him feel the warmth of her touch. Once Una got her knife back, they both returned to their seats. Michael, are you all right? She asked him. Yeah, I'm cool, he replied. But she could plainly see that there was an obvious blush on his face. Una covered her mouth, giggling to herself. A slight blush also appeared on her cheeks as she stole glances at Michael. However, he didn't seem to notice this as he was too busy trying to act aloof and nonchalant at this dinner date. No, this is not a dinner date. It's just dinner. It's not even the slightest bit romantic, he thought to himself, just as the rose petals from Bart and Lilia's table got swept up by the wind and slowly went over to their table. Okay, weird coincidence, but still, this is not romantic at all. It was in that moment that Michael felt a cool feeling in his hands. He looked down and saw a single speck of white powder that landed on the back of his hand. But upon closer inspection, he realized that this was not just a powder. It was snow. Both he and Una looked up at the same time, witnessing as numerous beautiful and unique snowflakes rained down from the night skies. Michael raised his hand, letting some of it fall onto his palms, and with his supreme talent he knew without a doubt that this was snow. After all this time, the special clouds that he had planted in the skies had finally grown large enough to change the very climate of the desert. These special clouds that he got from the Dwarven Kingdom consumed smoke from the ground and transformed them into all kinds of manner. This meant that if it had grown large enough, these clouds could even bring rain or even snow in this desolate desert. And with their factories constantly billowing out smoke from production, it had finally grown large enough to produce snow. It was a miracle. Snow in a desert, Una said, smiling. Is there anything you can't do? Michael shook his head. Okay, this is pretty romantic, he admitted. And it was at that moment that they suddenly heard a branch cracking to the side. Michael quickly turned around only for him to see his worst nightmare. Oh my God, look, Hon. They're having a date too. It's a double date, Lilia said, wiping a tear in her eye. She looked up at the skies as if the goddess herself had finally intervened and made her dreams come true. Our boy has grown up, Bart said, tapping Lilia's shoulders. Michael glared at him with a look of betrayal, as if saying, Really, after all that I've done for you tonight? It's not what it looks like, he said to them to quickly solve the misunderstanding. My boy here is quite the responsible man, Bart said, approaching Una. He'll take care of you. Oh, how wonderful. I hear church bells ringing. I knew that this would happen, Lilia said, clapping in happiness. Mom, this is not a date, and we're still too young to even think about marriage. Una backed him up. We're not together yet, she said. Lilia and Bart paused for a moment before turning around to have a quiet conversation with each other. She said, Yet, Bart whispered. Our son still has a chance. She clearly is interested too, he just doesn't have the courage, I tell you. Michael coughed. Guys, we can hear you, but they didn't seem to care. They turned around and slowly backed away from Michael and Una. Well then, we'll let you continue your friendly date, Bart said sarcastically. Bye-bye. And before he could even catch up to them, Lilia suddenly manifested 2 giant vines in the ground that wrapped over them both and slowly lowered them down the cliff and back to the nation of Reborn. Michael sighed. Why can't they all just act normal? Sorry about that, he apologized to Una. It's okay, they're fun. Let's go back. I don't want to give them any more ammo. Since Una couldn't fly, Michael used the tablecloth from the table and summoned his diva. He took out the switch from his pocket and attached it to the cloth, making it freeze in place. Now, the tablecloth acted like a solid piece, which made it easier to use a flight spell on. He hopped on to the floating tablecloth and held his hand out for Una to grab. Una looked at the tablecloth and couldn't help but remember the iconic animated movie with the magic carpet. That was a pretty romantic movie as well. But from the look on Michael's face, he didn't seem to notice the similarities. "You coming?" Michael asked. "Yeah, Prince Ali," she replied with a hushed voice. "Did you say something?" Yuna chuckled. "It's nothing. I just said that the scenery looks pretty." Once they were both on board, Michael flew the magic carpet on the snowy skies, returning to the nation of Reborn. Yuna couldn't help but take a sneak peek at Michael, with his golden hair flowing from the wind. This is a very memorable first date, she thought to herself. On the very next day, the nation of Reborn was in a complete uproar, as they walked out of their hotels, their inns and their houses, only to see a pile of snow in the streets. Both tourists and Rebornians alike rejoiced at this unexpected miracle. Who knew that they could play snowball fights in the middle of a desert? This seemed to symbolize what the Reborn company could do. They could bring snow to the desert. They could bring life to a desolate place. The day that Reborn made snow in a desert would be something that they would remember forever. Reborn's unbelievable expansion. Early in the morning, Michael met up with Shayna, Castell and Jimmy at their large headquarters situated at the very center of the nation. "Lord Michael, I am pleased to report to you that the reception for the roller coaster and the festival has been exceptionally stellar. According to the low shadows patrolling the streets, there has been a lot of sentiment among the Queen's Region tourists about wanting their quality of life here, as in Angora City. I think that our renovation there will become even smoother than it was before because of this." Shayna presented Michael with all sorts of graphs and pie charts that depicted the steep rise of the Reborn brand name on the customers. "I don't know if it's intentional or not, but the appearance of snow last night was perfect. It will be a perfect headline for the newspapers," Jimmy said, writing down some words on a piece of paper and presenting it to Michael. It said, "Reborn makes snow. Parched lands, desert no more. This will be an even better advertisement for people to go here. The best part is that we don't even have to pay the newspapers anything. They'll gladly print this story because of how unlikely it is. If snow in a desert still didn't make people go out of their homes and visit the nation of Reborn, then there was nothing that could have made them do so. I have also been approached by a lot of businesses and rich landowners from the Queen's region," said Castell. "The letters they sent me have filled up an entire room. After they have experienced the luxury that our nation could afford, they found out that they could no longer live without it. They want to have electricity, trains and showers in their own homes when they go back. Young master, they have even offered to front the money, the resources and the manpower so that you could hurry the construction and renovation of Angora City." Now that was a very welcome surprise. The problem he had before was that he didn't have enough materials to build all the renovations in Angora City at once. But now it seems that the problem was solved. All it took was them getting a taste of comfort, and they came pouring out all of their money and resources to Michael. "I estimate that we can now simultaneously build the electric lines, railway lines and the plumbing system for Angora City and the grafted cluster." That was a very huge load off his shoulders. Michael felt like he could float right now. "Boss Michael," Jimmy said, looking up at him with a smile, "with all things considered, I think that we can finally upgrade our rankings in the Golden 500. Reaching the top 400 will be easy." Soon after that very pleasant meeting with Jimmy, Castell and Shayna, Michael soon met with a dear old friend of his Cerberus Orgindor. As the old man entered the room, Michael noticed that somehow the 8-star wizard with a great white beard looked even younger than when they last saw each other. The old man used to look like 100 years old. Now, his skin was very supple like that of a brisk 60-year-old. "What happened to you?" he asked Cerberus. "Oh, have you noticed? Spending my time in your nation has done me very well. I may have visited your hot springs once, twice a day to achieve this." Michael allowed Cerberus and the other mages from the Magic Tower to stay in the nation of Reborn to help the research about the mithril artifacts. But it seemed like the old man spent more time relaxing rather than researching. "It's been such a long time. Care to play a game?" he asked. "I thought you'd never ask." Cerberus smiled and waved his hand as a chessboard floated from behind him and towards the table in front of Michael, and just like old times, the two of them played using their wits and their intelligence. "By the way, Michael, I couldn't help but overhear how your renovation plans for Angora City and the grafted cluster," Cerberus said, pushing a pawn 1 square forward. "So, do you know what you've accomplished just now? You have now expanded your business to the entire southern tip of the Queen's region. And with the addition of the entirety of the King's region, this means that you now have full control over more than a quarter of the landmass of the entire royal continent." Michael made his move, developing his bishop piece on the board. "So?" he asked again, as if he didn't understand how impressive this was. "So? Don't you know that in terms of territory in the Queen's region, you are probably up there with the conglomerates? And you did all of that without conquering a single territory. That's insane." Michael wasn't really surprised by that, because he was actively not trying to conquer anything. And also, have I told you how surprised I was when I saw those fairies running around the nation? Don't you know people used to consider them as just myths and legends? Now, you could see one anywhere you looked in the nation where there's strong emotions. I mean, it's absolutely bonkers that you have the fairies and the dwarves, who are famous for being secluded, as your allies. Are you going to keep on collecting these exotic demi-humans? Please tell me now so that I won't get surprised again. Michael once again had no answer for that. He didn't plan on doing that, but it happened anyway. It's not his fault that those kinds of demi-humans naturally flock to him. Who? Cerberus took a deep breath. I need a glass of water after that. The Tower Master easily conjured up a glass of water in his hands and began drinking it without break. Michael chuckled to himself, knowing what was going to happen next. Oh, and I forgot to tell you, but do you know something about divas? As the power on his chest surged upwards, the empty space above Michael started to shimmer with light before a robotic, mechanical arm manifested into reality. Its internal lights disguised as veins glimmered, as if it was a computer starting to boot up. Cerberus's eyes widened as he saw the diva appear above Michael. And just like old times, Cerberus couldn't help it and ended up spitting out all the water that he just drank. Pfft. Just as the mist of water spread out into the air, Michael quickly threw one of his pre-made iron switches to the air and flicked it to the off position in his mind. And as soon as the switch made contact with the water, his orbility surged and glowed a dim white light that encompassed the whole mist. The water droplets stopped in mid-air, frozen in time. Cerberus's eyes widened even more, unbelieving of what he was currently seeing. "You're a magnetic," Cerberus shouted. Michael nodded, and as he expected, the Tower Master knew something about them. He had a feeling about it, because Cerberus was a mystic master of the Guild of Arcana. They were the leaders of the whole organization, just like how the Heavenly Knights led the Order. If there was someone who knew about magnetics, then it would be someone like Cerberus. Chapter 401, Mithril Relics Use. You? How did you stop the water? Is that your ability? Cerberus asked. Kinda, yeah, Michael replied. His ability was far more complicated than it seemed, but since he had just awakened it, he hadn't really mastered it yet. So, for now, all he could do was summon the switch. Cerberus then looked at the robotic arm hovering above Michael. He could tell that Michael had already ascended to the second stage of body formation. I didn't think you'd be a magnetic. Did your grandfather give it to you? Michael shook his head. No. I haven't even met or talked to him before. I stumbled upon it after defeating Christian Hammerstone. Cerberus found it quite lucky for Michael to obtain such a power without the help of the Vanderbilt family. But to be honest, he wasn't that surprised. Michael's talents always gave him a fate that would transcend the normal. He always thought that the Reborn company would do good in the business. But now that he obtained a diva for himself, then it may very well be possible for Michael to go all the way. So I'm guessing that you already went to Metropolis. You should have told me. I'm friends with the healer there, and they would have given you a discount, not that you needed it anyway. Michael tilted his head. Metropolis? Cerberus chuckled. Yeah, Metropolis. You know, the large city that houses the nearest apothecary in the region. Did you not even know who put the God-forged piece in your heart? I don't know anything about that. I didn't get the surgery, Michael replied. The Tower Master chuckled for a few moments more before he turned to look at Michael again, who still had the same serious expression from before. You're serious? Cerberus knew that the only way for someone to become a magnetic was through a risky surgery to put the God-forged piece in the heart. And that surgery had to happen each time someone ascended the stage of body formation, which meant that Michael was supposed to have had 2 surgeries at this point since he was in the second stage of body formation. Yeah, I don't need surgery because I'm a natural magnetic. This really sent Cerberus into shock. The old man just stared at Michael before shaking his head. I know I shouldn't be surprised, but still, a natural magnetic. Do you know that even magnetics are still considered a myth from the general public, and among magnetics, a natural magnetic is even more of a legend. Nobody even thinks they're real. Cerberus had known Michael long enough to know that normal common sense didn't work on the child. But it seemed that every aspect of magic, talent, power, or smarts, Michael seemed to have an edge over everybody. It was definitely unfair. That's how I got my first God-forged piece. It suddenly flew into my chest, and I guess I can also attract other God-forged pieces from magnetics. Now this was another bombshell. If any other magnetics heard this, they would quake in their boots. Just the thought of someone ripping away their power would make anyone want to stay away from him. But of course he knew that Michael wasn't the type of guy to heartlessly steal someone's God-forged piece unless they truly deserved it. That's why you haven't been to any apothecaries. By the way, apothecaries are the only ones that can perform magnetic surgery. They're the only ones with specialized power to make it safe enough to perform. That's why Sinclair's Elixirs is a top conglomerate in the world. This meant that they had a monopoly on the surgery. If they're the only ones who could do it, then they could charge as much as they wanted, and people would still pay for it. After all, the prospect of becoming a Morgnetic was a very easy way to become powerful. Cerberus then walked over to the frozen mist in mid-air. He looked at the switch and recognized it. "This is the one that controls the light in my room here," he said. "I see. So your ability can apply technological concepts you created into the world. That is a very interesting ability with lots of potential." As expected of the Tower Master, he was able to easily decipher Michael's ability with ease. Michael first moved out of the way before flicking the switch back on, with the mist finally spraying just beside him. He picked up the switch and pocketed it, with his diva soon disappearing from the air. "By the way, I have a question to ask. What's the deal with mithril relics and Morgnetics?" Cerberus slapped his own forehead as if he had just remembered something. "That's right. Unlike other Morgnetics, you have no trouble finding a suitable mithril relic for yourself," Cerberus thought. "And it's not just a mithril relic with rust and broken pieces. It's a real mithril artifact. Do you know what a mithril relic does exactly? I heard that Morgnetics need it to focus their power and use abilities." Cerberus nodded. "That's right. A Morgnetic needs a suitable mithril relic in order to manifest their diva and their abilities. Without it, they would find it hard to even maintain their diva for a few seconds. Unlike them, Michael could do it without problem, so he never really had a need for getting his own mithril artifact." Cerberus then looked at the switch in Michael's pockets. "How many switches can you make currently?" "3 max," Michael replied. "That's because you don't have a mithril relic," Cerberus explained. "If you had one, you'd be able to make as many switches as you wanted, as long as you had the stamina to do it." Michael couldn't believe how simple it was. He thought that he had to ascend to the next stages of body formation in order to increase the amount he could make. But as it turned out, he just needed a mithril relic to do it. That must have been the reason why Blazelle could make as many flame marks as she wanted, while he could only make 3 switches at once. "So all I would need is to get a mithril relic." Michael reached down to his shadow on the ground and grabbed a rapier from his inventory. The rapier was colored bright orange, with the blade guard in the form of flames that jutted out to the sides. This was Blazelle's rapier, so if I use this, then I can activate my ability as much as I want. "I'm guessing that it's not yours. A Morgnetic from Flare Corp," he replied. "Then no, you can't use it. There is a certain process that a Morgnetic has to do in order to transform their mithril relic into something that they could use. And that process will start to bind that weapon to the Morgnetic. So unless you repurpose that weapon, then it will be totally useless to you, and maybe even damage your cultivation." Michael remembered something that Virian said. "Does it have something to do with that spirit of old thing, some kind of oil?" Cerberus nodded. "Yes, though most people call it Su as a shorthand. Chapter 402 go further north. Morgnetics need to apply a combination of Su and their blood to their mithril relics for it to be usable. There are 2 reasons why they do this. First, the blood will allow the mithril relic to be bonded to the Morgnetic. It will allow them to much more easily channel their abilities through this weapon. The second reason is that the Su has a special property that allows the mithril relic to withstand the power of a diva. Without Su, the mithril relic would start to disintegrate per use, completely wasting the weapon." Cerberus then gestured to Michael to give him the mithril relic. "May I?" Michael gave it to him, and the Tower Master began to inspect the weapon. "Do you see this oily sheen on the blade?" he asked. Michael looked at the weapon and saw an unmistakable gleam on the metal itself. It was as if it was dipped in oil, yet the texture of the weapon itself was the same as any other weapon. Not only that, but there seemed to be strange colors in the oil that reflected off the light. "That is Su. From what I can tell, this weapon has been oiled up twice, meaning that Blazelle was probably in the 2nd stage of body formation, am I correct?" He was spot on. Each time that a Morgnetic wants to advance to the next stage of their body formation cultivation, they have to undergo 2 processes. First, they have to undergo surgery in order to put the new God-forged pieces into their hearts. Second, they have to apply another coat of Su onto the mithril relic. Michael thought for a second. "So, if someone wants to get surgery, they have to seek an apothecary from the conglomerate Sinclair's elixir. Does that mean that they also have to find someone to apply Su onto their mithril relic?" "Very astute of you to guess. Very astute of you to a mithril relic is a very laborious task, and one that requires extreme skill and specialized powers. If one gets it wrong, not only will they damage the mithril relic, but they will also waste the very rare Su. Sinclair's Elixirs monopolizes the surgery for Morgnetics. Meanwhile, the leading service provider for Su application is the Hephaestus Company. It's not really a monopoly like Sinclair's because there are others that can apply Sue as well, but it's generally accepted that the Hephaestus company delivers the best service. Michael took this all in, finally understanding the world of morgnetics a little bit better. If he wanted to control his orbility better, then that meant he needed to get his own mithril relic coated with Sue. Cerberus noticed that excited look on Michael's face and immediately helped him out. "You're planning to expand your Golden Road further up north, right?" Michael nodded. Now that they conquered the east, it was now time to go deeper in the Queen's region. "Then that means you'll eventually end up in Metropolis, the city of cities. That is where you'll find a sub-company of Sinclair's elixir. If you want to learn more about morgnetics and the surgery it takes to become one, then you should go visit them. If you want to learn more about the application of Sue in mithril relics, then you'll also be able to find a sub-company of the Hephaestus company there. They won't tell you their secret process to do it, but they'll surely answer any other question pertaining to weapons and morgnetics." Michael noted all of that down. It was everything he needed to find out more about morgnetics, but there was something missing. "You didn't tell me how I'll get Sue," Cerberus pursed his lips. "Well, you'll just have to pray that you're lucky. The spirit of old comes from deep in the oceans, even deeper than Atlantis. The product is controlled by none other than the Ocean King. It is extremely hard to obtain just a single drop of Sue just lying around. Once in a blue moon, a vial of spirit of old is sold at the auction house in Metropolis. That's where you're likely to find Sue. As for how expensive it is, I can only say that it's priceless. Every company is trying hard to obtain one for themselves, which drives up the price even more. The ones that can obtain it are the ones that are able to fork up the most money. If there was one thing that Michael lacked, then it certainly wasn't money. Sure, the expenses of all the projects and renovation on all their territories put a good dent on their treasury, but the profit that they would get in the future would definitely pump up more money in his pockets. But money wasn't the problem. It was whether he could chance upon Sue in an auction. "Then I'll definitely visit Metropolis as soon as I can," he said, with ChatJK4 making a mental note of it. "Why wait? You can do it now." Michael looked back at Cerberus. "But don't I need to gather up my forces?" Cerberus chuckled. "You don't need to worry about that in Metropolis. It is a neutral zone that forbids major war amongst any company or faction." "But what about Flare Corp?" Cerberus sighed. "Flare Corp has drawn the ire of most companies and factions in Metropolis. They don't like the way that Flare Corp has ruthlessly conquered Batroc Town. That is not the way that companies should conquer territories. I won't be surprised if they form a coalition to free Batroc Town from Flare Corp. Trust me, Flare Corp will probably be disbanded in a few months." Michael was glad to hear that not all companies acted like Flare Corp. "If you're going to Metropolis, you'll probably be running into them. The Legacies. They're the sub-companies of the 5 top conglomerates of the world. They're the factions that are in Metropolis besides the Order and the Guild of Arcana. With their combined strength, Flare Corp will have no choice but to run away in fear. You should meet with them." "They're nice people," Cerberus said. Since the Tower Master himself had vouched for them, then Michael couldn't wait to meet them. "And if you're going to be expanding your company in Metropolis, then it's more than likely that you'll join the major factions there, no doubt about it. Once they find out all of your accomplishments here, then you'll probably go up the ranks, ha ha ha." Cerberus laughed as he looked up at the sky, wanting to see the look on those Legacies' faces once they met with Michael. Surely, he won't be the only victim to his surprising talents. "Then I'll try and visit Metropolis as soon as possible. I think it'll be good to meet those Legacies too," he replied. Since they were sub-companies of major conglomerates, then it was very likely that their leader was a morgnetic themselves. It would be nice to learn more about them from someone morgnetic. Blazelle didn't even want to talk to him after she lost her diva. "Thanks for the info," he said to Cerberus, saying his goodbye. "We're not finished with the game yet." But then Michael moved his queen and forced a checkmate. While the Tower Master slumped down in his chair, Michael turned into a shadow and transported himself out. It was then that people heard the sound of frustrated shouting coming from Cerberus's room in the nation of Reborn. Chapter 403, Making a Mithril Artifact. Michael transported himself directly to the Dwarven district of the nation of Reborn. He wanted to visit the forge, where the ancient dwarves worked tirelessly to produce enough mithril artifacts for the entire nation. He found himself in a very hot and humid smithy, where large ovens installed on the walls radiated heat everywhere. The temperature was so hot that his absolute unity defense kicked in to prevent himself from being burned. It was very impressive that the dwarves working on the forge continued on as normal, without even breaking a sweat. "Boss, care to join us for a beer later? Good to see you, boss. Any more inventions we need to create?" The dwarves greeted him, and he greeted them back. Usually he would rely on normal dwarves to create any structure that he needed, like the carts for the roller coasters and the plumbing pipes for Angora City. Meanwhile, the ancient dwarves focused solely on pumping out mithril artifacts or improving on them for better effects. "I need some Damascus steel," he said to the dwarves. "Oh, you need us to make mithril artifacts, boss? For who?" "Me," he replied. The ancient dwarves were shocked for a moment before feeling pressure on their shoulders. The responsibility of creating a suitable mithril artifact for the boss was a huge task, something they weren't entirely prepared for. "Don't worry," he assured them. "I'll make the mithril artifact myself." They heaved a sigh of relief. Don't get it wrong, though, they would be more than happy to make Michael a mithril artifact. They just weren't sure they could make one that would fit the level of prestige that Michael had amongst them and the Rebornians. One of the dwarves quickly dived towards one of their storage bins containing lots and lots of Damascus steel. They began scouring through it, trying to find the best and most pure piece they could ever find. However, after a few minutes of searching, the dwarf grunted in dissatisfaction. "Nothing here is worthy for boss," he grumbled. Michael waved off their concern. "It's fine, any regular piece of Damascus steel would suffice," he told them, but the dwarves wouldn't accept anything less than perfect for their boss. They quickly rallied up all of their dwarves in the forge, trying to find a perfect piece for Michael. Eventually, someone just decided to get one from the very source, the Dwarven Kingdom. If there was any Damascus steel that was worthy of Michael's status, then it could only be found in the personal vault of the Dwarven King. "Hey, you don't need to bother Biru," he said. But in approximately 5 minutes, the Dwarven King himself personally delivered Michael a pristine block of Damascus steel, with its wavy and rippling design looking very organized and without any flaw or error. "Anything for my best friend," Biru said, grabbing Michael's shoulder and laughing. "You didn't have to go all the way here," Michael said to him. "Nonsense. How could I ever show my ancestors if I couldn't even bring such a small gift to the man who brought us our ancient ways of mithril?" Michael would have believed him, but the man's breath was practically smelling of beer. "You just want to relax here, don't you?" Biru grabbed at Michael's clothes and tugged on it, desperate. "They just won't let me leave the castle. They keep wanting me to sign papers and bills. I just want to drink a cold one and relax." Michael laughed and consoled Biru. "I hear you, buddy. I hear you. Tell them that you need my help for one day, no, a week, no, a month. A week. Any more and I would worry for the state of the Dwarven Kingdom." Biru rejoiced and immediately made plans with the other dwarves about drinking in the tavern. Of course, they couldn't really deny the request of the Dwarven King. "Join us at the baseball game tonight," said Biru, but Michael had to decline. "I'll be busy for the whole night," he said, carrying the Damascus steel block he received. And so, while Biru and the dwarves went out to have a tour of the nation, Michael situated himself into the closest forge. He put down the block of Damascus steel onto the anvil and began to think. What kind of mithril artifact do I want to create? He knew that this decision was important because Cerberus told him that mithril artifacts were kind of permanent. Once Su was coated into the weapon, it would remain in that state forever. If Michael wanted to change weapons midway in his cultivation, then he would have to reapply the coat of Su onto the weapon, wasting a lot of the very rare oil. "Should I go with a weapon?" he asked himself. Immediately his gut said no. After all, he had never even held a weapon before. It wouldn't really work with his style of fighting too. Then maybe a wand. It was true that he mostly used mystical spells to fight, but he didn't really feel any sort of connection with a wand. Other mages could perform better with a wand, but Michael didn't need them. My mithril artifact should be a tool of some kind. He came to this conclusion because he prided himself in being a creative thing back when he reincarnated into this world. He wanted to create the comfort he had back then. A chisel? A wrench? All sorts of tools came to mind, but nothing felt right. In the end, he decided to consult his partner, ChatJK4. "What do you think? What is a tool that best represents me? According to your personality type, there is one thing that is best suited as your mithril artifact. It is," ChatJK4 gave him an answer. Michael smiled. That was a very creative choice by his personal AI assistant, and one that he was amazed with. The problem was that this was quite a complicated set of circuitry that he had yet to create. Thankfully, though, having complete control of the southern tip of the Queen's region allowed him to gather resources that were quite rare to find. And so he quickly contacted Shayna via Shadows and began telling her of all the items that he needed. He only needed the raw form of these ingredients, and he could process them all by himself to make it into whatever the blueprint required. "You can expect these things to be delivered in an hour, Lord Michael," Shayna replied from the shadows. "No need to rush," he replied to her. "Then I shall make sure they're delivered within 30 minutes, she said. And true enough, within 30 minutes, a shadow appeared in front of him and transported all the raw materials such as copper, magnets, and other such items that he needed. He was very thankful that Shayna was quite the competent secretary, or else it would have taken him days to gather all of this stuff. Once everything was ready, Michael started his preparations. ChatJK4 immediately gave him the blueprint for the machine, which was altered to become a lot simpler than the normal ones he had in his previous life. A lot of the materials were also replaced with Damascus steel in order to make it into a mithril artifact. Chapter 404, Michael's Weapon. Magic circles appeared around Michiel as he began to process and mold all the raw materials he received into the desired shape and size according to the blueprints. Hammers floated in the air, smashing onto metal. Copper wires levitated in the air and began to coil around a cylindrical Damascus steel chunk. There were a lot of processes that took him an hour, but finally he was done creating a brushless motor, capable of turning electrical energy into mechanical energy. Then he created these propellers that connected to the motor, allowing it to rotate through the movement of the motor. These were the only complicated things he needed to create using normal technology. The rest of it was made out of Damascus steel, serving no other purpose than to create the shape of the machine. He molded the Damascus steel using his magic, creating precise curves and edges according to the blueprint given to him by ChatJK4. As the machine was taking shape, Michael began to inject the Damascus steel with his mana. Using a technique similar to how a physical fighter gathers mana, Michael was able to evenly distribute all 8 mana elements into the Damascus steel without it turning into a unity bomb. Slowly, the metallic texture of the metal began to fade, replaced by the crystal-like appearance of the mithril artifact. It was slightly opaque, with a white glow shining from the very depths of the metal. As it finished, Michael stared at his creation, amazed at his own mithril artifact. It was very unique. He was sure that if anyone ever saw this, they wouldn't understand what it was or what it did. Only he and Yuna would know. Right now, this machine was still inactive. That was because it was missing one integral piece, the battery. Of course, he could use a normal lithium battery in order to power this machine, but that would be very inconvenient. First of all, he would have to create another suitable battery for it, and second of all, he needed to recharge it constantly because of the machine's hunger for power. But there was an alternative that fit perfectly into a mithril artifact, and that was a unity bomb. Using the normal method of creating mithril artifacts the same way a mystical mage gathers mana in the body, putting all 8 elements into a Damascus steel, would result in a very volatile and unstable material that would explode upon the slightest bit of contact with anything. That was what he called a unity bomb. But through experiments he found out that if he created a small enough material and with the right amount of mana, it could become stable enough to be used as an eternal power source. It was what he called a unity battery. This worked because the mithril would constantly gather mana from the surroundings, keeping it powered every time. So he pinched off a very small piece of Damascus steel from the block and molded it into the shape of a triple battery. He injected it with all 8 elements, using no complex methods, simply brute forcing it inside. And soon the mithril artifact was filled with the immense power of unity mana. Contained within this small vessel was enough energy that could turn an entire village into a crater. He slowly inserted this unity battery onto the machine, and with a satisfying click, the machine roared to life. The propellers whizzed, creating enough lift for the machine to take flight into the air. Michael had created a drone. This was his mithril artifact. However, what he created was a very crude and very simplified version of a drone. First of all, it didn't have any complicated circuitry like electronic speed controllers or transmitters and receivers. It didn't even have a navigation system, gyroscope, accelerometer, or anything like that. It only had its 4 propellers connected to a motor. The only thing that the drone could do was fly upwards and nothing more. Of course, if he wanted to, he could have put all the bells and whistles that a first-rate drone would have back in his previous life. But he just felt like he didn't need to. After all, he could already control the drone even without a controller. As the drone continued its flight upwards, Michael focused on the unity contained inside the mithril artifact. They were still made out of mana, which meant that he had complete and absolute control over it. His supreme skill grabbed onto the drone, allowing him to control its movements through thought alone. This was even better than if he used a controller. The drone flew down and whizzed past him. It flew over a tree and dove down towards a bald spot in its crown. Then it quickly turned upside down and looped around one of its branches before zooming past towards Michael again. It was like a fish in water. He felt intuitively connected to the drone now, allowing him to control it even if he wasn't looking at it. Eventually he willed it to a stop right in front of his palm, but still, he had no type of circuitry attached to the battery itself. Of course, there was another solution for that as well. He took out a switch from his pockets and quickly attached it to the unity battery, and once he manifested his diva and activated his ability, the switch immediately turned off. With the unity battery no longer active, The drone soon lost its power and descended into his palms. And with a single thought, the switch flipped on, and the drone roared to life. He then took out another switch from his pockets and attached it to one of the grooves at the very bottom of the drone. Then he let the machine take flight. He set his sights into the distance, where eventually he saw an acorn falling from a tree. He willed the drone into action, whizzing through the air at relatively fast speeds. As it got closer, the drone quickly flipped sideways, letting its underside point directly at the falling acorn. And with one thought from Michael, a spring burst forth from the bottom of the drone, releasing the switch that had been loaded into the groove. The switch accurately hit the acorn before hitting the ground, freezing it in the air. It worked, he rejoiced. Then he controlled the drone to come towards the floating acorn and use its underbelly to pick off the switch that had been attached to its side. And once the switch was no longer attached, the acorn fell to the ground and rolled around, before a squirrel pushed it in its cheeks. This was one of the best uses for a drone, and why he chose it as his mithril artifact. With the drone, he could easily attach his switches anywhere he wanted to without any problem. Not only that, but he could also modify it with lots of other complicated features. But of course, that was for the future. Once he was done testing it out, he then folded the wings of the drone and turned it into a compact box, one that could fit squarely into his pockets. And just like that, he had created his mithril artifact. Now he just needed to coat it with the spirit of old, or Su, to make it a suitable weapon for a Mognetic. Chapter 405. Boy's Plan to Escape. With his mithril artifact stored perfectly in his pockets, Michael left the forge and returned to the Reborn headquarters in the Parched Lands. Eventually, he was approached by Jimmy, the news correspondent of the Reborn company. "Michael, I have good news and I have some not-so-bad news, sort of," Jimmy said with pursed lips. "Tell me the good news first." "Well, I can safely say that the Reborn company has achieved enough feats for it to go up in the rankings of the Golden 500, Jimmy said, tapping his own chest in pride. "What's the bad news?" he asked. "The newspaper company in Anogra City is not large enough to officially upgrade your rankings. The best that they're able to upgrade a company is the 450th rank, which is where you currently rank now. See, Angora City might be a capital city, but it has already long lost its prestige throughout the years because of the absence of the Golden Road. And the powers that be declared that Angora City is not competitive enough for a company to achieve a ranking above the 450th rank." Michael nodded along. "Does that mean that we have to go somewhere else to get our new ranking?" "Precisely." Jimmy slammed his foot. "We need a place that's really competitive, with lots of high-ranking companies to compare ourselves with. There is one location in mind. Let me guess. Metropolis." Jimmy looked back at Michael with surprise, wondering how he guessed his next words. "Yes. Metropolis has a newspaper company that is authorized to give a ranking that is 200 and below. It would be great if you could expand the Reborn company there as your next move." Michael already had plans to go to Metropolis because of what Sebras told him. But advancing in the Golden 500 rankings wouldn't be too bad either. "Don't worry," he said to Jimmy. "That will be our next move. For now, I would really like it if you go to Metropolis and scout ahead for us. Do you know about a group called the Legacies?" Jimmy scratched his chin and nodded. "Yes, I've heard of them. They are the ones that have the biggest market shares in Metropolis. It's not a secret that these guys are inheritors of a conglomerate as well." Michael nodded. "I want you to find out what you can about them. Who they are, which family they're from, that kind of stuff." His words sent a fire within Jimmy's heart. This was just the kind of task that would scratch his journalistic itch. "You can count on me, Michael. I won't disappoint." Jimmy didn't wait any longer and took a train back to the Queen's region. Michael offered for him to use a shadow orc for teleportation, but the rookie journalist refused, saying that he needed to feel the ground by himself, whatever that meant. Once Michael dealt with that, he soon entered the main office building of Reborn, where he saw a completely different vision than the one he was used to. Jakku, Zion, Fudge, and even Grieve were stuck in 4 connected desks, doing their best to sift through piles and piles of paperwork with Shayna just behind them, with a bow locked and loaded ready to fire. "Lord Michael, welcome back," Shayna greeted with a smile, but never letting the tension in her bow loose. "Bro Mike." "Help," Zion muttered lethargic. His eyes looked unfocused, as if he was starting to go crazy. No more," Jakku said, with his scales paler than even Shayna. The Dragonborn looked like he had wilted. "Master, this is not the ninja way," Fudge complained, looking like a puddle of violet liquid on the table. "I'm sad, huh? What was I saying? Oh, right. I'm sad." Grieve, on the other hand, somehow looked even more aged even though he was already a skeleton. While the boys were having the worst time of their lives, the girls, on the other hand, were just relaxing on the balcony outside, drinking tea and chuckling to themselves. Umisu, Yuna, Vivi, Virian, and his mother were all passing around hot tea and biscuits, enjoying the view of the nation of Reborn outside, and the one that was serving them was none other than his father, Bart. The dignified Vanderbilt businessman was reduced to being a butler in front of these women. "Dad, what are you doing here?" he asked. Bart looked back up at Michael and smiled. Meanwhile, Lilia was the one who answered for him. "Your father here is proving his worth to us. To see if he could go with us or not." Michael was confused. "Go where?" Lilia chuckled. "With you, silly. You're going to expand the nation of Reborn to Metropolis, aren't you? Well, you're going to need a lot of support. And who better to go with you than us, your parents? Oh, Bart, more tea, please." Bart obediently poured tea in her cup. Then he quickly turned to Yuna. "Yuna, dear, would you like one as well?" Yuna smiled back and nodded. "Yes, please." "Of course," Bart replied. "Anything for my future daughter-in-law." Michael soon turned lethargic as well, slumping down on the chair right next to him. There's two of them," he grimaced. One of the reasons why he fixed up his parents was because he wanted them to entertain each other. He thought that if they returned to their marriage, they would stay in the nation of Reborn and stop bothering him with all these awkward setups with Yuna. But as it turned out, he was completely wrong. He had just created another monster. "Okay, shift's over. You all have 5 minutes of break before you start on another batch of paperwork," Shayna said to the boys, lowering her bow. With the workload no longer bearing down on their shoulders, the boys slumped down on the ground. "I can't do this anymore," Jakku whimpered. Michael consoled him and wept with him as well. Fudge a mutual pain. Fudge immediately sprang back into normal for the boys to look at him. Fudge whispered. The slime first looked back at the girls. Thankfully, Shayna had already taken a seat at the tea table with her back turned away from them. Fudge discreetly hopped on over to the back rooms of the office, where boxes and shelves of paperwork were being stored. Michael and the boys looked back at the girls before slowly making their way towards the back rooms. Once they entered inside, they were met with a very dark room with the lights turned off. Then the door closed. A single light clicked right on top of them as Fudge appeared beside them and forced them to huddle up into a circle. "Why are we here?" Michael asked Fudge. "Master, don't you want to be away from this place? Don't you want to just be free from paperwork, from responsibility, from Shayna?" The Dragonborns nodded vehemently, while Grieve quietly disagreed. He already forgot what she put him through. "I've heard something from the Shadow Orcs," Fudge said, looking at everyone with a serious face. "They said that Flarecorp is scrambling to escape something. They've started to evacuate Batrock Town as well, and it seems that one of their major officers, the second-in-command, is running away in our direction. He's on his way to Angora City as we speak. Boys, it's time for a hunt. Chapter 406, Rendezvous." "Really? Are you sure about this?" Jakku asked, skeptical. "Yes, I'm sure. Who do you think I am? You're staring at the best ninja in the world. My information-gathering skills are top-notch." Fudge replied, a little bit offended. "It's just hard to believe that the second-in-command would flee their base. Did you happen to know the reason?" Michael answered that. "I heard from Cerberus that Flarecorp is getting attacked by a group called the Legacies from Metropolis. They're punishing them for conquering Batrock Town so ruthlessly." "Good for them," Zion said. "It looks like these Legacies are reasonable people. Then we should just stay back and let them deal with Flarecorp. That way we don't have to do anything," Jakku argued. "And let them have all the glory to themselves," Fudge shouted. "This is a large fish that happened to get caught up in our trap. We shouldn't waste this chance and attack." "Ho, ho, ho. I agree with Senior Slime," Grieve commented. "The best enemies to hunt are those that are on the run. I have done that many times and won, I think." Zion grabbed Jakku's collar and begged him. "Please, bro, would you rather stay in this place and fill up paperwork for hours at a time?" Jakku felt a tingle on his spine the moment he remembered those grueling hours. "You're right. War is better than paperwork," he said. "And this is also a chance for Master to become stronger." Fudge turned to Michael. "Master, you want more God-forged pieces, right?" Michael smiled. "Hell yeah, I do. Then it's decided. We'll attack the running Flarecorp army and hunt down their second-in-command." The boys calmly raised their hands together and cheered with hushed voices. Meanwhile, the girls were completely unaware of what the boys were planning as they kept on sipping tea and eating biscuits. Deep in the night, Michael and the boys sneaked out of their rooms to rendezvous in a secure location, away from any prying eyes. As Michael finished his transportation skill, he opened his eyes to see that he was at one of the arcade rooms in the nation of Reborn. This place had board games, mini-baseball, and other such fun activities to play with the group. Even at night, the place was still jam-packed with tourists and locals alike, as this was one of the premier spots to relax and unwind. It was very crowded, with no private rooms for them to talk alone. Michael sat in one of the tables available, and soon enough the rest of the boys arrived. "Why did we gather here? We're out in public. What if the girls see us?" Zion said, looking over his shoulder like a paranoid man. Fudge shook his head. "Tisk, tisk, tisk. This is the most private place we could have picked. There's no way that Shayna would go to something like this, therefore she wouldn't ever know that we were here." Zion and Yaku both had a moment of realization. "That's genius." But the focus back on the topic. "So, what are the details about the Flare Corp army?" Fudge smiled. "It's very good, Master. According to our Shadow Orcs, their army is only made up of 505-star soldiers. Now, for others, that would be a terrifying number, especially since they would be fighting them with no army of their own, just the 5 of them. But of course, their combined powers were more than enough to take care of those soldiers. Grieve alone could defeat more than half of them without problem. The problem now laid with their leader, the second in command of the entire Flare Corp company. His name is Arseny, and he's the one that controls the entire army of Flare Corp. According to what our spies have gathered, it seems that he was personally sent to the lower part of the Queen's region to assess their escape route. It seems that they don't even know what happened to Blazel yet. So, Arseny is on his way to the East Forest to try and meet up with her. It truly seemed that Flare Corp was getting pressured from all sides. They wouldn't send in their second-in-command for a simple scouting mission if they weren't truly desperate. It was obvious that Flare Corp was afraid of the coalition of all the legacies in Metropolis, or else they wouldn't have rushed their move so soon. "We can intercept them in the forest, giving us the advantage," Fudge said. "We just need to wait one more day before we can hunt them down. Ooh, I can't wait to wreak havoc on their forces," Zion said, punching the air. Fudge then went on to give them a very detailed account as to what they were going to expect when they attacked Arseny. It seemed that Fudge himself had surveyed the whole situation, allowing the information to be as accurate as anyone could have found out. Soon after their meeting, they all dispersed to make their preparations for the battle that was to come. They sharpened their mithril artifacts, replenished chocolate supplies, and just warmed up in general. Meanwhile, Michael prepared for the fight by summoning his drone and his diva to practice his abilities. The drone flew with precision according to his thoughts, sweeping in the air, launching switches and retracting them. Once he was sure that it was all in good condition, he did his final preparations by creating another switch for him to use. Since one of the switches he had was used for the drone's battery, he now only had 2 in his arsenal. So he focused his mind and began to beckon for the ground to give him another piece of raw iron ore. And in just a few moments a chunk of iron ore burst out of the soil and landed in front of Michael's hands. It didn't take long before his diva began to do its magic onto the raw iron ore, melting it and molding it into a fine precision artwork that only electricians could appreciate. Now he had 3 switches ready to be used. But just as he was about to retract his diva from reality, he suddenly realized that he wasn't feeling the least bit tired from the creation of the switch. Usually after creating the 3rd switch, he would be unable to focus his ability, limiting the amount of switches he could use. But now he didn't feel that exhaustion at all. He felt as rejuvenated as he was before. Could it be? Following this hunch, Michael closed his eyes and focused on his mind once again. A few seconds later, another chunk of raw iron ore burst forth from the ground and floated right in front of him. He then offered this iron ore up to his diva for it to mold, and suddenly the robotic hand glimmered with futuristic pulsating lights as it used its mini-mechanical limbs to form the iron ore into another switch. He now had 4 switches. He then put all of them in the ground and willed them all to turn on, and it did. All 4 of them clicked as it switched on. This meant he could command all 4 of these switches simultaneously. Is that the limit? He asked himself. Chapter 407, Switches Galore. Michael knew in his heart of hearts that this wasn't the end of it. He felt like he could make more switches if he wanted to. Spurred on by this feeling, Michael closed his eyes and began to concentrate even more, willing the iron found on the ground to form into a chunk and float towards his hand. The futuristic robotic arm above him reached down, taking the iron ore in its hand before beginning to mold it into the switch. And before the diva was even finished with its construction, Michael focused once again and willed another iron ore to come close to him. As the diva finished the switch, it immediately went back and reached for the new iron ore, creating a new one without even a single break. Michael was astonished. The fact that he didn't feel any fatigue or exhaustion meant that he could create as many switches as he wanted without limit. This was a complete change from when he could only command 3 switches at a time. He immediately looked at the floating drone in front of him. It's because of this, he thought. His mithril artifact allowed him to break the limits of his ability. But how is this possible? I thought only mithril relics who had been coated with Su can enhance an ability. According to Cerberus, coating a mithril relic with the spirit of old meant that they could funnel the diva's power and allow a magnetic to use it much better than before. But somehow he could do that without Sue. After giving it some thought, he realized that the reason must have been because he wielded a mithril artifact, not a relic. His weapon was still in tip-top condition, while mithril relics had been corroded over time, meaning that it had probably lost most of its power because of it. This was an advantage he didn't think he would have. But now he was glad that he didn't have to get his own Sue in order to get its benefits. I have also noted that your drone has not experienced any deterioration at all. This means that you do not have to use Sue to protect it from your diva's power, Chache K4 added. Does that mean I don't have to use Sue? Michael wouldn't complain. After all, it was something extremely rare to get. He was glad that he didn't have to go through all of that trouble to improve his mithril artifact. Now armed with this power, Michael began to stock up as many switches as he could possibly make, so much so that he probably wouldn't run out even if he used 1,000 of them at the same time. He also tested them out, starting with controlling 10 switches at the same time. Seeing that he could do it, he immediately went up to 50, then 100, and then to 1,000. Theoretically, he felt like he could control all of them. However, it was practically hard to do so. It was like concentrating on reading while 1,000 television were simultaneously blasting music. It wasn't impossible, but it was extremely hard to control all of them. But he wasn't disheartened by this. In a true fight, he probably wouldn't use more than 100 of them at the same time. He already tested this out and found out that it worked smoothly without any problems. He spent the rest of the day continuing to experiment with the switches and train, using his drone to place and detach them anywhere he wanted. On the very next day, Shayna woke up early in the day to supervise the boys on another session of paperwork. But as she entered their rooms, all she saw were empty beds and a small note that said, "Sorry, feeling sick today, I'll work tomorrow." Now, the fact that they got sick at all was the very first red flag. Ever since they became Dragonborns, they never got sick, not even once. But even then, the fact that every single one of them had the same excuse meant that something fishy was going on. She also went over to Michael's room and saw Lilia already by the door. "Lord Michael is gone too?" she asked Lilia. "Yep, those boys are up to something," Lilia said, squinting her eyes. But of course, by the time they found this out, Michael and the boys were already out of the parched lands and entered back into the Queen's region. They hid on the very edge of the eastern forest, hiding by the bushes and waiting for their target to come running towards them. "Are you sure they'll come here?" Yaku asked Fudge. "Stop worrying. They'll be here. I'm starting to worry." At this point, what if Sis Shayna comes in and ruins everything? Zion said, biting his nails. "I would rather just meet the army head-on than just wait here. I feel like my mom is already breathing down my neck," Michael said, shivering. Michael and the boys were more worried about the girls rather than fighting an actual army. Meeting one meant death, and meeting the other meant that they would have to find 500 new spots in Reborn prison. It made sense why. Eventually, Michael saw something in the distance. With his supreme skill, he was able to see past the rolling hills in front of them, and saw organized rows and columns of light mana trekking the land. These were none other than the Flare Corp army that they were expecting. "Here they are," he said to the group. "Are you all ready?" Yaku held his sword's hilt and muttered a countdown. 2. Zion shouted, springing out of the bushes and rushing towards the army alone. "Hey, I didn't say go yet." Fudge turned into a shadow and zoomed past the rolling hills and towards the Flare Corp army. Even Michael had already gone off flying in the air, getting ready to intercept the army. "Ho, we better get going, Sir Jaku, or else we'll lose out on all the fun." Jaku shook his head, before a smile crept on his face. As he pulled out the sword from his sheath, his body turned into blue lightning that raced through the lands, eventually passing Zion, who quickly tried to catch up. Grieve cheered, seeing all the young uns be so active. "Me, though, I shall take my time." He then slowly walked towards the rolling hills, using his sword as a cane just like an old man. Meanwhile, the 500-men Flare Corp army eventually noticed the change in the air. Even if they weren't paying attention, Michael and the boys weren't exactly hiding their presence. They could see lighting zooming in the air, a shadow looming over them, a golden head boy floating in the air, and a lizard-like boy punching the air and creating shockwaves. At the very end of this army was a man whose hair was short and was colored a fiery red. It rose up in the air, creating the illusion that he had fire on the top of his head. This was none other than Arseny, the second-in-command of the entire Flare Corp company. Some would say he was the entire brains of the operation, but right now he had no idea what he was seeing, facing against the Flare Corp army. Now that he was closer, Michael finally had a good look at the supposed second-in-command of the Flare Corp company. Arseny wore bright orange armor, with symbolisms of tyrannical fire embedded into its very design. He looked regal compared to the other soldiers who wore the signature Flare Corp chestplate. Not only that, but he was riding a horse who had the flag of Flare Corp attached to its side. Michael, as he floated in the air, made eye contact with Sunny. You came from the East Forest, Arseny observed. Blazel is supposed to welcome our troops. Are you part of the bastard bandits? As expected, the 2 ND in command was a lot more perceptive than Michael thought. No, I'm not, Michael replied. The bastard bandits have disbanded. Arseny showed a face of shock before his eyes focused as he tried to process the information. Then I'm guessing that you are not here to welcome the great army of Flarecorp. No, I'm not, Michael once again replied. By now, Zion, Yaku, Fudge and Grieve had all taken their respective spots in front of the Flarecorp army. It was them versus 500 soldiers in the 5-star realm, with only a few hundred meters in between them. Then surrender to the glory of Flarecorp. This territory shall soon become the new headquarters of our nation. Michael smiled. And what will happen if we don't surrender? Arseny stared up at Michael with fire burning in his eyes. Then I shall send in my forces to decimate your small group. There shall be nothing that stands in the way of our Flarecorp company. The 500-men army slammed the bottom of their spears in the ground, creating a shockwave that slightly shook the earth. But it seems that this wasn't enough to intimidate Michael and his small group. What do you think, guys? He asked them. Should we surrender? Zion cracked his neck and his fist. I didn't wait all that time just to come home empty-handed. Ho ho ho. I may not have any memory, but I sure know that I have never backed out from a fight, Grieve said, his ribs clacking as he laughed. You heard them, Michael said to Arseny, shrugging. The commander looked absolutely pissed from hearing Michael's nonchalance at the whole situation. This belittled the prestige and power of a Flarecorp army. I suggest that you think it over again, Arseny said. You don't know who you're dealing with here. Michael smiled. We'll take our chances. Then you have just sealed your fate. Soldiers, teach these guys a lesson, Arseny shouted, with his voice creating a literal fire within the army formation. Flames erupted high up into the skies, enveloping the 500 soldiers inside. They each began to emit magic circles on their body, consuming the fire around them to boost and enhance their physical capabilities. Arseny scanned Michael's accomplices before his eyes landed onto the red-scaled, demi-human lizard. Aroni had no idea what kind of species he was, but he was sure that the kid only had a 3-star realm cultivation at best. He scanned the other people too. The blue-scaled lizard was also only in the 3-star realm, and the hooded figure behind them was so weak that they didn't even give off any power signatures. He raised his hand, and from his palm burst forth a fireball that shot towards the sky and exploded in the air, creating a strange pattern. The soldiers looked up at this pattern and immediately knew what they were supposed to do. Charge! The soldiers shouted. With perfect synchronization, the soldiers marched out into these perfect formations of 50 men, forming a platoon. Focused on a single target, aiming to bring them down with barely half of their entire forces. The first platoon charged at Zion, their spears creating a phalanx formation. As they charged, their powers created a 5-star spell that formed a shimmering figure of a rhino's horn. Zion smiled as he welcomed his new target. He skipped around like a boxer waiting on his corner, and just as the platoon of soldiers were only 100 meters away, he pulled out his mithril artifact gauntlets and wielded it in his hands. The mithril artifact improved the flow of the mana from his body, boosting his initial strength of a 3-star all the way to a 4-star power. But that wasn't enough. He took out a chocolate pellet from his pockets and swallowed it whole. The Rebornian skill sugar rush gave him a boost of magic, allowing him to break through his limits and reach the 5-star level and almost above it. Arseny immediately stood straight as he realized what had happened. But before he could even process this information, Zion suddenly jumped up from his stationary position and reached the air just above the platoon. Zion's gauntlets glowed a violet light before he punched the air, creating a crack in the fabric of space. The crack propagated downwards before reaching the platoon's formation. Their combined 5-star spell resisted the power of the space-shattering punch, but before they could even rally their strengths together, the rhino's horn started to shake and wobble before eventually exploding into bits of ember. As Zion's punch propagated to the ground, the soldiers exploded out into the air, breaking their formation entirely. "How's this possible?" Arseny complained. But before he could even take a moment to think, he felt another disturbance in the air. Yaku had turned into literal blue lightning as the platoon of soldiers rushed towards him. Their combined 5-star spell allowed them to create an enclosure of fire, trapping their target within. The soldiers swung their spears with power and speed, creating gusts of flame with each of their attacks. But even so, they were unable to catch even a single whiff of the blue-scaled lizard. Each time they would get close, he would turn into lightning and buzz around, electrifying everyone he touched. It only took less than 30 seconds from the formation of their enclosure before their numbers dwindled low enough for their spell to break in concentration. Eventually, Jakku stood amongst a sea of soldiers on the ground, each one burned and electrified. Who are these people? Arseny asked himself. They were far too powerful to be unknown fighters, but the worst part was that they weren't even the only ones decimating his forces. Without him even realizing it, one of the platoons had already been engulfed by a strange, shadowy figure. They stood barely conscious in a dome of shadows. They stared at the air as if they didn't have a single thought in their minds. Arseny couldn't even see who was doing this, and before he could scan the area for the shadowy perpetrator, he suddenly felt something that made his skin crawl. He looked to the side and saw that his platoon of soldiers were slowly backing away. They were running from the decay that spread through the ground, wilting everything that it touched. The soldiers tried to fight this decay through their flame spells, but even their flames decayed from contact with the ground. Arseny looked towards the source of this decay and saw a skeleton figure standing still, with a thin sword in its hands. As Arseny felt the power coming from this skeleton monster, he realized why his arm hairs were standing up. This monster was in the 9-star realm. Chapter 409, Red Flames. Grieve raised up his thin sword and waved it in the air. His movement was slow, almost too slow for it to do any real damage. Yet, a few moments after he finished his swing, the entire platoon suddenly felt themselves struck with the blade directly in their chests, with necrotic energy suddenly disintegrating their proud flare-corp chest plates into rust. An undead monster? How are they controlling it? The more and more Arseny fought with this strange group, the more he realized that their confidence was not just empty bravado. They were the real thing. The rest of his army charged forward after seeing each platoon get decimated by these single individuals. Even without Arseny's instructions, they knew that they had to put all of their efforts together if they had any chance of defeating them. However, their large numbers meant nothing to these people. Zion's punches broke through space, creating a shockwave of disturbance that destroyed all of their formations. Jakku's lightning-fast sword was untouchable, defeating tens of soldiers just before the thunder cracked in his wake. Fudge kept himself hidden in the shadows, abducting any soldier he touched into an insurmountable illusion that kept them standing in place, completely vulnerable to any attacks. And the most dangerous of them all was Grieve, whose 9-star power completely destroyed any coordinated magic spell that these soldiers could think of. His swings looked normal, yet it would decimate almost 10% of the soldiers each time, decaying their armor and weapons into rust particles that flew into the wind. Arseny knew at this moment that his army was about to lose. This unknown group of individuals had somehow bested Flarecorp's best of the best. You guys have no idea who you have angered. This world has powers that you do not even comprehend, he said, summoning all the strength he could muster. He raised his halberd in the air, its blade suddenly glowing an orange light as he started to unleash the power hidden in his chest. A flame emerged on his entire body before a shimmering figure appeared above his head. The roaring head of a lion appeared above Arseny, with its mane filled with that of blazing flames that only seemed to grow hotter as the lion slowly awakened. This was Arseny's diva, a flaming lion. However, this diva's body was still clearly incomplete. The only thing that was manifested was its head, with the rest of the body still yet to appear. But that was enough to bring back the dwindling morale of the Flarecorp soldiers. They suddenly gained a new sense of confidence of this flaming lion. They knew that their commander would finally unleash one of his greatest strengths that surely none of these people had ever even seen before. The fire on this diva lit up their spirits once again, giving them a second wind to rally up their power and defend against these powerful individuals. With the formation of his diva, Arseny burst into action. He jumped up from his horse and charged towards Zion and the rest of them. Seeing this, Zion's smile seemed to only grow wider. He took this as a challenge. With his gauntlets glowing with a violet power, he stepped back before unleashing one of his strongest attacks. He punched the air multiple times, creating more and more shattered fabric of space that eventually traveled down towards the speeding Arseny. Zion's barrage of punches traveled through multiple soldiers, each one launching far away the moment the shattered space propagated towards them. However, as it reached Arseny, he raised up his halberd with both his hands and reared it up behind him. And just as Zion's space-breaking barrage of punches reached him, he swung his halberd wide, meeting the punch head-on. The two powers clashed, creating a shockwave that sent the weaker soldiers flying. Even the ground began to crumble, creating a crater at the point of impact. Zion's attack was an unrelenting force, continuing to add more power even after the collision, and for a moment it even seemed as going to win this battle. But it was at that moment that Arseny's diva shouted a silent roar, with its flaming mane bursting forth with life. Suddenly his halberd erupted in a pure red flame, a power that did not contain a single ounce of mana, yet its power was enough to fight against Zion's power. The red fire spread towards the shattered space of Zion's punches, engulfing it in a red flame. "Submit," Arseny commanded. And suddenly, the shattered space engulfed in red flames suddenly lost all of its power. Zion felt its connection with the spell break, as if he no longer had control of it at all. "Return for me," Arsene added. And suddenly the shattered punches began to turn back, creating a shattered space that reached towards Zion at speeds far faster than his original spell. Zion felt his own shattering punch come towards him at full speed. This was the first time that the young Dragonborn felt his own spell backfire on him. With his physical speed, Zion could have dodged away at the very last second, but his stubbornness got the better of him, and he ended up powering his gauntlets a second time to try and beat his own power. He punched the air, his arms almost blurring as he released a flurry of blows even faster than when he used it the first time. A new shattered space appeared in front of Zion. As soon as his final punch landed, the cracks propagated forward, coming face to face with flaming red shattered space. The two collided, creating sparks of lightning as the two cracks crashed into one another. Wind picked up from the impact, turning the green field into a bald crater, turning deeper and deeper as the two forces fought against each other. "Empower!" Arsene shouted, and soon the red flames enveloping the cracks suddenly grew even bigger and hotter. The cracks seemed to have gained a new strength as it started to overpower Zion's attack. Seeing this, Zion didn't hesitate to jump forward and create more space-breaking punches to defeat Arsene's counterattack. But it was that moment that the red flames grew larger, soon enveloping Zion's attacks. Zion felt his own power get cut off once again. The two cracks, once fighting, had ceased all conflicts and merged together to become a giant crack in space. Soon, this giant zombified amalgamation of Zion's punches combined, and then started to shoot towards its sender. "There is nothing that my flames cannot conquer," Arsene said. "You were a formidable fighter, but you too shall perish in the face of Flarecorp's greatness." The giant flaming red cracks would soon envelop Zion, and there was nothing that would stop it. Arsene knew it was over. He turned around, scanning the battlefield for his next target, but it was in that moment that silence reigned. A couple of seconds had passed, yet the crash that was supposed to have resulted in a large explosion never happened. He turned around, only to see the red flaming cracks frozen in the air just a few meters away from Zion. "Whew," the young Dragonborn said. "Thanks for the save, bro, Mike." Chapter 410, Flaming Lion. Arsene felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. The flaming lion above him was growling as if it was wary of something. He slowly panned up his head to the skies, only to see the golden-haired boy standing in the air. This child had stayed away from the battlefield this whole time. Arsene thought that he was just a spectator, nothing more than a kid who tagged along without knowing anything. Yet as he looked up at the skies, he saw something that he could not believe. Above the boy's head there was an image of a right hand made out of metal, whose veins seemed to be glowing with a strange white light. The fact that his own flaming lion diva had noticed this right hand meant only one thing: it was a diva. "How is this possible?" Arsene muttered under his breath, his eyes trying to adjust. He tried to scrutinize the figure, wanting to see if it was just an ordinary illusion. However, the more he observed it, the more he realized that it was the real deal. Somehow an unknown child had gotten his hands on one of the strongest metals in the world and obtained a nobility all on his own. This was akin to a monkey suddenly learning how to speak and write. This shouldn't have happened, especially in a backwoods part of the Queen's region. "Who are you, really?" Arsene asked. There was no way that a boy would be able to obtain a diva accidentally. It had to have involved a healer who surgically placed the Godforge piece in his heart. "Me? I'm the leader of the Reborn company," Michael replied. The fact that Arsene had no idea of this name made even less sense. If it was low enough in the Golden 500 ranking, then there was no way it was powerful enough to obtain even a single Godforge piece. "How did you obtain that diva?" "I just found it," Michael replied. "Oh, and Blazel gave her piece to me, or more accurately, I took it from her." The moment Blazel's name was mentioned, a sense of realization came to pass in Arsene's mind. "She would never betray Flarecorp. This means that you defeated her. I think I understand it now. Your Reborn company has somehow defeated Blazel and the army we sent her, foiling our plans to conquer this entire region," Arsene said. "And, looking at your members," he said, looking at the Rebornians, "it's not hard to see how they lost." "Ding, ding, you got it right, Blee," Zion said, sticking out his tongue. "They tried to attack us." "Well, you know what happened," Jakku said, sheathing his sword. Arsene ignored them and focused on Michael. "But it still doesn't make sense. How did you defeat her and obtain a diva for yourself?" Michael shrugged. "The Godforge pieces just came to me," he said truthfully. But Arsene just scoffed, thinking that it was a bold-faced lie. "It does not matter. I will force you to tell me the truth once I have proved my diva superior to yours." "Try," Michael challenged. Such confidence for someone only in the second stage of body formation. Meanwhile, I'm already on the third stage and have matured enough to advance to the next one. Once I have defeated you, I will take back Blazel's God-forged pieces and surgically implement them to myself. Arsene squatted deep in the ground, holding the halberd in both hands and sweeping it in an arc around him. The red fire of the mithril relic weapon spread to the ground in a circle, creating a crescent platform that Arsene could stand on. "Arise," he commanded. And soon the chunk of soil on the ground lifted in the air and began to hover, allowing Arsene to float closer towards Michael. "So anything that touches your weapon has to follow your words," Michael observed. "That is correct," Arsene nodded. In his mind, the results of the fight wouldn't matter even if Michael figured out his power. "A lion is the king of the jungle. My flaming lion is the king of everything in the world. Anything my fire touches will submit to my words." "Interesting," Michael said, nodding in satisfaction. "I do not know how you prevented my flames from hitting your red-scaled friend from below, but it doesn't matter." "It was a fluke." Arsene raised his hand, beckoning the platform underneath his feet to charge towards Michael, and with his halberd in hand he swung it in a straight vertical line towards Michael. "Even your clothes will strangle you," Arsene said, intending to use his red flames on Michael. Michael's feet blasted off air, allowing him to dodge easily from Arsene's swing. "You're fast, but..." Before he could even finish his sentence, he suddenly saw a bright light flash on the corner of his eye. He saw the tip of Michael's finger glow white with power. Worry showed on Arsene's face, but he soon realized that this power was not an ability, but just a simple spell made out of mana. This would not affect his diva. How did you defeat Blazel if you don't even know the basics of magnetics? It was at that moment that Michael fired his Unity gun, creating an instantaneous white laser beam that hit Arsene square in the chest. Arsene's eyes widened, not expecting it to be so fast he couldn't even react. But thanks to his top-of-the-line Flare Corp armor, the laser beam slowed down just a few milliseconds, enough for his red flames to manifest and try to conquer the laser beam. However, Arsene's red flames seemed to recoil in pain as it touched the Unity gun beam, with its flames becoming destroyed upon contact. Arsene could only stare in shock as the Unity gun continued on its course and penetrated through his armor and into his body. "Ka!" Arsene winced. Blood started to flow from the wound in his chest despite it being smaller than a fingernail. Red flames manifested around the wound. "Stop bleeding," Arsene said to himself, causing the blood to flow back into his body. Still, he could not reverse the injury. Holding his chest in pain, Arsene looked at Michael, confusion and anger directed at him. "A mana spell that could defeat an ability. That's impossible." Michael didn't respond and simply raised his hand again, with the tip of his fingers glowing with the same power as before. Now wary of this strange spell, Arsene dived back into the ground. He swooped down into the forest, slicing trees as his halberd swung by. Each of the trees were cut from the trunk. The sound of wood splintering echoed out as the trees started to fall like dominoes. But then, red flames started to envelop the trees, allowing Arsene to take full control over them. "Attack him!" he shouted, pointing at Michael. There was a sense of urgency in his voice, one that was spurred on by the ominous glowing light on Michael's finger. 20 trees shot towards Michael, each one with its crown pointed at him. Just as one tree was about to hit Michael, a small blur sped forth from his fingers and attached itself to the tree. And suddenly, the tree froze in place, unable to move any further. Arsene's face turned into one of complete shock and horror, as he realized that even his red flame stopped moving, as if time itself had ceased to flow. Chapter 411 Involuntarily Freeze. Arsene's face contorted as he focused on the red flames covering the tree. But no matter what he tried to do, he was unable to move or control his own ability, as if it had been cut off from his control completely. "No, you're not supposed to overpower my ability," Arsene complained. He was in the 3rd stage of body formation, just a half step into the next stage. He just needed to surgically implant a new God-forged piece into his body before he could transcend to the 4th stage. Meanwhile, the golden-haired boy was clearly only in the 2nd stage. His ability was not supposed to affect an ability that was already in the 3rd stage. That was impossible. Yet, Michael's switch stopped it all the same. Indignant, Arsene commanded the rest of the trees to pierce through Michael, hoping that one of them would be able to defeat the anomalous boy. Michael took out his hands from his pockets, revealing a switch sandwiched on each of his fingers, totaling a number of 8 switches. And as he swung his hand, each switch stuck onto a tree, completely stopping them just the same as the first one. And when Arsene tried to collide a tree into one of the frozen trees, the speeding tree ended up colliding with the tree and becoming afflicted with the time freeze as well. All around Michael were trees standing completely still, and with Arsene becoming completely flustered by what he was witnessing, Michael finally found a gap and released the power harnessed on the tip of his finger. The Unity gun shot off, hitting Arseny directly in his left shoulder, sending him reeling backwards. Arseny screamed in pain, and before he could even recover, he saw Michael's hand start to glow again as it gathered power in his fingers. Arseny had no chance but to fly away, hoping that he could somehow dodge against that near-instantaneous laser that he had no way of defending against. Meanwhile, the Flercorp soldiers watched on with horror as their commander was left fleeing the battlefield in the face of this golden-haired boy. "No," they muttered, their breaking voices indicative of their lowered morale. They thought that they would finally win against these people with Arseny's diva, but who would have thought that even this boy would have the power of the metal as well? And in the face of defeat, the soldiers decided that they were going to sacrifice their lives in order to give their commander a chance to escape or make a counterattack. "Soldiers, charge!" Under the united banner of Flercorp, the soldiers quickly turned their focus towards Michael. They gathered their power, magic circles appearing on their feet, as they tried to summon a great big spell that could hopefully throw the boy off his course. But just as they were about to unleash a great fireball in Michael's direction, a flash of blue lightning crashed into their formation, electrifying most of them and breaking their concentration. Yaku reappeared on the other side of the army, his eyes still flickering with lightning. "Not under my watch," he said. "Damn it, if I can't defeat that Arseny guy, I'll just take out my anger on all of you." Zion shouted, rushing towards the army. The soldiers who weren't electrocuted by Yaku rushed towards Zion, thrusting their spears at him. But then Zion put his hands up, protecting his chin, and started to weave left and right into a lying figure-8 pattern. This was none other than the Dempsey roll. The soldier thrusted his flaming spear towards Zion, but his attack simply phased past the Dragonborn, and before he could retract his spear, he suddenly felt a great power punch him in his chin as Zion delivered an uppercut. Zion jabbed, punched, and uppercutted anyone that tried to attack him, destroying their formation even further. "Ho-ho! I don't even have to do anything," Grief said, leisurely lying down on the ground and watching everything unfold. Arseny saw his entire army get completely decimated as he ran away. "Tisk! Damn it, they're done!" he shouted his anger. There was no one left remaining to help him. He knew that this was his final stand, so he quickly turned back and faced Michael. There were still about 10 trees left in his control, while the rest of them were frozen in the air. "Those blocks of metal," he said, observing the switches attached to the trees. "That's the source of your ability." Figuring this out, Arseny turned his halberd sideways and swung it in the tree's direction, causing a great wind to hit the flaming trees. Suddenly the red fire enveloping them grew even hotter. "Explode!" Arseny commanded. And soon the trees burst out into a million little splinters, with each one of them turning into toothpicks with a sharp point rivaling that of a pin. "If your weird freezing of time is controlled by those blocks of iron, then your weakness is an area of effect spell." Arseny laughed, thinking that he had a way to win the fight. Michael, faced with millions of these splinters, looked at Arseny and fired off another one of his unity gun. The laser beam, made out of all 8 elements, hit Arseny square in his stomach, making the man kneel on the platform beneath his feet. Blood started to drop from his mouth. Clearly, the injuries from the unity gun were starting to catch up to him, but despite the injury, Arseny looked up at Michael and found a way to smile through the pain. My ability cannot be broken," he declared. "Pierce him!" His face contorted as he commanded millions of these splinters to skewer Michael from all sides. Up, down, left, right, everything was covered, but because there were too many splinters to take control, some of them ended up malfunctioning and shooting off in the complete opposite direction. Still, there were still enough splinters to cover every inch of Michael's body. A bloody smile formed on Arseny's face, thinking that he won. But just then he heard a buzzing sound behind him. Whiz. Arseny turned around, only to see a strange metal object hovering in the air. Even though it had no eyes, it seemed to be looking at him directly in the eyes. And before he could react, a switch block launched from the side and hit Arseny directly in the chest. As soon as the switch block attached itself to Arseny, a strange force seemed to take hold of his entire body, causing it to freeze in time. And it was in this moment that the connection Arseny had with the millions of splinters immediately cut off. The red flames surrounding the splinters became extinguished in an instant, causing them to all fall to the earth with no more ability powering their flight. Just a second later, Arseny's body began to twitch. Soon, the flaming line above his body thrashed in the air, completely breaking free from the freezing effect of the switch. The iron block soon fell from Arseny's chest, rendering it useless. Arseny quickly looked around, not knowing what had happened. In his perspective, it felt like everything had flashed forward in a split second. It felt like he had skipped time. Michael's switch may have only frozen Arseny for less than a second, but it was enough to disable all of his abilities. Chapter 4-12, Incessant Metal Bug. Arseny looked around, realizing that his control over the splinters had ceased to exist. If he wanted to control them again, he needed to make contact with them on the ground. He looked at Michael, who remained completely uninjured, compared to himself, who was inundated with bullet holes. An ability that can affect people and magnetics. A looming sense of defeat overcame his heart. As crazy as it may sound, he was going to lose to someone that was one stage lower than himself. Arseny had no other choice but to flee. Since his entire army had been completely wiped out by those people, he knew that even if he could somehow defeat the boy, he would have to deal with them as well. He willed the platform underneath his feet to shoot off into the distance, accelerating like a rocket. He swung his halberd simultaneously, engulfing the air that rushed past him with the red flames. He then controlled the air to propel him faster, hoping that he could run away from the golden-haired boy and his comrades. In just a matter of a few moments, he was able to cross the distance, leaving the battlefield fading in the background. A sense of relief washed over Arseny. Whiz! Arseny looked to the side and saw the same metal block keeping up with him. "What the hell is this?" he shouted. He swung his halberd, conquering the air and commanding them to form a wall of wind that protected him from the incessant metal bug. Just then, the metal block launched 2 consecutive switches towards Arseny. One of them stopped the air wall, and the other attached itself to Arseny's chest. The man found himself frozen in time once again. A second later, Arseny overpowered the switch and regained control of his body. But not before a beam of Unity gun hit him on the right shoulder. "Damn it," Arseny grumbled. Michael had already caught up with him because he was frozen for a second. Not only that, but Michael seemed to be accompanied by a weird metal monster as well. The drone flew close to Arseny, intending to launch another switch on his body. Learning from this mistake, Arseny didn't try to escape. He lunged forward, bringing his halberd into a 180-degree arc from behind him. The mithril relic's blade clashed with the drone, creating sparks that shot off from the point of impact. Arseny's face contorted as his muscles bulged. He was trying to overpower the drone, trying to spread the red flames to take over the metal bug for himself. But as soon as the flames tried to consume the drone, the power of Unity surged through it, deflecting the red flames and disintegrating it into pure energy. It didn't end there. As Arseny kept on pushing his halberd into the drone, the power from the collision started to create cracks under his weapon. No. Arseny tried to deny it, yet the cracks from his mithril relic were echoing in his ears as clear as day. The red halberd in his hands shivered for a moment before finally it exploded out into a million fragments. Its diminished power let out small bursts of lights before finally dissolving into nothingness. Arseny felt the weight of his weapon become as light as air. The world around him seemed to turn into slow motion as he saw his own mithril relic shatter into pieces. With no more weapon to focus the power of his diva, Arseny's flame lion soon shimmered in and out of existence, before finally powering off. The platform underneath his feet finally gave, leaving Arseny plummeting to the ground. He crashed and tumbled onto the ground, breaking several of his bones. Yet the pain of this moment could not overshadow the pain of losing his mithril relic. Completely battered, broken and bruised, Arseny looked up at Michael as he slowly descended from the air. The drone floated towards Michael's palms before its propellers came to a stop and letting it fall gently onto his hand. "I should have known that's your mithril relic," Arseny said, coughing out blood. He should have found it weird that Michael had been fighting all this time without a visible weapon in his hands. You are an anomaly." Those were the words that fit Michael the most. His strange power that could defeat those a stage above himself, and even the mithril relic that could somehow fly without any magic or aid. Tell me your secret." Arseny used the rest of his energy to prop himself up. "How are you able to defeat me? How do you have a mithril relic that can fly? There are no such weapons in the world." But Michael stayed silent. "Well, go on. Kill me then," he said to Michael. Michael looked down at Arseny. "After seeing how your Flare Corp company heartlessly conquers towns and forces them to submit, you don't deserve a punishment of quick death." Arseny scoffs. "That's the only way we could compete." "There are other ways," Michael declared, "and I'll show it to you. I will conquer the world, forcing no one to submit under my rule." A laugh almost breaks out from Arseny's mouth. Yet he saw that Michael was completely serious. "There's no way you can do that," Michael shrugged. "We'll see. I've proven you wrong once. I'll prove it again." And it was at that moment that Arseny felt a tug from his chest. It felt like something from inside his body was trying to get out. He looked down, only to see that a liquid metal was seeping out of the bullet holes in his flaming orange armor. It took a second for him to realize what it was. Only when the first drop floated out of his body and started to burn into a white fire did Arseny finally realize what it was. It was a God-forged piece. More and more drops of liquid God-forged pieces flowed out of his body. "No, what are you doing? Come back!" Arsene tried to the droplets, but the white fire that consumed the God-forged pieces burned him to the touch. These drops floated forward, coming towards Michael's chest, and as it got closer and closer to him, its speed picked up before it eventually shot towards his heart like a bullet. Michael felt no pain from the God-forged piece. The liquid pieces continued to transfer out of Arsene's chest, leaving him weaker and weaker. Eventually, the last drop of Godforge left his body. His flaming lion diva roared out in defiance, but as that final drop left Arsene's body, the diva dispersed into the air like smoke, completely disappearing permanently. Arsene felt a void in his heart, powerless. Meanwhile, Michael continued to absorb the Godforge pieces. Each drop covered more of his heart's skin, allowing him to feel more connected with his diva. The robotic arm above him started to grow, completing the shoulders before it finally stopped. He absorbed the last drop of the Godforge pieces. Unfortunately, it was not enough to push him to the next level of the body formation realm. Arsene fell to the ground, completely shattered in body and in mind. He finally understood how Blazel could lose to a country bumpkin like him. Chapter 413, Spreading Mythos. As expected of boss, Jakku said, appearing as a streak of blue lightning beside Michael. Certainly, Ho-Ho. I haven't seen anyone as powerful as he is, at least in the few seconds of memory that I have Ho-Ho. Michael didn't know if he should take that as an insult or a compliment, but knowing Grieve, he just probably said it without thinking. He had no brain after all. Master, these soldiers are going to be in prison, right? Can I please have them as my subordinates? Fudge said, hopping towards Michael with 100 zombified soldiers walking behind him. All of them were still connected to Fudge's shadow, which meant that they were still under an illusion. Fudge, remember what I said, you can't do that anymore. You'll have to recruit them after they are of sound mind. Fudge deflated, feeling disappointed. Oh, bro Mike, that was so cool, Zion said, mimicking the moves Michael made during the fight. Even Michael's signature shrug was completely replicated by the young Dragonborn. So, what do we do now? Jakku asked. Do we just go home? Fudge and Zion immediately crossed their hands. No. Nah. When we go back, that white devil dragon is definitely going to punish us. We may as well keep away from her as late as possible, Zion insisted. Well, we have nothing more to do, Michael said. Unless... Michael and Fudge both made eye contact. There was a hidden connection between the two, a non-verbal conversation that was completely in line with each other. Unless we go after the rest of Flare Corp, Fudge said, rejuvenating back into a slime ball. Great idea! Zion jumped. There's still the first in command of the entire company, the leader. As soon as he said those words, Arsene immediately whipped his head up. He tried to stand up, but losing his diva not only completely exhausted him, but also exacerbated the injuries he sustained from the Unity gun. No, I can't let you guys meet with Phlarexis. Everyone turned to look at Fudge, who was the sole investigator of this whole affair. Phlarexis Oscorp is none other than the leader of Flarecorp, the ninja slime explained. No matter how injured or exhausted he was, Arsene picked himself up from the ground, only to lose his footing and stumble backwards. I can't, in under no circumstances, let you meet our lord. He is the only hope of our company. I can't let you steal away his god-forged pieces, Arsene declared, staring at Michael. Although Phlarexis was far stronger than Arsene in terms of power and ability, the two ND in command wasn't willing to risk him meeting with Michael. The chance was small, but there was a probability that Michael could achieve victory against Phlarexis, making him suffer the same fate as Arsene and Blazer losing their diva in heartbreaking fashion. Arsene had a bad feeling about the meeting between the two. The worst part was that Arsene was sent here by Phlarexis in order to consolidate their footing in the lower part of the Queen's region after they were being hunted down by the Legacies. It would only be a matter of time before Phlarexis ended up coming to this part of the Queen's region and meeting with Michael. Arsene would rather his lord be captured by the Legacies. At least they were people bound by principle and rules. They couldn't just blindly kill someone like Phlarexis to take the god-forged pieces in his heart. If that happened, then it was more than probable that their parent company, the conglomerates, would have to step in. But not Michael. He had shown that he could steal someone's god-forged pieces without surgery at all. This was a horrifying fact for all Morgnetics, no matter how strong they were. Unfortunately for Arsene, he had absolutely no strength left in his body. No, I can't. Zion swiped Arsene's chin with a swift jab, completely knocking the man out. Fudge then used his own shadow clone to wrap around Arsene and transfer him over to the Reborn prison where he belonged. Okay, peace and quiet. Fudge clapped his blobby hands in satisfaction. Now, let's think about our next move in hunting down Phlarexis. Michael was still high from the sensation of obtaining new god-forged pieces in his heart, so much so that he was completely hungry for more. But still, he didn't let himself get taken over by impulse. Fighting the main leader of a major company like Flare Corp was no easy task. They were just lucky that Arseny had only been dispatched to an isolated place here in the Queen's region with a small army for himself. They thought this was a simple reconnaissance mission to make contact with Blazelle, not expecting that she was already defeated and that there was an ambush waiting at their arrival. This was good for Michael and the others because they were able to defeat them. But this meant that Phlarexis probably had the rest of the Flare Corp soldiers under his command right now. Michael wouldn't be surprised if that number was in the high thousands, and if they charged into Batroc Town guns blazing, with nothing but all 5 of them and no backup, even they would feel the pressure. So, if they were going to siege the walls of Flare Corp, then they better be ready. "It's too dangerous to try and fight thousands of soldiers by ourselves," Michael said to them. "I agree with Michael." "Ho ho ho, I may have lost my memory, but I know a losing battle when I see one," Grieve said, having a strangely solemn look on his bone structure. The Dragonborns had no response for that. They knew they were still weak. This put a damper on their excited moods, but it seemed that Fudge wasn't worried about that at all. "There's no worry about that," Fudge said, waving off their concerns. "We don't have to deal with the soldiers. There's already a rebellion in Batroc Town waiting in the shadows to try for the right time to strike." Grieve immediately nodded, a memory being unlocked in his mind. Yes, a rebellion, ho ho ho. That will certainly even the odds between us." Meanwhile, Michael looked at Fudge, suspicious of the ninja slime. "And how did you know there's going to be a rebellion in Batroc Town?" Michael crossed his arms and stared at Fudge, waiting for his response. Fudge wriggled in place, uncomfortable. "Master, Flare Corp has been terrorizing the town for months now. Maybe they finally had enough of it and wanted to fight for themselves." His master's stare never ceased, still suspicious of him. "Okay, I may have heard that they all found the courage to revolt because of a certain religion that spread within its people. And what religion would that be, Fudge?" The ninja slime put on the best innocent face he could. "The Iron Maiden religion." Hestu, the former Flare Corp member turned into double agent for Fudge, had long infiltrated Batroc Town and had secretly organized religious gatherings in the shadows. There, Hestu went by the nickname, the Priest, and he told them all about the goddess deity made out of metal. All kinds of myths and legends were told about her, further making her mythos become established within the Batroc Town community. He made them believe that with her help they could break free from the shackles of Flare Corp, Chapter 414, Batroc Town. As the time passed, more and more became members of this Iron Maiden religion. Not only that, but as Flare Corp became pressured by the legacies to stop their heinous acts of conquership, the more Flare Corp tightened their control on Batroc Town. This meant that more citizens felt angry with the way Flare Corp had been treating them. This only further pushed them into the arms of this new Iron Maiden religion that promised them a paradise of metals that was free from the hardships Flare Corp had done to them. Eventually they had gathered enough members for a rebellion. All they needed now was a signal before they burst out of the shadows and stormed the castle gates. They were determined to kick Flare Corp out of their town. It didn't matter if they had to fight thousands of soldiers to do so. "So the people believe that the Iron Maiden will help them become successful in their rebellion?" Michael asked Fudge, who he knew to be the mastermind of all of this. "Yes, Master, and that will be us. What a coincidence, ha ha. Yes, Master, and what would you do if we didn't show up?" Fudge stood tall and proud. "I would have asked you to help them, Master." The ninja slime wasn't wrong. Michael would have definitely supported such rebellion against Flare Corp at some point in his expansion to the Queen's region. He just didn't like that Fudge had to use religion to do it. "What did I tell you, Fudge? No illusions to make them believe something that isn't real." Fudge held out his blobby hands, trying to show his innocence. "I didn't, Master. The priest guy just told them that the Iron Maiden is real. It's true, right, she appeared. And who's to say she wasn't a goddess?" Michael sighed. Technically, Fudge was right. And as long as he didn't deceive them or anything, then Michael didn't really care about what religion they believed in. "Fine," he said, trying to brush past the topic. "So, we'll show up in Batroc Town and start a rebellion. And then, we'll use the chaos and hunt down Phlarexis." Fudge nodded, excitement building up in his face. Yes, Master, perfect plan. He. Yes, another mission, which means more time away from my sis," Jakku said, locking shoulders with the others in celebration. "Wait," he said to them. "We should bring them all in on the plan. We'll need all the help we can get." "Oh." "Fudge, go back and tell them about it," Michael ordered. But it was just then that they heard the sound of rustling grass on the side. Too late. "We already know," said Yuna, as she came walking down with the rest of the girls behind her. "Honey, I'm very disappointed that you went into a dangerous fight without warning me," Lilia said, sulking. "Mom? Ahem, Lord Michael. It will be very advisable for you to give me notices on any change in your schedule. I am your secretary after all," Shayna said, with an emotionless smile on her face. "And you, my brothers, we'll talk later." Yaku and Zion felt their spines tingle. They felt like their lives were in danger. "How did you even know we were here?" Mihal asked them. Yuna pointed behind them, where the two shadow orc chieftains were prostrating on the ground. "Your mother is very persuasive," she said. "Buta too. Forgive me, boss. Ratata. It is a disgrace, but we had no choice. She is a monster." Michael didn't even want to know what his mother did to make those proud orcs become like this. But since they were already here anyway, it was all good. He didn't waste any time and briefed them on the situation. "Anyway, so here's the plan," he told them. Eventually, everyone found themselves transported inside the very walls of Batroc Town just a few minutes after their untimely reunion. And since Fudge had already spread his clones to all corners of the town months ago, Michael was able to use his shadow transportation skill to cover everyone within and teleport them to Fudge's clone in Batroc Town. Michael opened his eyes and immediately saw that they were in the middle of the town plaza, and everywhere he looked he saw fire engulfing houses and burning constructs. Hay bales were ablaze, bridges were falling, and a huge smoke cloud was accumulating up in the air. Not only that, but they were fighting all around them. Normal citizens wearing nothing but leather armor and pitchforks fought against armored soldiers wearing the signature insignia of FlareCorp. The surprising thing was that the soldiers were losing. All around he saw the bodies of unconscious FlareCorp soldiers, and barely any civilians were among them. It seemed that the revolution had already started, and they were winning too. "What happened, Fudge? I thought you'd wait until we arrived before you started the rebellion." Fudge closed his eyes for a second as he connected with the thousands of clones he had all around the town. It wasn't long before he found out the reason for the early start of the rebellion. "Master, someone already got here earlier than us. They've already arrived at the castle gates to try and defeat Phlarexis and end his tyrannical rule on Batroc Town." Michael had a feeling he knew who they were. They must be from the legacies back in Metropolis. The atrocities that FlareCorp committed in Batroc Town were so bad that the legacies ended up forming a coalition, a temporary alliance from all their companies to try and stop all the evil deeds that Phlarexis had been doing. In hindsight, Michael should have known he was late to the party. After all, a second-in-command like Arseny wouldn't have been dispatched with only 500 soldiers with him if Phlarexis wasn't already getting attacked by the coalition of the legacies. This was a joyous occasion, don't get it wrong. After all, the people of Batroc Town would finally be free from the tyrannical rule of FlareCorp. Not only that, but the threat to Angora City will finally have been defeated, and Michael could expand his business without problem. However, Michael couldn't help but feel a little bit left out. In truth, he wanted to be the one to defeat Phlarexis, but unfortunately someone had already beaten him to the punch. "Wait, so does that mean we won't get to fight?" Zion grumbled. "Don't be insensitive," Shayna said as she smacked him. While the young Dragonborn sulked at not being able to fight, Lilia took this opportunity to do a little bit of good deed mixed with advertisement. "There's plenty of things for us to do," she said. "For example, we can help the injured." Lilia approached the civilians on the ground and started to use earth-healing magic on them. "Don't worry, my son Michael will definitely fix up this whole place and build a better one," she promised them. Michael slapped his head. "That's not the time to be doing this, Mom." Yes. The Iron Maiden has helped improve your luck, dear citizens," Fudge declared. Praise be. Even Fudge was out of control. Michael would have reprimanded them, but there was other things on his mind. Despite everyone doing their best to help the injured, Michael couldn't help but look at the castle in the distance. Even from here he could feel the echoes of a fight. Not just any fight, but a fight between Morgnetics. Chapter 415, Phlarexis. Michael decided to split off from the group and head on over towards the castle grounds. He floated over the entire town of Batroc, seeing all the chaos in the battlefield between the soldiers and the insurgents. It was clear that these citizens, although plenty brave, didn't defeat these soldiers all by themselves. He saw evidence of large magic spell residue in the air, something that was probably in the 5 to 6 star realm. Finally, he passed over the castle moat and ended up in its giant front doors. It was at that moment that the ground shook. He felt the propagation of power beneath his feet. This was not an earthquake. There wasn't any manner at all from this disturbance, meaning only one thing: this was due to a nobility. Michael continued through the castle interior, passing by the burnt flags and paraphernalia of FlareCorp strewn about on the walls and up on the ceilings. As he came closer to the throne room, he noticed that there were a lot of life mana signatures in the room. Everyone was standing up, meanwhile. There was only one person who was kneeling on the floor with his life mana slowly dwindling down. He pushed open the door, finally laying eyes on Phlarexis FlareCorp. The man was in his mid-20s, with a fiery red hair that used to be slicked back with gel but was now disheveled. Michael knew that he was the owner of Flare Corp because his face was depicted in all the paintings that he had passed through to get to the throne room. Flaxus was injured, with blood pooling on his feet. He was on the brink of defeat. Michael's eyes swept over the entire room, noticing 5 individuals standing around Flarexis in a circle, with 20 or so more people scattered about the room. He immediately knew that these 5 people were the one responsible for bringing down Flarexis to his knees. They weren't exhibiting any kind of strength or mana fluctuation for that matter, which only served to verify Michael's suspicions that they were magnetic. You people, and you pride yourselves as honorable. Is that what you call honor, combining forces to defeat me? Flarexis denounced. One of the 5 people stepped forward. This man had long black hair, wearing gold jewelry and gold armor around his body. Judging from the fact that Flarexis focused his anger onto him, Michael guessed that this man was the leader of this entire group. We have rules, Flarexis. It's what makes us human. What you did to this town, what you did to its people, it's not human. We had to stop you. Flarexis spat on the man's shoes. Spare me the lecture, Alaric. You can only say that because you're at the top. But when I tried to claw my way up to your spot, you just had to bring me down. Alaric, the man with long black hair, shook his head in disappointment. I welcome a challenge. If you had played by the rules and not cheated, I would have graciously accepted my defeat. But you didn't, Flarexis. Meanwhile, the other 4 people beside Alaric seemed bored out of their minds. One of them sat on the ground playing with his knife. The other read a book. One was leisurely laying on the ground, while the last one was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Titsk. Damn legacies, I never liked all of you, treating each other nicely, making friends, what bullshit. This is supposed to be a competition between us all, Flarexis ranted. We don't have to, Alaric retorted. You can only say that because you're up on your pedestal. It must be nice being the golden child, the prodigy, the insurmountable talent. Flarexis felt his anger rise up, and as it did, it slowly emerged from above him. Flames erupted, slowly forming the spherical structure of a fiery sun. But as Flarexis roared out his anger, more and more flames got added to the sun, creating a rotational movement within it. Anything that lays eyes on my sun will feel my wrath and suffer the heat of a star. A pillar of flares started to erupt from the poles of the sun, creating a replica of a quasar from deep in space. One could easily guess that Flarexis would be able to use the power of his quasar to empower himself. Michael looked at Flarexis' diva and gauged that he was probably in the 4th stage of body formation. This was verified by ChatJK4, who used a comparison of Michael's strength and extrapolated the result. If the 2 of them fought, Michael knew that it would be a hard battle, but still he felt like he had a good chance of winning, albeit maybe suffering a few injuries here and there. Please don't do this, Flarexis. Give up, Alaric warned. No, this world shall know the power of Flare Corp. Flarexis faced the ceiling, which had been blown wide open from their earlier fight. He stared at the sun, absorbing more power from it. His power kept rising, allowing his own diva to become inflated with power. In just a matter of a few seconds, Flarexis' power bulged up to the 5th stage of body formation and had no signs of stopping. If Michael was the one fighting him, he would have already thrown out his switches to disrupt Flarexis' ability and render his absorption useless. However, Alaric and the other 4 didn't seem to care at all as Flarexis became stronger. Alaric, according to our agreement, we only had to bring support. You have to finish him off yourself, said one of the legacies. You don't even need us here, said the other. I did my job, I helped the rebellion outside. That's my contribution. Alaric nodded to his temporary allies. He knew his role. He approached Flarexis and raised his hand. The emerald ring on his middle finger glowed with power, showing itself to be a mithril relic. As soon as the ring showed itself, a strange power seemed to propagate from Alaric's hand, reaching the fiery sun above Flarexis' body. The diva recoiled, as if it had been hit by an invisible force. And suddenly the fiery sun started to shimmer in and out of existence before finally dispersing like smoke blown by the wind. Michael couldn't believe what he saw. He didn't even see Alaric's diva, yet somehow he was able to defeat Flarexis' fiery sun without any trouble. How strong is this guy? To be able to defeat a 4th stage body formation like Flarexis so easily must mean that Alaric's power was far beyond that. Not to mention, Flarexis' strength had probably reached above that of a 5th stage because of his sun absorption. He's in the 8th stage or probably 9th stage, Michael guessed. Flarexis coughed out blood. Damn it, he shouted in indignance. Just finish me off. I clearly am no match for you. I will not kill you. You deserve to go to jail and lose your company. That will be your punishment, Alaric declared. And what? Become the disappointment of Oscorp. I would rather die, Flarexis scoffed. And before anyone could even react, Flarexis' entire body started to glow with the same light as his fiery sun diva. In the next moment, Flarexis' body exploded. disintegrating his body and releasing a tremendous amount of energy inside the throne room. Chapter 4-16 Legacies. What is up with these people from the Oscorp family and their love for self-destruction? Michael complained. First Blazel, now Florexis. The two cousins' first instinct upon defeat was to kill themselves. But that was not the time to contemplate about their weird family. The explosion was about to reach him. Michael was just a millisecond away from activating his diva and using one of his switches to save himself from the explosion. But just then, he felt a very brief pulse of tremendous power coming from one of the people next to Alaric. The explosion that was supposed to have blown away the entire castle was suddenly rendered inert. Somehow this person made Florexis' self-destruction into nothing more than a flashbang. Whatever's left of him was now just a black explosive residue on the ground. Not even a single bit of his blood or flesh remained. As the aftermath of the explosion died down, Michael looked at the man who had stopped the whole castle from destruction. In that brief show of power, he realized that this person had a very powerful body formation cultivation. By his estimation, probably not lower than the 7th stage. Florexis was never one to accept defeat. A shame, Alaric sighed. But now that the Flare Corp problem was solved once and for all, things could finally return to normal. Since they were the leaders of major companies back in Metropolis, the Legacies were quick to finish their business and deal with the aftermath of the battle. Alaric turned to the civilians and the rebels in the throne room. "This is now your territory," he said to them. "You can elect your own government and decide for yourselves what you want to do." And once he said that, the civilians of Batrock Town heaved a sigh of relief. Michael was glad for them as well. Usually, when a reigning company gets ousted from a territory, those that were the victor ended up conquering the territory for themselves. But Alaric had no intention of doing so, despite having every right to do so. This made him think of Alaric as an upstanding man. Eventually, one of the civilians raised up his pitchfork in the air and cheered. "Freedom," he shouted. The rest of the civilians in the throne room shouted back at him, repeating his words. "Praise be to the Iron Maiden. She has given us the Metal of Luck for this victory. Praise be to the Iron Maiden." Everyone chanted to the Iron Maiden's name, completely stupefying Alaric and the other outsiders. None of them had ever even heard of this religion before, but somehow it seemed to be extremely prevalent in this town. "No one shall govern this town except for the Iron Maiden," the man declared, and the crowd cheered back at him. Alaric and the other Legacies knew just how strategic this territory was, considering its location and proximity to Metropolis. So they couldn't help but think that whoever was affiliated with this Iron Maiden religion would benefit greatly from this town. "Anybody heard of this religion before?" one of them asked. "Alaric, is it someone you know?" Alaric shook his head. "I have no idea. They have quickly taken over this territory with their ideology of this new Iron Maiden. It's very impressive. Whoa, big praise from you." While the Legacies talked amongst themselves and while the locals celebrated with each other, Michael was left alone on the edge of the throne room's doorway. He blended perfectly with the crowd. Fudge suddenly jumped up from the shadows beside Michael, plopping above Michael's head. "Good, you're here. Yes, master." Michael pointed at the Legacies in front of him. "What can you tell me about them?" Hee. "That's easy, master. These people introduced themselves to the locals upon their arrival, so I was able to easily pick up the pieces and put them all together. That one right there is Alaric Goldstone," Fudge said, pointing to the long black-haired man with his locks flowing down to his shoulders. "He's from the Gilderan Company, a sub-company of the conglomerate Goldstone." Fudge then pointed to two people standing beside Alaric. "Those two guys are Alaric's subordinates." The man on the right of him, who had short green hair and a sheathed katana on his back, his name is Perseus. "It looks like he's the right-hand man of Alaric," Fudge guessed. Michael recognized Perseus as the one who had stopped the explosion from creating any real damage to the throne room. "Master, that man on the left of Alaric is Orion." Fudge pointed at the man who was still laying on the ground, completely disinterested with whatever was happening. Next, Fudge pointed to the pink-haired girl with a ponytail and a short skirt reading a book. "She's called Aerith. She's from the conglomerate Sinclair's Elixir, acting as the CEO of all their operations in Metropolis. And finally, the last one was a burly man who had tanned skin and a very hairy arm. If it wasn't for his tall height, then Michael would have mistaken him for a dwarf. That is Bobby. He's from the Quench Company, a sub-company of the Hephaestus conglomerate. 3 of them were from the same company, Gilderan, which was headed by Alaric Goldstone. The other was from Sinclair's Elixir, and the last one was from Hephaestus Company. This meant that Alaric, Aerith, and Bobby were the actual Legacies, the inheritors from the top conglomerates. But from what Michael recalled in his conversation with Cerberus, there were 5 of them in total. The 4th one must have been Florexis before he was ousted. This meant that there was one last member of the legacies that wasn't present here. "This ends our coalition," Aerith said to Alaric. "Yes, thank you for your help," Alaric told her. "I really appreciate you for coming." Alaric turned to Bobby. "And thank you too, Bobby. The weapons and armors ended up saving a lot of civilian lives." Bobby approached Alaric and gave him a big hug. "No problem, man," he said before turning to leave. Now that their coalition was done, there was no more need for them to cooperate with each other. "I'm sure you've heard the rumor," Aerith said, looking at Alaric with deep eyes. "They said that another vial's going to be up on auction soon." "Oh, I need that," Bobby grunted. "My mithril artifact needs another coat of Sue," Aerith laughed. "Well, good luck to us both, Bobby. Let's pray that we can save up enough money to put up a decent fight against Alaric this time." "You jest." Alaric waved them off. "I would struggle to win the auction against you both as well." Michael realized that although they were legacies, they were quite friendly with each other, a complete opposite of Flarecorp and Flarexis. But of course that didn't mean that there was no competition amongst them. And it looks like this time, they were competing to get a vial of the spirit of old. He immediately asked ChatJK4 to give him a mental note about it. He definitely would give Metropolis a visit now after he heard this. Aerith then turned to look at where Flarexis exploded. "It's just a shame about those Godforge pieces," she sighed. She knew that the explosion turned those metals into tiny pieces far too small to even see with the naked eye. There was no way it could be surgically placed to someone else now. Chapter 417, Legacies Meet Reborn. Of course, Aerith would have never thought that she was in the presence of a natural magnetic. That was still a myth in her mind. "The Godforge pieces are a lost cause, but we still have a problem, ladies and gentlemen. There is still one person on the loose, their second in command, Arseny," Alaric warned. Bobby crossed his arms, deep in thought. How strong is he again? Perseus, the right-hand man of Alaric, answered that question. "He's in the third stage of body formation. He is strong enough to wreak havoc in the Lower Queen's region, particularly Angora City, and even the King's region. If left on his own for too long, he could end up gathering his own forces and launching a counterattack on us." "That is a problem," Aerith pondered. "That place is devoid of any magnetics. He'll be able to rain terror over there with no one to stop him." The legacies knew just how strong a nobility was in the right hands, and they knew how much destruction someone with a vendetta could do. They thought that once Arseny found out his liege died, then he would do everything he could to seek revenge. And this was a problem for the legacies because it would disrupt the normal flow of life, and that meant losing profits. "I call dibs on defeating Arseny," Bobby blurted out. "You can't just call dibs on that," Aerith retorted. Alaric shook his head, feeling a headache coming on. "We're going to have another week-long meeting about this, aren't we?" Even their plan of defeating Flarexis took them months to decide. But it was not because their plan was too complex, but because they didn't know how they were going to divide the burden and the profits. For example, now that Flarecorp has disbanded, their territory in Metropolis was currently up for grabs, but the legacies decided to evenly distribute it amongst them all. But of course, they had to argue for months before that was decided. Aerith decided to stop arguing with Bobby over this. "Whatever," she said, turning away from him. She then walked over to the Batrock town locals, who had been cleaning up the mess now that the war was over. "Good citizens of Batrock, I propose to establish an apothecary here in this town, managed by none other than me. It will help you all recover from the fight," she announced. Seeing this, Bobby also took the chance to advertise his own company. "I offer smithing and metal services as well," he said, showing off his great chestplate. Alaric didn't get left behind. "My company offers a variety of services and goods. Our trade routes make it so that we provide everything and anything." The legacies didn't just treat this as another business opportunity, but as a way to help Batrock Town get back up to their feet. With their resources, with their connections, the citizens of Batrock Town would find it extremely easy to rebuild their own town into something even better than the original. One of the old men leading the rebellion walked up to the legacies with his straw hat in hand. "I apologize, great heroes, but we have already found our new sponsor." The legacies were quite surprised by this. They had just liberated the town just a few minutes ago, and yet somehow had already gotten to them. This was quite absurd to think about. "Who is it?" Aerith asked. The local looked up at the skies with zeal and patriotism in his eyes. "It's the Reborn Company. They're the ones blessed by the Iron Maiden. We long to get our hands on their metal automobiles and treat it as our sacred animal." The legacies looked at each other. Confusion painted on their faces. It was clear that none of them had ever heard of this company before. The Reborn Company certainly wasn't located in Metropolis or further north of the Queen's region, because they would have heard about this company by now. "Can you tell us where this Reborn Company is located?" Alaric asked. According to the holy text spread around, the Reborn Company had their humble start in the King's region. But through the grace of the Iron Maiden they were able to expand in Angora City and beyond, and we shall be the next one to receive the Iron Maiden's blessings." The locals kneeled down and prayed up to the skies, seemingly grateful for the Iron Maiden. "A company from the King's region was able to expand in Angora City," Alaric said, pondering with an amazed expression on his face. "That's pretty impressive," Aerith commented. "I didn't know exciting things were happening in the south." Meanwhile, Bobby was more interested in the metal automobile. In his mind, he couldn't understand how something metal could be likened to an animal. "They have reached the 450th ranking of 450th in the Golden 500, and we are confident that we shall be taken along as they advance even further up the ladder," praised the Batroc Town local. Now this fact was truly surprising for the Legacies. They would have never thought that a company in the King's region could even break through the rankings, let alone reach the 450th spot. Just then, one of the locals finally turned his head and noticed a certain golden-haired boy standing by the doorway. The man's eyes widened as he realized who he had just seen. "That's him. It's as the holy texts say. He's the bearer of the metal animals, the leader of Reborn, Boss Michael." All the locals turned their heads immediately, seeing Michael just a few meters away from them. They quickly swarmed towards him, treating him as if he was the one that saved them, and not the Legacies. And it was just then that the Legacies finally looked at the supposed leader of the Reborn Company. Their eyes turned into one of confusion and shock. How could that be, they thought? Michael was barely a teen, and yet he was the one who created the Reborn Company who was able to reach the 450th spot. They thought he would be older, much more wizened. They never expected a literal child. They knew just how complicated it was to build a company, and much more to let it become a top company in the world. Yet somehow, a child was able to do Itand from the King's region, no less. Alaric, Aerith, and Bobby looked at Michael, trying to see if they recognized his face. But they didn't. He wasn't part of the inner circles of inheritors from major conglomerates. "Excuse me, you're the owner of Reborn?" Alaric asked, approaching Michael. Michael sized up the guy before nodding. "Yes, I am. And you're part of the Legacies?" Alaric put his hand on his chest and bowed as a sign of greeting. "That is right. It's a pleasure to meet someone as talented as you." "Hey, I'm Aerith. I'm a grandchild of Sinclair," she butted in, and Michael greeted her too. "The name's Bobby. If you have any metallurgy needs, you can hit me up," he said. Michael greeted the Legacies and found them to be very agreeable, not like Florexis and Flarecorp. These three leaders were very nice despite their high stature. Chapter 418 Pity. "It's very impressive to see someone as young as you achieve a ranking in the Golden 500, Alaric praised Michael. "I have very good friends and allies," he replied. The three immediately smiled. Just from that one sentence alone, they knew that he wasn't arrogant or selfish like Florexis. Michael was very humble despite how great his achievement was. "Well, I hope that you will take good care of Batroc Town. They will need a lot of renovation to repair the damage that Flarecorp has done," Alaric said, giving him a piece of advice. "Don't worry about that. We'll have them up and running within 2 weeks," Michael promised. The Legacies chuckled, thinking that Michael was joking. After all, if they had been the one tasked with the job to restore the town, it would take them half a year at the least. So in their minds, Michael was clearly exaggerating this time frame. But of course, Michael wasn't kidding. ChatJK4 already gave him an estimate with their tools and their resources, and it would only take about 2 weeks or so. "Well, if you're ever planning on visiting Metropolis, then you should come by my company and I can help you settle in," Alaric offered. "Or if you want this town to have a proper apothecary for once, then you can talk to me and we'll arrange for a branch here to be made. Of course, for a good price, hire here." Aerith laughed as she put Michael's head in a lock on her arm, making him feel a very soft sensation. Michael blushed as he slipped away from Aerith's grasp. "It's not safe to be wearing just leather armor, so if you go to our company, I'll give you a customized armor set as a gift," Bobby said, smiling and showing his uneven teeth. "Wow. You didn't even offer me that," Alaric complained. "You're an adult." "He's a kid," Bobby said. "So, Michael, what do you think?" As grateful as he was to be given a gift, Michael was already satisfied with his current armor. And no offense to Bobby, but Michael was pretty sure that the dwarves could give him better armor if he needed one. "No thanks. Suit yourself," Bobby shrugged. Just then, Michael looked down at his shadow and felt something tug. A disembodied voice rang throughout his head. "Master, we're heading back to Angora City. Shayna insists on arranging the transport of goods in Batroc Town as soon as possible." Shayna didn't waste any time, and immediately went back to their headquarters to send in engineers and construction workers for the town repair. Not only that, but she even arranged for food and supplies to be carried with it so that the locals would have something to eat. Michael didn't mind that they left him behind. He knew that they needed to do this in order to secure their position in town, and officially mark it as their territory. "All right, I'll be right there," he replied to Fudge. He then turned to the legacies and bid them goodbye. "I have a few things to take care of, so I'll be leaving early." "All right, we'll be leaving soon as well. And remember, if you need any help, just reach out to me in Metropolis," Alaric said. Michael nodded before turning around and leaving the castle. Only when he was far enough away did he use his shadow skill to teleport away. Meanwhile, Alaric, Aerith, and Bobby both looked at the door with warm smiles on their faces. "Do you remember when we were just a kid like him?" Alaric asked. "Yeah, I remember when I first started my company. It was so exciting," Aerith dozed off as she reminisced. "Do you think he could go further?" Bobby's question made the two of them sigh. "Probably not," said Alaric. "As cruel as it is, no normal human could ever hope to achieve a ranking above that of the 400th spot. He'll need to be morgnetics like us." The reason why they were so nice to Michael was because deep down they felt sorry for him. Although he achieved great results in the King's region, and even in Angora City, they knew that he wouldn't be able to compete with the stronger companies in Metropolis, and further beyond. The only reason they were able to reach the very top spot in Metropolis was because they had special abilities that other people didn't. They had divas. And to awaken a diva, one needed to have a God-forged piece. That was already hard enough. After all, God-forged pieces were either only handed down through inheritance or found at tombs and discoveries throughout the land. And if someone were to obtain one through great luck and fortune, they would have to be able to afford the services of someone like Aerith, who could surgically place the God-forged piece in their heart. And that didn't even end there. One would also need a mithril relic to use their diva. Although more common than God-forged pieces, mithril relics were still considered rare treasures with huge price tags. After that, one needed to have money and luck to obtain spirit of the old or Sioux. And that was just getting a foot in the door of becoming a morgnetic. If one wanted to continuously improve their cultivation, they needed to obtain more God-forged pieces and more Sioux. Becoming a morgnetic came with a huge price tag, one that only inheritors and conglomerates could afford. So they thought that Michiel had no chance of becoming successful past Angora City. This wasn't out of maliciousness, but that was just the reality of it all. "We still need to talk about Arseny," Alaric said, his tone becoming more serious. "It is very likely that Arseny is going to set his sights on the Reborn company, seeing that it has reached the 450th spot. That damn roach. We have to get rid of him." "I really like that Michael kid," Aerith fumed. "We have to move now, or else that kid's going to get destroyed," Bobby agreed. They would feel very sorry if they found out that Arseny killed Michael and took over Reborn for himself. They thought that the Reborn company had probably reached its peak in Angora City. It was already Michael's great misfortune that he wasn't a morgnetic, so they didn't want Arseny to add to that bad luck. Excuse me, great heroes." One of the locals couldn't help but interject in their conversation. "What is it?" Alaric asked. "I just want to tell you that the great demon Arseny has already been vanquished." The three legacies quickly questioned the local. "What? Where did you hear about that? How did you know?" "That can't be true." The local innocently nodded his head. "I am not lying, great heroes. Arseny has truly been bested. You can even look at the victory spoils." He then led the legacies out of the castle and into the main plaza, where a bunch of people were gathered in a circle and celebrating. "Look, that is Arseny's armor and his clothes." Alaric and the rest of them couldn't believe their eyes. They recognized that armor. They wouldn't mistake it for somebody else. Aerith looked at the armor, using magic to confirm if it was genuine or not. "That's his," she realized. "That's Arseny's armor." This made them realize that Arseny had truly been defeated. How else would someone be able to get his armor? Chapter 419, going back for loot. The only way someone could beat a third-station morgnetic like Arseny was if they had a magic realm of 7-star or higher. But that was just the theoretical idea. Real-life fighting was much more complicated, and a morgnetic could easily overpower an 8-star realm magician if they used their abilities correctly. The only one who could have defeated him was Cerberus Organdor, an 8-star tower master back in the King's region. But from what they knew, Arseny hadn't left the Queen's region as of yet, so he couldn't have encountered someone as strong as Cerberus. "Could this be a hoax?" Bobby asked. "Maybe he purposefully left his armor so that he could escape." The other two nodded, feeling that this was the most logical explanation as to what had happened. It was that, or there was a third stage or higher morgnetic in the lower Queen's region, but that was very much unlikely. For someone to defeat Arseny, they would have needed 3 surgeries. "I definitely haven't seen someone like that in recent times," Aerith commented. She would know that because the only one's a surgery was her and her team of healers back in Metropolis. In short, all of the morgnetics were accounted for, and all of them were back further north of the Queen's region. "I'll keep my eye out," Alaric said. I'll try to contact Duke Stelmane of Angora City to warn him of Arseni's plans. If need be, then I will send my troops there to support. But for now, we'll wait and see." The other two agreed with Alaric and settled the matter there, and since they didn't have much to do anymore, they went on their own ways and separated, leaving to go back to Metropolis. Back in Angora City, Michael met up with the others now that the business with Flare Corp was over. Shayna and Castell worked together to arrange for supplies to be shipped out to Batrock Town as soon as possible. However, since the path was still rough and had no golden road, their estimated time of arrival would probably be a week or more. "Master, those three people were quite strong," Fudge said, popping out of the shadows and onto Michael's head. "Yup. They're called legacies for a reason. They're the top businesses in Metropolis, which means that they're all probably ranked in the 300 to 200 range. Not only that, but they were very strong magnetics as well." He didn't know about the other three legacies, but he sure knew that Alaric was at least at the very peak of body formation. Defeating Phlerexis without showing his diva or using his ability was a flex that only the best of the best could showcase. "Fudge, I hope that you didn't try and put your shadows onto them, right?" He gave Fudge a stern look. No, Master, I swear. Those guys were just way too strong that I knew my shadows would immediately get found out if I attached it to them. Being magnetic came with a lot of perks, one of them being that Fudge couldn't prank them. Speaking of which, Master, can I become a magnetic?" Fudge put himself in front of Michael and did the best soft eyes that he could muster. He even molded his body to have a tail on his back, mimicking a very good dog. But of course Michael wasn't going to get swayed by Fudge. He would be far too unstoppable if he became a magnetic. "Nope, I'll be taking all the God-forged pieces first," he declared. He didn't even know if monsters or demi-humans could become a magnetic. For all he knew, only humans could become one. After all, God-forged pieces attach themselves to the heart, something which Fudge didn't have. In the future, though, he wouldn't mind Fudge or his other allies becoming a magnetic if that was possible. He just wanted to be as efficient as possible for now, and hog all the God-forged pieces they could find. It wasn't out of greed, but out of necessity. The stronger of a magnetic he became, the more secure they could become as a company. Speaking of which, Michael just remembered something. "I have something to do. Tell everyone I'll be back before dinner," he said to Fudge. Michael immediately turned himself into a shadow and transported himself back to Batrock Town. Coming back here a day later, he saw that the entire town was just starting to get back on their feet. They were sweeping the streets, clearing burned debris, and overall just getting back on their feet. But strangely, though, their main priority wasn't rebuilding homes or recreating infrastructure. The citizens of Batrock Town instead focused on creating a giant statue of the Iron Maiden in the very middle of their plaza. It was about 20 feet tall, and strangely accurate to the Iron Maiden that he saw back then. Why is it so accurate? They weren't even there. Michael just had to attribute it to Fudge doing Fudge things. He was starting to understand why Fudge's talent was called the SSS class Malevolent Passenger. The slime was truly malevolent. "Ah, the Holy Son Michael." One of the locals spotted Michael and immediately kowtowed on the street. And as soon as the other people heard this, they immediately bowed down on the street as well, showing their respect to Michael. Whoa. What are you all even talking about?" he asked them. "It is you who has brought us the knowledge of the Iron Maiden. It is also you who will bring her image to the world. Who are you, if not the Holy Son of the Iron Maiden?" The other citizens nodded fervently, agreeing with the man's words. Michael shook his head. He didn't even want to deal with what Fudge had cooked up here. "Just so you guys know, I'm not the Holy Son or whatever." The locals didn't seem to hear his words, though. Michael didn't want to be here when the Reborn trucks arrived with supplies. They would surely be more fervent in their worship because of that, saying that he brought them the holy animals of the Iron Maiden. He quickly floated away from the growing group of locals and went directly towards the castle. Nothing much had changed with this structure, probably because no one knew what to do with it. After all, Flare Corp had completely erased all the royal blood in Batrock Town, and now that they're gone, there's no one left to rule them, which meant that the castle was vacant. He went directly to the throne room, where the self-destruction of Phlerexis took place, and where he met the three legacies. Stepping into the middle of the room, he found himself surrounded by burned blast marks. There was nothing left of Phlerexis but these black streaks on the ground. However, he knew that even if blood, flesh, and bone were destroyed, there was one thing in Phlerexis' body that would never be destroyed. And that was his God-forged piece. Aerith said that the God-forged pieces were too separated to even see with the naked eye, therefore almost impossible to pick up. But Michael had no problem with that. Chapter 420, Single Chest. He didn't have to pick them up. All he had to do was let them come to him. In all the cases that he obtained a God-forged piece, they would always come to him involuntarily, shooting off to his chest like a bullet. He was hoping that it would be like that as well. So he closed his eyes and relaxed all his muscles as he waited for the God-forged pieces to come to him naturally, just like before. But no matter how much he concentrated, nothing happened. It has been noted that manifesting your diva allows you to connect more with your God-forged pieces. It is possible that doing so will allow your natural magnetism to become enhanced enough to attract the separated God-forged pieces. Good advice, he said to ChatGK4. As he connected with the God-forged pieces in his heart, the image of the futuristic robotic hand appeared hovering above him. The diva in his hand floated in the air, inactive, just like it had always been. But this time, the diva seemed to have sensed something within the room to cause it to stir. It spread its fingers and turned its palms upside down, as if feeling something on the ground. And it was at that moment that Michael felt a slight reverberation on the floor. It was subtle, but it was there. Microscopic particles of the God-forge were slowly unearthing themselves from all over the room. These pieces were so small that they just passed right through the solid walls. And as they came closer to the center of the room, particles started to collide with each other and unite into bigger pieces. As Michael's diva summoned more and more of these particles, they combined large enough to become small pellets that floated in the air. The white flame of these God-forged pieces became large enough for Michael to see, giving him a once-in-a-lifetime visual of millions of little white lights gathering towards him. Eventually, the particles swirled around Michael, creating the visual effect of a galaxy swirling around Michael, or more accurately, around his diva. And just like a real galaxy, the closer things were to the center, the faster their rotation became. As particles came closer and closer, they finally reached the point of no return, shooting off towards Michael's heart, as if they had just entered the event horizon of a black hole. Michael closed his eyes and let the God-forged pieces come to him. More and more areas of his heart became enshrouded with the God-forged pieces, fully forming the upper half of his heart. The God-forged pieces continued to spiral until finally they were all absorbed into Michael's body. The moment created complete silence. Michael stood in place as the God-forged pieces continued to surround his heart. At the very same time, his diva above him started to grow. But strangely, the formation didn't start at the very top of the shoulders. It started on the other side, forming the second hand. What seemed like nanoparticles manifested out of nowhere and started to form into 5 fingers. It formed the metal veins, the circuitry, and eventually the black outer shell of the hand. The formation continued, with more and more nanoparticles appearing and forming the rest of the hand until eventually it stopped at the very elbow of the hand. His diva now had the complete right hand and a half left hand. Finally, Michael felt the power in his heart start to settle. The new God-forged pieces had successfully integrated itself with his body without any problems. There was a certain feeling of accomplishment in his mind, a feeling of completing a goal. Just from intuition alone, he felt that he had advanced into the 3rd stage of body formation. ChatJK4, can you confirm? By comparing you to Arseny and Phlerexis, it is safe to say that your diva has advanced enough to reach the 3rd stage of body formation with a 95% certainty. I need more information to completely conclude this conjecture. Michael could understand why ChatJK was feeling not so certain about it. After all, Phlerexis was in the 4th stage of body formation. And if Michael had absorbed all of his God-forged pieces, and he thinks he did, then by all means he should have also reached the 4th stage of body formation. However, he found out early on that he required much more God-forged pieces than the normal magnetic, so he couldn't really fit into their standards. Either way, Michael was more than satisfied with this breakthrough. He was just about to leave when one of the locals came in and saw Michael. "Oh, Holy Son, we didn't know you were here." More locals stepped into the throne room, carrying brooms and other such cleaning materials. "I was just about to leave," he said to them. "I see. Well, I hope that you will visit Batrock Town soon, because we are about to turn this entire castle into the very first church of the Iron Maiden," the local said with crazy fervor in his eyes. Michael sighed. "Well, it's your town," he said begrudgingly, and just as he was about to leave, one of the locals revealed something to him. "Holy Son, we hope that you empty out the evil Phlerex's room out on the edge of town. We're not confident that we can disable the traps there." Michael looked at them, confused. "I thought that this was Phlerex's room. He has another secret underground room just beneath the walls. He rarely visits it, but one of them almost died when he tried to enter," the local said. This was very interesting. Another secret room. What kind of treasures does Phlerexis have in there? Michael asked for the directions, and the locals immediately guided him there. After floating for a minute, he reached the southern side of the wall where there was a trap door beside some bushes. It looked like it had previously been hidden underground, since there were still some pebbles and soil on top of it. He opened the hinged door with a wooden ladder leading him down a dark underground tunnel. With his supreme skill, he was able to see a trap at the very first step towards the tunnel. If he stepped onto that plate, it would lead to arrows shooting off from the sides. Michael, being the lazy guy that he was, carelessly stepped foot inside the tunnel, causing arrows to fire in his direction. Just then, a prismatic shield appeared around his skin and protected him from the poison-tipped arrows. He continued to walk through the tunnel, with more and more arrows shooting at him from the sides until he eventually found himself in a small, empty room filled with just a single wooden box. "This is the treasure room. Just a single chest?" he asked, a bit disappointed. Even when looking through the walls, he saw nothing but earth and soil, meaning that this was the end of the tunnel. But seeing as Florexis took this much effort to hide this single wooden chest, Michael felt that there had to be something special hidden inside. After making sure that there was no trap inside the chest, Michael tore the locks away and immediately opened the box. Chapter 421 Vial. As he opened the box, he only saw one thing inside. It was an opaque glass vial that was colored dark green, about as thick and as long as his pinky finger, with a cork to top it off. After inspecting it with his supreme skill and saw no sign of poison manna inside the bottle, Michael picked it up and started to inspect it against the light. He was very careful. He didn't know if something inside the bottle would react upon shaking it, just like how a carbonated drink could explode when shaken. Upon first look, Michael was a little bit confused. After all, he saw nothing inside the glass vial, making him think that it was empty. But upon closer inspection, he noticed that there was a very small amount of liquid settling at the very bottom of the vial. The amount was so small that he thought it was just part of the glass design at the bottom. However, when he tilted it a little bit, the few droplets of liquid slowly flowed down the glass walls of the vial. From what he could see, the liquid was clear. But this definitely wasn't water. It was too thick and viscous to be water. It almost looked like oil with its consistency. And it was at that moment Michael realized what he was probably holding. He wasn't sure, as if he hadn't seen it before, but if he were to guess, then this was most probably a vial of the spirit of old. "I have no information that would confirm your suspicion," answered ChatJK4, slightly ruining his pleasant mood. How could it not be Sue? Florexis took all of this effort to hide it here. He wouldn't do that with just a simple treasure. Of course, he could never really be sure that it was the spirit of old. The only way was to speak to a person who had already seen Sue in person. Varian came to mind, as she was the original one who had helped him get knowledge about magnetics in general. Cerberus could have also seen one himself, given his position within the Guild of Arcana as one of their mystic masters. He decided to go keep it for now and see if it was genuine or not. But even if he wasn't sure, Michael still made sure to be careful with the vial as he handled it. This was potentially a priceless treasure worth probably in the 100 millions or billions even. He wasn't going to take the chance, even if it just turned out to be normal oil. He used his shadow skill to wrap itself around the vial, making sure that it was securely placed. This would make sure that the vial wouldn't accidentally topple upside down as Michael teleported back to the nation of Reborn. With his preparations finished, he immediately turned into a shadow and left the underground tunnel. As he teleported, he immediately heard a mix of horrified screaming and excited cheering as landed backstage of the roller coaster park, which was now home to the fairies who feasted on all the emotions getting thrown around from the people in motion. He walked through the back door of the main control systems, finding the engineers and the operating manager of the very ride itself. Not only that, but there was also a certain fairy lounging on the window with a book in her hands as she watched her fellow fairies have a feast. "Varian, can we talk?" The old fairy didn't hesitate and nodded. Michael then motioned for the engineers to temporarily leave the room so that they could have privacy. "What is it?" Without further ado, floated out from his feet and revealed a cylindrical bulge in its limb. The shadow slowly uncovered from the top, revealing the cork and the dark green vial containing the strange liquid oil substance. Varian immediately turned serious as she observed the vial. This was good news for Michael because it looked like she recognized it. "Is it?" Michael asked. Varian floated towards the vial, knocking on its glass and watching as the liquid reacted to her motion. She nodded, saying, "There's no doubt about it. This is a vial of the spirit of old. There's about 4 drops of them here. Where did you get it?" "I found it," Michael said, before explaining to her about Florexis and Batroc Town. "I see. Then it makes even more sense. It seems that Florexis was trying to upgrade his mithril relic to accommodate his 4th stage diva. That's why he got 4 drops of Sue." Michael reigned in his excitement over finding 4 drops of Sue. He didn't know how much that was, or how valuable it was, but getting his hands on just a single drop was already good enough in his books. "Do I need to worry about hauling this around? Will it explode or something?" Varian shook her head. "The spirit of old is quite resilient. As long as you don't spill it on the ground or on any surface, then it will be fine. In general, it's good to keep Sue in that original vial until you're ready to use it. That glass vial is forged from the very depths of the ocean, making it the only surface that can handle the spirit of old without reacting to it. Now, Michael would never waste even a drop of Sue, but he couldn't help but get curious. "What happens if I spill it?" he asked. According to the scrolls, the Su will make any surface it touches become as hard as mithril. Although mithril is the strongest metal in the world, it's very wasteful to use Su in order to make it. Michael was even more sure he wasn't going to waste the Su. He could make as many mithril artifacts as he wanted. But Su was always going to be in limited quantity, unless, of course, he could get in contact with the Ocean King, but that was a pipe dream. "Thanks, Virion. I appreciate the help." Michael left Virion to her own and transported himself over to Cerberus's private house in the nation of Reborn. The old man had chosen quite a spot for himself, having a backyard with a pond with fishes, and he didn't know where he got the idea from, but his house looked like one of those old Japanese houses made for ancient samurai with tatami flooring and wooden canopies. "Ah, Michael. To what do I owe the pleasure?" Cerberus asked, looking at peace as he sat cross-legged in the middle of his pond. "I just wanted to get your opinion on what I should do next. How can I apply Su to my mithril artifact?" Cerberus opened one of his eyes, intrigued. "So you have made your own mithril artifact. That's nice. What did you choose? A wand, I hope?" Michael reached down his pocket and took out a block of metal that looked like the same shape as a gold bar. Then he tossed the block over to Cerberus for him to inspect. The old man watched as the block of metal came over towards him. His eyes tried to discern what kind of weapon it was, but found that it didn't look like anything he had ever seen before. And just before it landed on Cerberus's palms, the drone suddenly burst into life, revealing its 4 propellers on the corner sides and buzzing up and away from Cerberus, startling him. "What the F***? His words were cut off by the drone's sound. "Wiz, Chapter 422, Su How?" "What is this?" Cerberus blurted out, trying to understand the metal monstrosity that was hovering in front of his face. One might have thought it was an animal of some sort. "That's my mithril artifact. It's called a drone." Cerberus knew nothing about drones, but he did know that Michael had created another one of his otherworldly objects that seemed to defy all laws of physics and magic. A flying weapon. That is, something else. "It certainly is unique," Cerberus muttered. The prospect of a Morgnetic not being limited by his weapon's range was something that was quite impressive to think about. As expected, Michael had found yet another overpowered ability to keep himself above even those people touted as geniuses and prodigies. Cerberus didn't know how Michael kept doing these seemingly impossible things time and time again. At this point, he hoped to have developed a tolerance for Michael's surprises, yet he was still caught off guard whenever he revealed something. Cerberus now felt sort of anxious whenever he met Michael, thinking that he would pull out another world-breaking invention that would nullify all of his efforts as a magician. "If you want to make this mithril artifact your weapon, then you have to imbue it with blood and the spirit of old. Now, you have to be patient on this, Michael. Su is very hard to get, and very expensive as well. Not just anybody can get their hands on it," Cerberus chattered on. Cerberus Towermaster didn't let Michael interrupt. "Now, listen here, Michael. In Cerberus's mind, this was a chance for Michael to learn about the hardships of a normal human. In reality, people just don't magically get what they want whenever they want it. Michael had been living quite a privileged life, not in terms of money per se, which he totally does, by the way, but in terms of other intangible qualities like talent. While people worked hard to study magic, Michael could master it in a single second. While people worked hard to earn money, Michael invents a new machine and earns millions easily. While 99% of people don't have a chance of becoming magnetic, Michael stumbles upon it and becomes one without question. The spirit of old is something that is rarely distributed. No amount of money could buy them because most companies hoarded it for themselves. Cerberus, I have one." "Yes, you have one, but it's very much impossible to get one if you don't say what now." Michael had in his hands a dark green vial containing a few drops of a clear liquid with the consistency and viscosity of oil. Cerberus's jaw dropped. No way. The old man couldn't help but slump as he realized all of his words were for nothing. He then whipped his head up to the skies and cursed whoever god resided up there. "You unfair gods! Can't you not be on his side for once?" He then turned to Michael. "How did you get a vial of Su, and 4 drops of it already?" Michael explained everything about Flarecorp, and how he stumbled upon his Flarex's hidden storage room containing this vial. "I guess it's a karmic reward," Cerberus sighed. "Your company has been pestered by Flarecorp, so it's only natural that you obtained his loot. Still, that didn't make it all reasonable." Cerberus was starting to think that the gods were truly on Michael's side. "Hey, tell the truth. Is it true what they say about you and the Iron Maiden?" Cerberus questioned. Michael couldn't believe that the rumor had spread this far. "No, that's a long story. But that's besides the point. What do I need to do to coat my mithril artifact with Su?" Cerberus sighed, before leading Michael inside his wooden Japanese-themed home. with his hands behind his back like some monk. They entered Cerberus's tatami room, where Cerberus asked Michael to remove his shoes. Where did he get this idea from? Cerberus took out a scroll from one of his cabinets and unfurled it on the floor, letting Michael see it in its entirety. Once unfurled, Michael saw a large map of a city, but not just any city. On the top of it, the name of the territory was inscribed. It was Metropolis. You've met the legacies, correct? There was one of them called Bobby. He's a main descendant from the Hephaestus conglomerate, and he owns a smithing company. He owns this lower east part of Metropolis. Cerberus circled the map with his fingers, and a magic light appeared and highlighted the lower right side of Metropolis. Coating Sue onto a mithril artifact is a delicate process. It requires intimate knowledge of orbilities, magnetics, and mithril relics. Binding the weapon towards the person is a process that not even magic or nature can describe. One wrong move could waste both the Sue and the weapon. The only viable technique has been discovered by the founder of the Hephaestus conglomerate and has been passed down through the generations. Bobby has undoubtedly inherited this technique as well. If you want to have your mithril artifact be coated with your Sue, then you will have to recruit his help. In the end, Michael really had to go to Metropolis if he wanted to use Sue. Thankfully, though, Bobby looked to be a very reasonable person. He even offered Michael a free armor set when they first met. So, I just need to get help from Bobby. That's easy. Cerberus nodded. Yes, getting Bobby's help is the easy part, but the problem is that you can't just waltz into their company and demand for his help. Now, you may be known as the leader of Reborn here in the lower parts of the continent, but in Metropolis, you are probably still unknown. Compared to that, Bobby is one of the legacies. His company is high up in the ranks. There are rules to be followed. Specifically, just one. You have to be a member of the association in Metropolis. What association? Michael asked. The association is the gathering of all companies and groups operating in Metropolis. Basically, you have to register with them in order to get a permit to be able to work inside Metropolis. Without that permit, you won't be able to transact with other members of the association, meaning you won't be able to hire Bobby's help. All in all, getting that permit would basically hit two birds with one stone. Michael had already been planning on expanding to Metropolis, so he would have needed that permit anyway. Now, he could also get Bobby's help as a bonus. Now I have to warn you, Metropolis is a big market. There are a lot of other companies in your position who want to get a piece of the pie in Metropolis. The competition there is going to be fierce, not in terms of companies competing against companies to get a spot, but instead companies are trying to get the public to accept their products or services. That is the real hurdle. Why would people want to buy something new and unfamiliar if they could already buy it from companies already in Metropolis? For most companies, that is a big hurdle. Chapter 4 to 23, wanting that permit. Metropolis was the mecca for entrepreneurs looking to develop their companies. The market inside the territory was so good that simply becoming a part of the association would increase their rankings in the Golden 500 by at least 10 places. But of course, not everyone could join the Metropolis Association. If everyone was allowed, then there would be too much competition within the territory, and the market could end up becoming divided. Only the best of the best could have a chance of joining, much less succeed in this competitive market. That was why the association was very picky with the companies they accepted. According to Cerberus, only 5 companies every year get their permit to establish their propolis. The remaining spots could change depending on the situation in Metropolis. If there's a company that ends up becoming bankrupt and unable to continue business, only then will a spot in the association open up. This means that on average about 5 companies die off in Metropolis. Cerberus then looked at Michael. For you, I reckon that the association will immediately give you your permit once they see that you're a Vanderbilt. But knowing you, I bet that you won't use that name to your advantage. That was exactly the truth. Michael didn't want to use his last name as an easy pass into Metropolis. He wanted to get in there by his own merit so that the accomplishment would just fall onto him, not the Vanderbilt name. He built the Reborn company from the ground up without his grandfather's help. He didn't need it now. How will I get the permit? Just show up in Metropolis and ask for the association. That's right, Cerberus affirmed. They will give you a test, a simple one. You have to show that your company can survive in Metropolis's environment by giving you a temporary stall to sell your product or your service. And by the end of the testing period, if you have satisfied enough customers, only then will the association give you your permits. Michael took all of Cerberus's words in, with ChatJK4 taking notes in the background. I'll get that permit, he declared. Cerberus smiled. I know you will. Good luck, boy. Once he was done talking with Cerberus, Michael immediately went back to their headquarters to convene with the others. He wanted to tell them about the next course of action for this company. So he gathered everyone at a long table. He was sitting at the very end. On the right of him was Shayna, followed by the other Dragonborns. Right next to the Dragonborns were the 2 Orc chieftains as well as Kong, their chief engineer. On his left was Yuna. Fudge was supposed to sit there, but the ninja slime preferred to sit on Yuna's lap instead, so she was the one who was sitting right next to Michael. Beside Yuna was his parents, Lilia and Bart. As much as Michael joked, they were important to him as well as for this company. Right next to Lilia was Castell, and the one next to her was Grieve, who had been late to the meeting and had to take a seat on the very last spot because he forgot there was even a meeting at all. "Michael, dear, have you finally decided to announce something?" Lilia teased, nudging Yuna at her side. "No, Mom. This is serious. I want to talk about our expansion in the Queen's region. Now that we have covered the entire southern tip, it is now time for us to expand further out north. Our next stop is in Metropolis." A flurry of excited murmurs rang out within the room. "As you wish, Lord Michael. Thanks to the supplies and resources we got from the companies that want to install their own restaurants in the truck stop, we were able to finish the Golden Road expansion to the east, as well as a little bit further up north," Shayna reported. "It will probably take a few weeks before we reach Batrock Town. A week less if we spend more to hurry it up," Castell added. The two women, as per usual, handled the day-to-day business of Reborn, so they were the ones most excited about this expansion. "Ho ho ho. Metropolis. I haven't heard that name in a long while," Grieve muttered. "Grieve, are there any warriors over there that I can defeat? My biceps have been aching for a fight." "Zion, please, we're doing real business here. Act more mature," Shayna reprimanded him. "I agree. Why pick a fight when we can just relax?" Yaku added. "We've just ended our punishment from the girls' team. It's time we just lay back without worrying about paperwork." "You won't get to," Shayna replied. "If we want to hurry the construction of the Golden Road and reach Metropolis within a month, then we need all hands on board." Contrast to them, Umisu just quietly fidgeted in her seat and held her pen steady. She wanted to help with the paperwork. Yuna, on the other hand, looked at Michael. "You do know that you will need a permit in order to conduct your business in Metropolis, right?" His dad, Bart, seconded Yuna's words. "I heard it's hard to get a permit there, and even harder to survive." Michael nodded at their concerns. "I know. And that's why I've gathered all of you here today. I'm planning on getting a permit from the Metropolis Association. Metropolis has a complicated judicial system. There are many rules and regulations when it comes to companies," Yuna warned. He looked at her. "I know, and that's why I need your help." As Yuna stared at Michael's eyes, she felt a flush of heat come to her cheeks. Feeling embarrassed, she quickly turned her head away. Fine," she said with a begrudging tone, "but you'll owe me big time, and this time you can't use the excuse of being busy to get out." Michael chuckled. "Fine." Meanwhile, Bart and Lilia quietly poked one another as they watched the two interact with a bit more closeness than before. Michael had to clear his throat to stop them. "Ahem. Anyway, according to Cerberus, we'll be given a stall in a designated place in Metropolis, where we'll have to show off our product services to the locals. Once we've earned their votes, we'll be given a permit to work in Metropolis. We'll be able to expand our business by then. Is everyone clear?" They all gave him a look of confidence and excitement. The Dragonborns nodded at him. The Orc chieftains did their rituals, and Grieve, although he had no eyes, showed his excitement through his clacking ribs. He put his hand on the table. "All hands on 3. Everyone reached over from their side of the table, piling on their hands in a circle. Michael's hands were on top, with Yuna just below his. He smiled at her before counting down. "On 3, 1, 2, Hazza?" Grieve cheered prematurely. "Oh, you went in too early," Zion complained. "I seem to have forgotten how to count, ho-ho-ho." Everyone started chuckling to themselves. Meanwhile, Michael felt a hand grip on his hand. He looked, and it was Yuna who gave him a reassuring nod. Chapter 424, Entering Metropolis. After their initial meeting came the nitty-gritty details. "Castell, I want you to prepare our products to launch. The soap line, the bicycles, the hand watches, everything that can be sold in a stall." Castell nodded. "Understood, young master. Here is an itemized list of what I think we should sell." Even before Michael told her what to do, she had already thought up a list of their products to be sold. "Good. Now, Kong, I want you to construct a stall that we'll be selling the products in. I want it to pop out. You can talk with Yuna to see the specifications. I'll have to first browse the rulebooks from the association in Metropolis. But I think that there's no limit as to what kind of stall you can make as long as it's small and mobile," Yuna said. "I'll visit Metropolis later tonight to officially ask for a permit. I'll ask for a rulebook," he promised her. "Boo-too-too, rah!" The two Orc chieftains immediately presented themselves to Michael, showing off their unique traits, muscles, and quills. "Boss, I offer you the services of the Orcanine Shadows. They shall endeavor to spread their clones and find out more about our competition in Metropolis," said Narito. "We in the Orcupine Shadows offer you protection while on your visit to Metropolis. We shall also create safe zones that our clones can gather in," said Sasuke. "I appreciate you both. But don't get too overboard with your spying and protecting. Metropolis has a lot of strong people magnetics, to be exact, and they have abilities that can easily discover your shadows if you attach it to them. But as long as you survey in neutral zones and not invade other people's territory, then you're good. The two orc chieftains bowed and did their rituals. Those abilities are cheats, Fudge complained. This actually soothed Michael's worries about Fudge going overboard again. At least he knew that the little ninja slime wouldn't be able to do its pranks on those magnetics. Cuckoo, that's fine. I'd infiltrate them through magic. There's always a chance to infiltrate them through belief. Fudge muttered under his breath. At the end of the night, their plans were finalized. Though to be honest, it was only Castell, Shayna, and Una who did all the work with the preparation. As bad as it sounded, he and the others had already backed out by the afternoon, with Zion and Fudge inviting him over to play some board games. Suffice to say, they were given a lecture by the girls at night as punishment. On the next day, Michael was ready to go over to Metropolis and officially submit his application for the permit in Metropolis. Thankfully, Jimmy, their news correspondent, had already gone off to Metropolis much earlier. And of course, Michael had left his own shadow on Jimmy, so he was able to transport himself on the gates very easily. But before he left, Una pulled him aside and had a talk with him. Please, whatever you do, do not listen to a word she says, okay? Michael looked at her as if she was joking. She who? What are you even talking about? Una looked like she wanted to say something, but ended up not saying anything at all. Just remember that I told her none of those things, okay? Now, Michael was even more curious about what she was talking about, but no matter how he probed, she just kept deflecting the conversation. But whatever it was, it seemed personal. With the way she was acting reminded him of how he acted whenever his mother and father did some very embarrassing setups with her. Fine, I'll take your words into consideration, he promised her, and that seemed to take a load off her mind. Okay, you can go now, she said. Michael chuckled and shook his head. He truly didn't know how women worked. Finally, he focused on his body and used his supreme skill to sense all of the shadows he left behind in the Queen's region. There were probably millions of them right now, swarming the Angora city, and the grafted cluster specifically. However, there was one of them much further north of the Queen's region, bypassing even that of Batrock Town. Concentrating on this small target, he saw Jimmy standing by the tall walls of a territory, waiting for Michael to come with him. With a single thought, Michael grabbed onto that shadow clone he left behind in Jimmy's feet and yanked himself over in that direction. He immediately turned into a shadow, finding himself in a black realm before he whizzed past everything, and within a second he reached his destination. Meanwhile, back in their headquarters, Cerberus couldn't help but shake his head as he saw Michael disappear off to Metropolis with such ease. So unfair, he muttered. Only someone like Michael with complete control over mana could sense his own shadow creation that was almost a month of travel away, and only someone with near limitless man could transport himself over there without even breaking a sweat. It truly was unfair. Michael opened his eyes and found himself right next to Jimmy. Boss Michael, you're finally here. It's good to see you. How was the trip? Jimmy breathed out his exhaustion. Next time, I think I'll take your shadow transportation. The trip was very boring. I can't wait until you can install train tracks and roads here. That's what I'm here for, he answered. The two of them walked over to the gates manned by soldiers. There were plenty of carriages and horseback riders coming inside Metropolis, and all of them were being inspected by the guards for their paperwork. Permits, please, said the guard to one of the carriages carrying barrels of wine. The rider brought out a golden seal to the guards, which confirmed their identity. All right, you can come in, he said, with the gates slowly rising up to let the carriage inside. Next, the soldier said, and it was finally time for Jimmy and Michael. After seeing that they were only on horseback, the soldier assumed that they were just travelers. What's the purpose of your visit? Tourism? Business? Please state honestly. Jimmy immediately presented one of his letters with a stamp on it. I'm a journalist. I wrote to the newspaper company here for an article. The soldier took a good look at the letter, especially the red stamp at the bottom, before nodding his head. All right, come on in. The soldier waved the two of them in, thinking that the golden-haired boy was accompanying the journalist. Is there a problem? The soldier asked. The purpose of my visit is different, Michael stated. I want to get a permit from the association. The soldier looked at Michael, surprised that someone as young as him was willing to brave the difficulties of getting a permit. Well, good luck, young man, said the soldier. One of our soldiers will guide you over to the association, and they will be the one to brief you on the rules. Is that clear? Michael nodded. Just ask for Claudia Montgomery. She's the one that's in charge of permits meeting Claudia. Montgomery? The soldier nodded. Yes, that famous Montgomery. One branch of their family is in charge of the association. They make sure to manage all the companies and groups inside Metropolis while keeping a neutral side. In hindsight, Michael shouldn't have brised. After all, the Montgomerys were famous for being diplomats all over the globe. Their main jobs was to settle all conflicts and preside over any agreements between them. It made sense that only their family could manage such an influential group like the Association. Does Juno know Claudette? The answer to that was already answered what Lars said to him before he left. She seemed very nervous about him coming into the Association, probably because she knew that he would eventually cross paths with one of her family members. If that was the case, then she should have come here, Michael thought. That way she could help him out, while also having a family reunion at the same time. Eventually a carriage came over to the entrance, and the soldier boarded inside, guiding Michael to sit beside him. "I'll take you directly to the Association. Meanwhile, sit tight and have a view of Metropolis," the soldier said. Michael sat on the carriage, feeling the bumps of the road as the horse trotted along the stone brick roads. This made him miss the nation of Reborn even more. After all, this carriage was mind-bogglingly slow while giving its passengers the worst travelling experience ever. He eventually settled down and entertained himself by looking out the window and observing Metropolis up close. As expected, he saw a large black tower in the distance, piercing through the skies and releasing a huge amount of mana through the clouds. This was none other than the magic Tower of Metropolis, which was quite bigger and taller than all the magic towers he had ever been on. Looking ahead, he also saw the entirety of a castle up ahead. The whole structure was perched upon a mountain that seemed to have been leveled into a plateau for easier construction. And since this was a major territory in the Queen's region, Michael guessed that the Duke probably lived there. And right beside the castle, he saw the Knight's Court. Wherever there was a castle, there would always be a branch of the Order of the Heavenly Knights right next to it. After using his supreme skill to sense the mana of the entire territory, Michael was overwhelmed to see that the visible part of the metropolis that he saw was just a fourth of the entire landmass in total. This was perhaps the biggest civilization he had ever seen. He finally understood how the legacies could fit inside just one territory without clashing. It turned out that there were enough pieces for everyone. Eventually the carriage came to a stop, and the soldier guided Michael onto a large stone building propped up by many pillars on all sides. "This is the association. Just go inside and they'll guide you where you need to go." "Good luck," said the soldier, as he went back onto the carriage and went back the way he came. Michael stood at the very first steps of the association building, looking up at this giant piece of architecture that reminded him of the famous Parthenon temple back in his previous world, except was in very pristine condition and about thrice as big. He walked up the steps, seeing people wearing white chitons as they walked and talked with each other. Michael guessed that this was the uniform for association employees, as their chests had a giant made out of pillars stitched onto it. Eventually he entered inside the marble building and saw a reception area, where a woman wearing a white tunic greeted him with a smile. "Welcome to the association. What can I do for you, young sir?" "I want to establish my company here in Metropolis," he answered. "Ah, so you want a permit then? If you could please write down your name and your company's name in this paper, and I will process your application shortly." The receptionist gave him a paper to write on, and he quickly took out the ballpoint pen in his pockets and began writing in it. "Oh, I forgot to give you a quill and ink. I'll go get it." She noticed that Michael was writing on the paper without using any ink at all. He continued to scribble on the paper, never running out of ink. The receptionist was so surprised by this that she ended up staring off into nothing, as Michael handed her back the paper. "Excuse me, miss." "Oh, I'm sorry. I was just interested in that thing you have. Does it not need any ink?" she asked. "It's all inside," he replied, giving her the pen and letting her try it out for herself. "Go ahead and write something on the paper." The receptionist took out a blank piece of paper and began scribbling out a few words, with the pen magically bringing out ink in the perfect amount. No spillage, no blots, nothing. "This is amazing," she praised. Her eyes almost turned into starry skies as she wondered at the amazing ballpoint pen. Miss, about the permit." "Oh, forgive me. Now that I have your application, you just need to wait right there on the chair for your turn." Michael looked over to the side and saw plenty of people, about 10 in total, sitting on the chair and waiting for their turn to enter the room. "Thanks. By the way, you can keep that pen if you'd like." Her eyes bulged. "Really? Thank you." She took a new ballpoint pen and rubbed it against her cheeks. She would treat this as her treasure from now on, as it would save her a lot of trouble while being a receptionist. She then looked at the inscription on the long cylindrical piece of the pen. "Reborn," she muttered to herself. Meanwhile, Michael sat on the seat and waited for his turn. He looked at his seatmates and chatted with them in the meantime. And just like him, they were all leaders of companies wanting to step foot inside Metropolis. There were even some people who were on their second or third try to get a permit. They had to wait a year after they failed before they could try again. He learned very valuable lessons from them as they gave him tips and things that he should avoid. They were all quite nice, which Michael appreciated. Eventually, it had finally come for his time to meet with the permit manager of the association. He stepped forward, seeing the name Claudia Montgomery etched onto the wooden door. He knocked a few times first before he entered. Once inside, he saw a large office made out of marble, with oil lamps flickering with light on every corner. There were scrolls and papers all around the desk in the front, slightly obscuring the person behind it. "Good morning. I'd like to get a permit," he said to Claudia. "I see. So you're the man who stole my niece's heart." Claudia got up from her seat and stared at Michael with her hands crossed on her chest. Chapter 426, Being a Montgomery. Claudia put her hands on her hips and waited for Michael to speak. Her combative expression, coupled with her wild wolf-cut black hair, made Michael feel defensive. "What? You know me?" "Of course I know you. Michael. Reborn. Those are the two words that have been the subject of my letters with Una, my cute little niece. She used to visit me every other month, but now it's just letters." Michael raised his hands, trying to show his innocence. "I didn't do anything," he insisted. "Oh, yes, you did. You stole my Una's heart. Otherwise, she would have visited me by now. What kind of black magic have you done to make her stay with you this long?" Michael shrugged. "I don't know. We just have the same idea about living life in comfort." Claudia eyed Michael, still suspicious. "You can ask her yourself. I'll come get her." She waved her hands, stopping him. "There's no need to do that. I was just messing with you. I was just curious as to what made my cute little niece finally come out of her grandmother's shadow." He stared at her, confused. "What do you mean?" "Well, you see, Una is being primed to become the next successor of Zare Montgomery. You know, the current worldwide diplomat that settles all disputes between continents. As part of her training, she was supposed to go around the world, travel, and gain experience about what it takes to become a good diplomat. One of the traits that she had to acquire was being unbiased. She needed to be a quiet observer, a fly on the wall on all things that was happening in the world. That way, when a conflict has to be resolved, she can mediate between the two parties and act with clear judgment. Now, imagine my surprise when I saw from her letters that she decided to hitch her wagon onto this unknown company called Reborn, being led by a child named Michael. She was abandoning her efforts to become neutral. She actively picked a side. Michael didn't know that Una's actions would be such a big deal. He thought there was nothing wrong with her helping him out on some contracts. He didn't know it would violate the neutrality of Montgomery. And why does it matter that she chose to follow me in Reborn? Claudia put her hands on the table. It's important because it decides her future. Now, she'll have to stick by your company's side and represent it as her chosen side. She can't arbitrate conflicts involving other parties, only those involving the Reborn company. Her path has basically been set. Your company's downfall is her downfall. Michael took a deep breath. He didn't feel sorry about this at all because he knew that Una made her own choice. She must have had her own reasons for becoming a part of Reborn. "I can't change her decision," he told Claudia, "but I can damn make sure that it's the right one." Claudia was startled as she saw the seriousness in Michael's eyes. It wasn't the kind of thing that a boy his age could show, and for a brief second she felt as if Michael's words were the truth. There was confidence in his voice that wasn't just backed by empty bravado. He seemed to be really convinced of his own eventual success. "All right, I admit that you do have some claim to your words, Reborn Company. It says here that your company has achieved the 450th rank in the Golden 500. Wow," she praised, as she looked at the paperwork on her desk. "But that's not just the only problem I have with you, it's your name, Vanderbilt. Are you planning on using that to get the permit?" Claudia asked, peering through his eyes. "I can get the permit on my own merits," he replied. Claudia nodded, a hint of respect seen on her face. "I would have refused you outright if you did. You would have been another one of those inheritors who demanded a permit just because their last name coincided with a conglomerate. I'm starting to understand why Una picked you. You look laid back and gentle, but there's a hidden tiger within you that is quite feisty. Still, she couldn't have picked a better family name if she wanted her grandmother mad. Seer has always been petty about the Vanderbilts ever since Ise found a loophole in her contracts." Michael quickly raised his hand. "That's just my last name. Me and my company have no affiliation with the Vanderbilt business," he corrected her. "Either way, you, Vanderbilt, has taken her favorite grandchild from her, and as you may not know, a grandmother's overprotectiveness is something that can be akin to hellfire. Are you still willing to back up your words?" Michael didn't know why that mattered, but he didn't change his answer. Reborn will succeed, and Una will succeed with us. Give me a chance to show it, he promised. Claudia clapped her hands together. Okay then. Just like any other company, I will give you a spot in the market to sell your product or services to the general public. You will be limited to a small stall about as large as a carriage. Here is a rule book for you to browse. She tossed him a thick red book titled How to Get a Permit 101. Take all the time you need. If you have questions, just ask. No need. I understand it all perfectly, Michael replied. Claudia stopped and looked at Michael. What do you mean? I read the book. No, you didn't. You just flipped through the pages without reading it. Michael put down the book back at her desk. Don't worry. I got it all on here, he said, pointing to his brain. Thanks to ChatJK4, just a single read-through of the entire book was enough for his trusty old AI assistant to understand perfectly the rules of the test. Candidates are given 1 week to sell products and services in the market. The total number of sales and profits will be tallied at the end. If it's high enough to beat just a single one of the local companies here in Metropolis, then you can grant me a permit for my business. Michael recited perfectly, word for word, without any error. This would have been impossible if he had just passed through the pages like Claudia thought. That's correct, she muttered. Thanks. I'll be back tomorrow to set up the stall, Michael said before he left the room, leaving Claudia alone and still shocked. That boy. He's very surprising. I'll give him that. Although she was giving him a hard time earlier, she was very much rooting for him to succeed. After all, she knew just how hard it was to earn a permit in this territory. By her estimation, Michael and his Reborn company would probably find it hard to get the sales they wanted in Metropolis. After all, this place was completely different from places like the King's region or Angora City. Metropolis customers were hard to please, and just as she was about to go back to her seat, she noticed a bunch of excited murmurings from outside her door. Curious. Claudia walked out of her room to find a lot of people crowding over the reception desk, creating a sea of people. Almost every worker in the association building was trying to squeeze themselves to see whatever it was they were trying to see. What's going on over here? She asked them. Miss Claudia, we're just amazed by this thing called a ballpoint pen. Chapter 427 Preparations for the Stall. Claudia immediately parted the crowd and checked in on this ballpoint pen that they'd been clamoring about. And when the receptionist began writing on the paper without any ink, she couldn't believe what she was seeing. She even picked up the paper and started to wipe her hands along the written words. Surprisingly, there wasn't any smudge at all. This is amazing. Where did you get this? The receptionist looked over the entrance of their building. It was that golden-haired boy from earlier. He gave it to me. It's from Michael, Claudia muttered in surprise. This ballpoint pen would be considered a treasure here in Metropolis, and the fact that Michael willingly gave it to a receptionist as a nice little gift meant that he had plenty of them in store. Judging from the emblem of Reborn on the pen, Claudia realized that this was probably what Michael's company was selling. So that's what turned them into the 450th rank company in the entire world, she realized. With this kind of innovation in printing and writing, she could finally understand how a company from the lower part of the Queen's region had achieved so much so soon. With these pens, she knew that Michael had a chance in obtaining that permit. Meanwhile, Michael teleported back to their headquarters to reconvene with his team. As expected, Castell and Shayna took care of business quickly without any trouble. They had both prepared a collection of items that they could sell in the stalls. These items help people in their everyday lives, improving their quality of life. Things like eyeglasses, watches, matches, and other such little trinkets were their biggest sellers. For convenience, boss, we have asked the Shadows to transport these items directly to Metropolis. Even when using automobiles, they would take weeks to transfer, Shayna said. Michael didn't mind, and he would have transferred the items himself if needed. He then went out of their headquarters and into the warehouse just next door. This was where Kong and the other engineers created their prototypes for projects that Michael had them work on. And now, like they'd already finished the mobile stall that they were going to use for Metropolis. You guys went all out, he praised them. Usually, stalls in this world were only made out of basic materials like wood and other light materials. Since this was supposed to be mobile, they didn't use metals for their construction. What Kong and the engineers had made was something very similar to something Michael would see during an event. It was like those food trucks equipped with a generator to power it up with lights and possibly a whole kitchen set up. Not only that, but they made the whole thing from a scrapped automobile truck, so that it could be driven anywhere despite how heavy it was. Boss, what do you think? Kong asked, his face full of expectation. Michael nodded his head, approving of their work. Nicely done, he said to them. Thankfully, the rulebooks said nothing about how big a stall had to be. As long as it could be packed up and tucked away each day, then it was fair game. They had probably come up with that rule because they never expected Michael to bring an entire truck with him as a stall. He then inspected the interior, seeing an entire living room of space inside. There was a very large fridge, some cookware, a stack of tables and desks to display their wares. "This is perfect," he said. He didn't plan on just selling some everyday stuff. He was planning on selling food as well. Since the criteria for the permit was the number of sales in 1 week, Michael realized that a cheap, addicting fast food was a recipe for success. Unlike things like glasses or watches, people could buy food every day. Still, he was going to take advantage of their large stall space. He would be selling everything from AZ. The best part about this was that since he would be manning this stall for the entire duration, he could simply just teleport any of the items that he needed to sell. His idea was that he would set up a large display of everything that he was selling. Everything. He would display one of each. And then, when a customer wanted to buy one of those, then he would discreetly use his shadows to take it out from their warehouses in Angora City or the nation of Reborn. The rulebook said nothing about a limit of what they could sell. But then again, they probably never expected that there would be a Michael who would sell hundreds of items in a single stall. As for the stall itself, he would use it for the food portion of their wares. The reason why street foods back in his previous world were so popular was because people could see how they were made right in front of their eyes. So he would use that to his advantage to gain customers. "Thanks for your hard work, guys. This is amazing," he said to the engineers. "No problem, boss." Now that he was done with the preparations for their stall, Michael had one last thing to settle. He closed his eyes and searched for a specific person in the entirety of their headquarters. Once he had locked in on them, he quickly transported himself towards their location. He emerged from the shadows with the person in front of him unaware of his arrival. "Ahem. Do you have anything to say to me?" he asked Yuna. Yuna turned around and immediately put on an innocent face. "What? What do you mean, haha?" Michael sighed. "Why didn't you tell me that your aunt was in charge of the association? She was a lot to handle. She was barraging me with a lot of questions and all that." "Oh, haha, ha." Yuna tried to pass off the awkwardness as laughter, but in the end she finally gave in. "I'm sorry, but if you knew that she was my aunt, then you would have asked me to join you. And just like you said, she can be quite the difficult person to handle." Michael crossed his arms. "So, in short, you fed me to the wolf? It's for a good reason," she insisted. "If I had gone with you, she would have been a lot harder to deal with. Trust me, she would be going on and on about neutrality and all that stuff." "She already talked to me about that," he said. "Oh, tee-hee." Yuna tilted her head, squinted her eyes and poked a finger on her cheek. This was her signature pose back in the days. This was the kind of pose that would have sent an entire arena of people into a roaring applause. And Michael, try as he might, couldn't help but be affected by this psychic spell. He quickly turned away, hiding his blush. Fine. Just next time you better talk to her so that she won't ask me those questions again." Yuna nodded. "Yup, I promise." She quickly left the room, skipping happily with her hands behind her back. Meanwhile, Michael was left in the room, wiping off a sweat off his forehead, thinking, "That was close." Chapter 4:28. To delay or not to delay. The next day, with all of their preparations done, Michael went back to Metropolis to find their proper place where their stall would be. According to the rulebook, any applicant would be given a designated space in the market plaza of Metropolis. This was a large open space where people from all sides of the territory spent their day leisurely walking by and occasionally buying some products from the stalls. This was where new companies got tested to see if locals wanted their product or not. Michael walked inside this plaza and realized just how large this place was. It was definitely bigger than a stadium from his previous world. This place was teeming with greenery and natural life, just like a real park. He could see people walking through the grasses, taking picnics under the trees, and some were even leisurely riding their horses around. This place was probably one of the most crowded places he had seen in this world, aside from his own territories. And scattered throughout the parks were wooden stalls, some very small, and some large enough to be a cabin, built along the walkways of the plaza. Their businesses ranged from food to armories, to books. It was all very varied. It was easy to guess that these companies were in the same boat as him, and they also wanted a permit. Wanting to find his own designated spot for his stall, he walked over towards the entrance where a man wearing the white tunic uniform of the association was standing guard. "Excuse me, I'm supposed to get a space for my stall. Where can I put it?" he asked the employee. The man quickly took out his scroll and asked Michael for his name. "What's your company?" "Reborn," he replied. The man scanned through the scroll before finding Michael's company on the list. "I have confirmed your application, Sir Michael. Your designated spot will be on the spot J5, right between the pond and the large acacia tree. I can see here that you have just submitted your application yesterday. You have the choice to start your test within a month of your application. When would you like to take it? Michael answered. Right now. The man seemed very surprised. Are you sure? Usually applicants need a lot of time to set up their stall to transfer all their inventory inside Metropolis. I already had it delivered before. Don't worry, he said to the man. Still, the attendant was very worried for Michael. I would suggest that you use your allotted time to delay your permit test at least a week from now. Why is that? He asked. The annual Upperwood District Festival is about to start, the attendant explained. I think that you would stand to get a better chance if you let the festival pass first before you start your permit test. It would be an extreme waste for you to waste your chance because you can only apply for a permit once a year. Michael shrugged. I have no idea what the Upperwood District Festival is all about, but that doesn't matter. I want to take the test today. Seeing as Michael had no intention of ever backing out, the attendant quickly explained so that he would understand the severity of his choice. The Upperwood District Festival is an event for all of the companies located in this district. This means that this entire block will be competing for people's attention. These are companies that are already well established in Metropolis. And not to sound offensive, but your company is nothing compared to them. They don't know you or what you offer. Local customers will most probably pick companies that they already know about, rather than new ones they don't know about. The attendant was trying to make Michael understand that getting a permit was an incredibly hard task, but trying to get a permit while the Upperwood District Festival was ongoing was an even more impossible task. Look around you, said the attendant. Do you see how many people are in this park right now? And do you see the stalls located all around? Did you notice that barely any of them are getting customers? Michael looked around and noticed that despite the foot traffic all around the plaza, none of them were even giving the stalls a second look. They were just passing them by as if there were nothing but stones on the grass. Stalls are barely getting any customers normally, and when the festival starts tomorrow, you'll see that none of them will even have sales above what you can count with 2 hands. So please heed my warning. It's still not too late for you to change your mind. You can give yourself a better chance if you just wait another week. Now, for any other person, they would have simply just heeded the man's warnings. Even Michael. If it was before he reincarnated in this world, then he would have delayed his permit test for a week. But now, Michael wasn't willing to do that. There was a certain sense of pride within him that wasn't going to back away from a fight. He was confident in his ability to pass the permit test. He was confident in Reborn. And besides, if he was going to get the permit, then he would eventually be competing with those local companies anyway. If he couldn't even compete with them now, then he shouldn't even try to get a permit in the first place. Michael was just treating this as any other day. He was just going to sell his products to people who need to have their quality of life improve. The tests or the festival didn't matter. Have you changed your mind? The attendant asked. Yes, I changed my mind. I'll take the permit test tomorrow. The attendant was left standing with his jaw dropped. This boy named Michael was actively trying to compete with the local companies of the Upperwood District. This was insane. He had never met such a daring businessman. Meanwhile, Michael had already left to go find the J5 spot for tomorrow's permit test. He followed the direction given to him by the locals until he eventually found the spot that he was looking for. And coincidentally enough, he saw that there were a few stalls that were built close to him. These stalls were small, which was a clear indication of their small companies. Yet, Michael could see from first glance that their products were made with a lot of effort, labor, and love. Excuse me, this is J5 spot, right? He asked the stall owners. There were 4 of them in total, and the one that Michael spoke to was a middle-aged man with balding hair who was managing a small bakery. Are you taking the permit too? The old balding man asked. Michael nodded. Yep, I'll start tomorrow. As soon as he said that, the other 3 stall owners got out of their buildings and went over to Michael. Boy, I think that you should ask the association to delay your test. There's no need for you to waste your test like us. Take it next week. If they refuse to delay it, tell them that I harassed you. That'll probably get me kicked out, but I didn't have a chance in the festival anyway. At least you'll have a chance. Chapter 429, Upperwood Festival. Michael appreciated their concerns. One of them was even willing to sacrifice themselves just so that he could delay his permit test, which was very touching. It's okay. I chose to start my permit test tomorrow, he told them. They all looked at him as if he was crazy. No one in their right minds would start their permit test during the Upperwood Festival, but it seemed that Michael was set on his ways and there was nothing they could do to convince him otherwise. It's fine, the old balding man said. He's just a kid. There's plenty of chances for him in the future. The others agreed. It might actually be a good experience for him. He can learn from this mistake. If that's the case, then welcome to our little spot here in the market plaza. If you have anything you want to ask, then just come right over to our stall and we'll help you out whenever we can. Our small company should stick together, helping each other out. Then they started to introduce themselves to Michael. The old balding man who owned a bakery was named Otto. Right next to him was Rainer, who was the owner of a small perfume shop outside of Metropolis. The other one was Carter, who was a shoemaker whose stall was filled with handmade leather shoes. Last but not least was Pedro, who was a metal worker who specialized in utensils like spoons and forks. Their stalls were quaint and homely, but Michael could see that their products had good quality for this day and age. If these were sold in other territories like Kingsbridge Town or Angora City, then Michael could see it become a very popular item to trade for. However, this was Metropolis. Competition here was hard. He had already seen much larger companies and stores that sold these kinds of items as he made his way towards the market plaza. In short, it was hard for them to distinguish themselves from the people. "How about you, kid? What do you sell?" Otto asked him. "My name is Michael and I own the Reborn company," he told them. The four of them had never heard of Reborn before, probably because they were originally from territories much further north from Metropolis. "What kind of things do you sell? Metalwork, textile, food?" Michael shrugged. "We sell all kinds of things. The Reborn company offers a variety of products as well as services." This garnered a bit of a worried reaction from the four stall owners. They didn't think that it was such a great idea to sell so many products in a stall. "It's great to have variety, but it will be hard for you to make an identity for Reborn. Customers will have no idea what they would get from your company." "I suggest that you focus on one specific niche," Carter suggested. "Look at me. People know that I sell shoes, so anyone wanting to get their shoes fixed in this park will come to me." "That's only if they're in a hurry," Katerina retorted. "But he does have a point, young Michael. My perfume store may not get a lot of customers, but I am starting to get some loyal and returning customers because they like my distinct perfume smell." "How about your stall? Have you made one yet?" Pedro asked. "If you want, I can help you with it. As you can see from my handiwork, I'm pretty good with crafts." They all gave Michael some tips and some suggestions due only to their desire to help Michael navigate this hard permit test. After all, this was not their first time taking it, so they had a lot to tell him. Michael appreciated them, but he knew what he wanted to do and what he needed to do. "I already have my items in my stall ready, but thanks anyway." The four old-timers nodded their heads. Of course. You're one of us now, so we have to help you out," said Otto. Michael had some questions about them regarding the spot itself, and they eagerly marked out the J5 spot for him. Thankfully, it was quite big and would fit the mobile food truck that Michael had prepared. He also asked them for a map of the whole market plaza, and without hesitation brought out their own maps to give him. "This is Upperwood District, and in the middle there is the market plaza. We're right here, on the right of the pond in the center," said Raina as she gave the map to Michael. "If you can see those red lines crossing all over the map, that's the usual foot traffic on the plaza. The thicker the line, the more people are visiting the place," she explained. Michael noticed that the path that crossed his and their stalls only had a very thin line, meaning that the foot traffic inside was very minimal. "Don't worry, though, the festival increases the number of customers that go around the park. Now, whether they buy from us is another question entirely," Pedro said, a bit self-deprecatingly. "At least you guys don't have to compete with a literal sub-company of the Hephaestus conglomerate." "Don't bring down the boys' enthusiasm, Pedro," Carter said. "Michael, forget about those local companies and just focus on your own stall. It will just demoralize you." Michael was unfazed. "Please tell me. I'd like to know who we're facing." The four stall owners looked at Michael, surprised at his fighting spirit. "I'm liking you more and more, kid. Fine, I'll tell you. Do you see those buildings surrounding the entire market plaza?" Michael looked at the map and saw that the entire green forest region of the Upperwood District was enclosed by these buildings sectioned off into color-coded areas. First is the company called Spice Vice, and they control this region of the district just beside the main roads. They sell all kinds of spices, herbs, and even honey. They pride themselves in selling these rare products that could only be found outside Metropolis. Michael had never heard of this company before, which probably meant that they hadn't set foot in the lower Queens region or the Kings region at all. If that was so, then the items they sold must not be that rare. Carter then moved his hand over to the next section of the map, right beside the Spice Vice region. The next region is owned by a large textile company called Sweet Suits. They sell all kinds of fabrics, linen, cotton, satin. You name it, they have it. Their materials are found all over Metropolis. Did you see the chitons the association employees wear? It's from them. Michael then set his sights on the opposite side of the market plaza. This region is owned by the Pyramided Cuisine. As you can see, they're perfectly aligned with the most foot traffic in the market plaza. They're the go-to place when people want to eat after walking in the park. Of course, the restaurants that they manage in this district are the low-class ones, which, unlike the really high fancy ones, can accommodate normal people. Michael wasn't surprised to hear that name. After all, Chef Cousteau had already spoken to him about their restaurants in Metropolis. Chapter 430, Transferring the Mobile Stall. Michael thought that it would be a good idea to ask Chef Cousteau what he knew about these restaurants in the Upperwood district. He made ChatJK4 take a mental note of it. And last but not least, this corner of the district is controlled by none other than Quench Company and led by one of the legacies. Michael remembered that Bobby owned the Quench Company, which was a sub-company of the Hephaestus conglomerate. They were one of Michael's goals for obtaining a permit. He wanted to know how to apply Su to his mithril artifact. It was good to know they were so close to him. This part of the Quench Company is managed by one of Bobby's officers, one of his generals named Dicky. They specialize in creating everyday metal objects for furniture. Their quality of work is said to be very close to dwarven quality, if you can believe that. I can't believe that, Michael muttered to himself. Anyway, those are the 4 companies that are going to be the major frontrunners for the Upperwood District Festival. But we're not competing against them. They're in a league of their own. We're competing against the other smaller local companies scattered about. They're just like us, but bigger and better. Now technically in this festival they aren't competing against us. They're competing against themselves. We're basically just the ants that live off of their crumbs. Or to be more accurate, the big 4 companies eat to their heart's content. Then, the smaller local companies eat the crumbs off their plate. And then, we are the ones that eat the crumbs off of their crumbs. Hopefully we get just enough to get by and pass the permit test. With all of that explained, the 4 owners hoped that Michael would understand the hardships that they were about to face. For their permit test, they had to get 7,000 sales in a week, or 1,000 sales a day. Now, during normal circumstances, this was already hard to achieve. If there were 1,000 customers that walked by their stall, they would get lucky if 100 of them even peeked through their wares. Now, the festival did increase the number of people walking through the market plaza, but the rate of their sales would actually plummet because of the increased competition from the local companies. Even now, it seemed impossible just to get 100 sales a day, let alone 1,000. Do you get it now, Michael? Otto asked. Michael nodded. I understand completely. Now the 4 of them looked at Michael, expecting him to be worried out of his mind. Yet, the boy simply bowed his head, thanked them for their help, and went on his merry way as if he wasn't just given the worst news of his life. I'll see you all tomorrow, he said, leaving them all shocked at his optimism. Since there was still some time left till the start of tomorrow, Michael decided to transport the mobile food truck today to prepare. He transported himself back to their headquarters to see that Shayna had already arranged everything for him in a neat manner. It's been fully supplied with fuel, Lord Michael. This thing can run for 2 weeks straight with the refrigerator, the stoves, and other appliances turned on, Shayna reported. Thanks. I have also recruited some chefs to help you with the street food that you have prepared. 3 Rebornians wearing an apron and a white hat presented themselves to him, bowing. It's a pleasure to work for you, boss. Michael inspected their talents and saw that they all had A-class skills related to cooking and cuisine. They were definitely up for the job, and one could even say they were overqualified with the simple street food that they were going to make. Tony and Remy wanted to help with this too, but he told them to just focus on growing McTony's. Their restaurant had continued to grow at a commensurate rate with no signs of stopping. Without them at the helm, it could hinder their progress or stop it entirely. Using the dragon's whiskers ingredient for their McTony's recipe made them unable to store it for a long time, which meant that long-distance delivery was not possible. If it was, then he would have wanted them to join in on the permit test as well. Anyway, he was already confident with the food and the items that they were going to sell tomorrow. I'll be taking the truck with me now, he said to everyone. So without further ado, he wrapped the whole mobile food truck with his shadow and used his skill to transport the entire thing over to Metropolis. For normal people, teleporting something this large at such long distances would have been impossible for anyone not in the 8-star realm, but Michael was different. He had near limitless mana at his disposal. A large magic circle appeared in front of him, gathering all the natural mana in the environment to power such a mana-hungry spell. The disturbance caused the wind to pick up, blowing across the warehouse and causing the engineers' blueprints to fly all over the place. While the engineers struggled to keep their hard hats on their heads, Shayna just stayed still and waited for Michael to finish his spell, and once enough mana had been siphoned away, the large shadow underneath the truck suddenly bulged up into a dome, swallowing the entire vehicle into the shadows. Somewhere a few kilometers away from Metropolis walls, a large shadow emerged from the ground and turned into a dome, and in a split second the shadows in the dome started to recess into the ground, revealing mobile food truck in perfect condition with Michael standing right beside it. Michael looked around and noticed that the mana density in the environment had gone down significantly, as expected. This kind of large-scale teleportation needs such large amounts of mana from both sides of the portal. The magic tower in Metropolis would have noticed it by now. Thankfully, I have a friend that can smooth out all the troubles with the Guild of Arcana. Inside the tall black spire piercing the heavens in Metropolis, High-leveled magicians and wizards were in a state of panic. What's happening? Why did the mana in the air decrease? Is there a calamity? Should we panic? I'm panicking. This was such an unusual event that they immediately thought of the worst possible reason to explain the lessening of mana in Metropolis. Of course, in such a calamitous state of emergency, the only person that they could talk to was none other than their tower master. All high-ranking magicians fled to the top floor of the tower, seeking the advice of their most respected leader. And as they entered their tower master's room, they saw the bespectacled, short-haired old man sitting at his desk with a letter in his hands. Surely the tower master should have noticed the weakening of mana in nature. Yet the man didn't look like he was panicking at all. Instead, he looked at the letter in his hands with confusion in his face. Dear mystical friend, there may be an instance where mana has tragically decreased in an instant. But do not panic. There is no need to raise the alarms, as this is just something that the kid does plenty of times. I shall explain it to you at a later date. You too will understand my frustrations at the proper time. Sincerely, Cerberus Organdor. Chapter 431 started the permit test. The very next day, the start of the Upperwood District Festival finally commenced. It was a weekend, so a lot of people had come out of their homes to celebrate this very joyous occasion. Even people not from the district came in droves, basically filling the streets with carriages and horses. This was because the festival brought on lots of competition within the companies in the district, allowing for lots of discounts, special limited time items, and especially cool events that everyone can participate in. The Quench Company, for example, had a 20% discount on all of their kitchen utensils for the entire duration of the festival. This was something people had been waiting for all year round, so there were lots of people already lined up in their stores, even before the sun had come up. But this festival wasn't just for the companies, it was also for the people. This was the only time they could relax and unwind, celebrating the culture of Metropolis with a lot of other people. There were banners all around, with colourful triangular flags strung up high along the buildings, creating a very fun and festive mood for the people walking along the streets. The market plaza was no different. In fact, the festivities had been boosted up even more. The wooden stalls from companies on their permit test had upgraded their stores to accommodate festivities just like the ones on the street, hoping that it would attract more customers. Now, whether that worked or not, was another conversation entirely. While Otto and the others had already set up their stalls early in the morning, Michael hadn't yet showed up at all. They were getting worried for the rookie, thinking that his nerves got to the best of him and he ended up quitting the permit test entirely. Of course, that was not true in the slightest. With his mobile food truck ready, Michael drove the vehicle towards the gates of the city, with the guards and other people looking at him with strange expressions. What is that? Is that made out of metal? Has a monster come over to invade? They saw this gigantic metal structure that was moving at speeds far faster than what they thought was possible. Not only that, the hum of the engine made them mistake the automobile for a large monster that had come wandering over into Metropolis. They quickly raised their weapons in the air defensively. However, as the mobile food truck rolled in closer, the soldiers was able to see humans through the glass panes. What the hell? Michael opened the door, surprising the soldiers and making them flinch away. A human boy? The soldiers slowly approached Michael. Boy, is this your tamed monster? Nope, Michael responded. This is my carriage. The soldier was immediately doubtful. But where is your horse? How is it moving such heavy material if you don't have at least 10 horses pulling the reins? Michael knew that he wouldn't be able to explain how an automobile worked in a short amount of time, so he just presented them with a letter. The soldier took the letter and saw the wax seal on the very front. His eyes widened when he realized that it had the bearings of the Guild of Arcana. Not only that, but they knew that this seal was only available to mystic masters. Cerberus Organdor, the soldier proclaimed. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared on top of the wax seal. This proved to them that the letter was authentic and not a counterfeit. I apologize for the delay, the soldier said. You may come in. Thanks to Cerberus's authority as a tower master, Michael was able to bypass any security inspection on the vehicle that would have taken days, if not weeks, given how complex and strange an automobile was on the inside. Thanks, he told the guards before going back inside the automobile and driving it inside the gates. As soon as the engine roared to life, the soldiers flinched once again. Once he was inside the gates, he immediately noticed the gaze of someone far away. He looked through the windshield and saw a person floating in the very top of the magic tower. He must be the tower master of Metropolis, Michael thought. Now, thankfully, Cerberus had already informed this tower master that any and all inquiries on him and the Reborn company had to wait until the end of the permit test so as not to disturb him. So as much as the tower master wanted to talk to him, the old man had to keep his distance and simply observe. And it wasn't just the tower master. The automobile immediately stole the glances of everyone in its near vicinity. Its massive size compared to a normal horse carriage in the street made it stand out even more. Whoa, is that a metal monster? Part of the parade for the festival. What's that name on the side of the metal? Reborn, I've never heard of that. Of course he took advantage of all of this attention and advertised the Reborn company. This was one of the reasons why he didn't teleport the food truck directly inside Metropolis. He wanted a more dramatic entrance. Anyone curious about the metal monster would follow the truck into the market plaza and become customers for his permit test. Entering the park, all eyes were immediately on him and the truck. They all watched as this humongous piece of metal rode through the green grass until it eventually settled into the spot near the lake. Michael parked on his spot and got out of the vehicle, only to be swarmed by Otto and the rest of them. "Well, Michael, what is this?" Carter asked. "Yep, it's my stall." Before they could even question him about it, the sound of metal clanking rang out from inside the automobile as the workers inside began to unfold the metal container to show the interior of the vehicle. The counter windows opened, the roof unrolled, and the 4 demi-human Rebornians greeted everyone with a warm smile. "Oh my God, that is a piece of art," Pedro complimented. He observed the metalwork inside the vehicle and was immediately blown away by the quality. "How is this even possible?" Otto asked. "Come to think of it, I never even asked you what your Reborn company is all about. The truth is that." Michael began to tell them all about his origins in the King's region, and how he had eventually reached Angora City and wanted to expand deeper in the Queen's region. "The 450th rank. That is very impressive," Raina said, amazed. "I really think that you would have had a much greater chance of getting that permit if you had started a week later." Michael smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he gestured for the Rebornian workers to start unloading all of their products in front of the stall. They began setting up desks and pulling out new and strange pieces of technology that no one in Metropolis had ever seen before. It was an immediate eye-catcher, if nothing else. Michael looked at all this and said, "Reborn is open for business." Chapter 432, first day. Michael's stall had 2 different categories. One was items for everyday use in the kitchen and in everyday life, things like pans and pots. These were basic metalwork items that were already present in this world. The other items were personal items like soaps, shampoos, and even makeup. Now usually these items were made by hand, and were usually filled with imperfections and dents because if it was too perfect, then the price would go up too much. However, when Otto and the others looked at the rate on these items, they were surprised that they were in the same price range as second-hand wares. The only problem was that the metalwork and quality of these items were far too good for the price. "These are way too cheap," said Pedro. "It looks like these had been made by the dwarves," Michael shrugged. "That's the normal price in our territory, actually. I even made it a bit pricier for this stall." They couldn't believe it. They thought that for such great quality, the price had to be at least doubled to match the amount of work and effort that was put into the item. And that didn't even take into account the price for shipping these items. But what they didn't know was that these were all mass-manufactured in his factories, so these were considered low quality in their territories. As for transporting these goods, once the Golden Road was finished, then the fee would significantly lower down. "Would you guys like to try it out?" he asked them. Otto and the others became the first customers for the stall. The Rebornian attendants quickly went to work and began selling the items to them. "Dear customer, this is our famous Reborn soap. To see how good our product is, I will put all of this dirt and grime on my hand. And if I use this soap and a little bit of water, then voila, it's gone, and my hand smells even better than a field of flowers." Raina's jaw dropped when she smelled the different colored soaps on display. Some were even better than her perfumes. They were all surprised, as each and every one of Michael's products were far beyond what they had seen in the market. And some of them, like the matchsticks, were amazing innovations that they knew could change the whole landscape of the market. Otto and the others were convinced. Michael was in a whole league of his own. They would even dare say that he could compete with the best of them in Metropolis, even the legacies. "So this is the reason why you were so confident about the permit test," said Otto. "With these products you knew were going to pass no matter what." "I'm not ashamed to say that what I've been doing is amateurish compared to what you do," confessed Raina. "Just that. Automobile alone, I knew that I was outmatched. It's a work of beauty that I have no way of understanding," said Perdo. "Everyone said it already. You deserve that permit," Carter added. And it seems that they weren't the only ones who noticed Reborn stand out from the rest. A few customers had finally given in to their curiosity and approached the scary metal monster in the park. At first, they were just curious as to what kind of thing could move that fast despite being so heavy. But then, they saw that it was actually one of the stalls from those companies that wanted to get a permit. The one that approached was a small family of 4, 2 kids and the parents. And as they approached, the Rebornian workers immediately put on their smiles and accommodated their first customer. Welcome to the mobile Reborn store. What can I get for you? Michael watched as the family observed the product demonstrations with wide eyes. They were immediately taken in by the dazzling display and wanted to get one for themselves. I'll get the soap and the shampoos, said the mother. I'll take that knife for me, honey. It can slice a paper in half without even any pressure. Mom, Dad, I want that matchstick. I can create fire like I'm a magician. Me too. And within a few minutes, the satisfied family of 4 walked away from the stall, having bought at least 10 items in total. They even promised to return tomorrow to buy some more, given that they only brought in a limited budget today. The day only went on to become better and better for Michael. The dramatic entrance this morning served as a huge advertisement and lured a lot of people to come and check out their wares. Anyone that came close to them ended up buying at least one item for themselves. This was one of the advantages of having a lot of items in stock. People from all walks of life had something to buy. More and more people came to check out and buy something from the stall, and a staggering 100% of the people who walked along their path of the plaza ended up garnering a sale for Michael and his stall. The items in the desks were far too alluring for them to pass up. Eventually, one of the customers smelled a delicious scent coming from the stall. They stopped looking around the desks and came closer to the stall. There, they saw the Rebornian attendants wearing aprons as they dunked something in searing hot oil, producing that mouth-watering sizzling sound. That smells good. What is that?" the slightly chubby male customer asked. "Hello, sir, this is our menu for today. You can pick what you like," replied the Rebornian attendant. The man looked over the menu, seeing things like pizza, donuts, and churros from the list of foods available. As for the drinks section, there was ice-cold water, beer, and even tropical fruit juices of all kinds. At first, the man was very suspicious of this. How could they even get fresh fruit in the middle of winter? And he didn't even know anything about the foods that they offered. But since the smell was good, the man decided to give it a try. "Give me this donut thing," he said. "All right, sir. Would you like water with that?" The man shrugged. "Sure." And in a few minutes, the attendant handed him a Torah-shaped bread with some chocolate drizzled on the top of it. This was very appetizing to the man, and he couldn't help but take a bite out of it this very instant. And as soon as he took a bite, he was hooked. The chocolate and the bread was a combination he had never tried before. "This is amazing," he praised. He ended up eating everything in a few seconds, making him crave for some water. The attendant saw this and quickly served him a cup of ice-cold water. "Excuse me, miss, can I have more of that donut?" "Alex, sir. It will take a while to cook the donuts, so would you like to sit in one of our tables?" the attendant asked as she pointed at the neatly placed tables around the grass. The man nodded and took a seat, waiting patiently for his donut. And as the day ended, Otto and the others were surprised to see that Michael had garnered over 1,000 sales in a single day. This would put him well on track to passing the permit test. Chapter 433, Results of the First Day. The Upperwood District Festival was something that continued whether it was day or night. During this 1-week period, everyone was burning the midnight oil to continue the festivities, even though the sun had already set far off into the horizon. Those established businesses like the Quench Company, the Sweet Suits, the Spice Vice, and the Pyramidic Cuisine had their entire building lit up with oil lamps, and even some magic lights courtesy of their own magicians under their purview. That was how they continued to conduct their business well off into the night, until the crack of dawn. But for Otto, Rayner, Carter, Pedro, and the other companies in the market plaza trying to get their permit, they had no other choice but to rely on poorly illuminated candles. Some even chose to simply pack up and wait until the sun rose tomorrow morning. In fact, Otto and the others were even thinking the same thing. Unlike Michael, they sold next to nothing during this festival. Their pathway was already a place where not a lot of people visited, but those that visited them never even gave their wares a second look. "I think we're done for tonight," said Otto. "How about you, Michael?" "I'll keep the stall open," he replied. "But how are you going to do that?" Before Otto could even finish his sentence, the 4 attendants inside the mobile food truck started flipping the switches inside to reveal a bevy of small lights lined up along the railings of the truck itself. There were 2 overhead bulbs that illuminated the whole surroundings, including the desks containing his products, as well as the tables reserved for those who ate their food. Everyone's eyes widened. They thought that it was magic, but they saw no sign of any magic circle that popped up around the stall. "What is this? Whoa, that's pretty. I can't believe it's so bright out here in the park." Eventually, the dazzling lights lured some of the people to purposefully come out of their way and check out Michael's stall. These people weren't supposed to be traveling in this path, but the bright lights attracted them like bugs. "Welcome to Reborn Store. What can we get for you?" Eventually, the night wore on and the amount of people walking through the park plummeted. This officially signaled the end of the first day, as there were no more customers to be found. Now, most people would usually have to pack up their products to safeguard them, But Michael chose to leave them be because he knew that there were shadow orcs surveilling the area at all times. Eventually, one of the association employees walked up to Michael and asked to tally his score. "Mr. Michael, good morning. Your first day has gone well, I hope." Michael shrugged. It could have been better. Although they had done more than 1,000 sales on the first day, Michael thought that he could have had more if people visited this place more often. He was very much limited by the amount of traffic going around in the J5 area of the market plaza. All the people who walked along this path ended up buying something from him, which told him that he would have gotten so much more if he had better visibility among the general public. The sensation with the automobile did extremely well, but the fact that there was no social media in this world really hindered the rumor to spread that fast. Though by his estimations, the amount of sales they would get on the second day would definitely increase by a lot. Hopefully the word of mouth helped spread the name Reborn throughout the district. All in all, though, Michael's situation was pretty good. He was just disappointed that it wasn't better. However, the employee took that as something bad and patted Michael's shoulders, consoling him. "You can do better today." "Yep. Hopefully more than 2,000 on the second day," he muttered. The employee seemed to have ignored that. "Okay, I just need the special association coins from you." During this festival, every single citizen was given special coins. These coins were the currency of the festival, and they were the coins that people paid to exchange for the item or service that the companies provided. And at the end of the day, these coins would be exchanged into real monetary gold coins by the association. This helped measure how many sales a company had in a single day. "Please put all your coins into this special chest," said the employee as he brought out a wooden chest. "It has a magic spell that helps count the pieces as well as check for any forgery for the coins." Michael used his shadow skill and dumped out all of their special association coins into the box. As the first few coins landed and formed a small mountain, a magic circle appeared in front of the chest and started a counter for everything that fell inside. The number reached the 20 mark, and the employee couldn't help but nod in respect. Normally, companies were not even able to gather this much in a single day, much less the first day. Clink, clink, clink. But then the coins kept tumbling into the chest without any sign of stopping. The employee didn't as he saw the counter on the chest to go up from 200 to 500. And Michael shook his hand until the very last coin had dropped into the chest, totaling 1,252 association coins. The employee couldn't believe what he was seeing. He had visited almost 100 other companies today, and they all showed a number below the 500 mark. And yet, this golden-haired boy was able to get 1,200 sales in a single day. He couldn't believe it. And it was only now did the employee finally look up and saw the mobile food truck in front of him. He saw the variety of items displayed on the tables. He saw the lights illuminating the interior of the stall as well as the outside. He heard the sound of sizzling food being cooked in the fryer. "What is this?" he asked. "This is Reborn. And by the way, how did we do compared to the other companies?" Michael's question seemed to have woken the employee up from his stupor. He immediately consulted his scroll and began to scan through its contents. With Reborn's score of 1,200 plus sales for today, that would put them at the very top of all the companies wanting to get a permit. They had smashed through the record. "You're in first place," the employee said. The Rebornian employees cheered and celebrated their success. "Congratulations, boss." I knew you could do it." Michael pumped his fist and celebrated with the rest of them. Meanwhile, the employee couldn't help but think to himself, how would Michael and the Reborn company compare to the local companies in the festival? The employee secretly took out a second scroll from his pockets. This was the rankings for the companies already well established in Metropolis, companies like the Quench Company, the Pyramidic Cuisine, and a whole lot more. Of course, at the very top of the list was the reigning champions of last year's festival, the Quench Company. As part of the legacies, their dominance in the market was nothing that could be surmounted by others. Their total sales for the first day was 20,316, and by a very large margin, second place came to the Pyramidic Cuisine. Their food and drinks were bestsellers, with no other food company coming close. Because of that, they were able to get a score of 14,294. Coming hot on their tail was the Sweet Suits, who had just released their new line of expensive silks and exotic fabrics that could only be found months of travel away from Metropolis. Their sales, all in all, were 12,721, and in fourth place was Spice Vice. A large part of their sales came from other businesses who came to buy ingredients for their own food companies. These four were the biggest companies in the Upperwood district, but there were 50 other companies that competed in the festival. Their sales ranged from 10,000 sales to 1,000 sales. The association employee looked at the very bottom of the rankings and found the last place. At the 54th place, a barbershop company did 1,232 sales on the first day. And when he compared that to Reborn sales, he was surprised to see that they were able to break through and dethrone the last ranking. This was unprecedented. This ranking was supposed to be for veterans, for companies that were competing for real in the metropolis landscape. Meanwhile, the permit rankings were supposed to be like a kid's version of the rankings. It didn't even mean anything. It was just a way to see which company did enough to pass the test. And yet, able to break through the mold, even without an established company in metropolis, armed only with a mobile stall in the middle of a park, the Reborn company was able to compete with the big boys, the veterans. Even if they're only in last place, that they were even able to get there was a miracle in and of itself. The employee quickly left the park, lugging the chest behind him to report this to his superior, Claudia Montgomery. He bid his goodbye to Michael and went straight to the association building. He rushed through the crowd, bumping into his co-workers who questioned him why he was so impatient. "You guys are going to want to see this too," he said to them. He went to Claudia's room and barged right in without even knocking. Claudia, surprised by the rudeness, questioned the employee, "And 20 of your co-workers coming into my office so early in the morning?" The employee walked towards her desk and slammed down his scrolls and presented both to Claudia. He immediately pointed at the top of one of the lists, emphasizing Reborn's score. "Wow, first place, let's see their score." Her eyes widened. She took the scroll and put it up against a light, trying to see better. 1,200 sales? In a single day? And now even the other employees couldn't believe what they just heard. Who? How did they do that? Every single association employee in charge of the Upperwood District Festival squeezed through the door trying to see commotion. The Reborn company, they're only positioned in J5. That's the worst space to be in, and they got 1,200 sales in a single day. Are you sure those coins are real? The employee nodded, offended. Of course, the chest verified it as real. They all knew that the chest was made by the Tower Master of Metropolis. It could not be fooled. However, the absurdity of Reborn's score made them question that, rather than accept the truth so fast. "Wait, Reborn Company, I heard they're the ones that had that strange metal monster that they tamed." "Yeah, I saw it firsthand," said the employee. "It's not a monster, it's like a carriage, but made out of metal. Also, it has all these lights that wasn't made out of magic." So it was true. I heard that too and thought it was just a rumor. I heard about Reborn from a friend too. He said they sold cooking ware that's almost at dwarven quality level. I have been hearing some conversations about a stall in the market plaza that sells everything at cheap prices but amazing quality. It must have been Reborn. As her employees talked amongst each other, she shifted her focus over to the second scroll. "They broke through this ranking," she muttered to herself. A smile started to break out on her cheeks. It seemed that her niece Una had chosen Reborn for a reason. If they could break through the ranking only using a mobile stall, then they had incredibly huge potential once they were established in Metropolis. For others, this was already impressive enough. But Michael wasn't satisfied. He wanted more sales. So, as the sun broke the night sky, the second day had finally commenced. Otto and the others had come up incredibly early despite only having a few hours of sleep for the day. "Good morning," he greeted them. But then he noticed that they didn't bring anything with them. Last night they left with a wagon full of their products, but now they returned empty-handed. "I sure hope you're not going to be selling air," he joked. The four of them forced a laugh. "No, Michael. Us four have decided something. We're going to be quitting the permit test," Otto said. "What?" Even though Pedro said that as a joke, it looked like they would do it if Michael wanted. Reina tried to calm him down. "Yesterday we were barely able to break 100 sales. We had no chance in this festival." "Yup," Pedro agreed. "We'll just try our luck next year, no worries." This left a sour taste in Michael's mouth. Although he knew that this was just business, these four had been nothing but good to him despite not knowing who he was. Not only that, but he thought that their products were very good and could compete with the market metropolis. "Hey, don't feel bad, kid. We've already decided to quit the moment we found out that the festival was going to coincide with our permit test. We just decided to try out one more day to accompany you since we thought you weren't going to do well, haha. Clearly we were wrong." Michael sighed and took a deep breath. "But why are you all here?" They all looked at each other. "Well, since we have nothing better to do, we've decided to help out in your stall," said Otto. "We all like your product, so it's easy for us to sell it to others," Reina said, pointing to the soaps and shampoos. "We'll be scouring the streets and begging them to come to your stall if we have to." This touched Michael's heart. Even though they'd already failed and they weren't going to get anything, they still decided to show up and help him in his stall. "Okay," he told them. "I'll be counting on you." And so, with the four of them shouting and bringing people in, Michael found much greater success than the first day. By the end of the night, Michael had garnered a total of 2,530 sales, doubling his own score yesterday. Those that came yesterday came back to buy something again. Not only that, but they brought with them some new customers who had heard about Reborn's products through word of mouth. In fact, people were now even starting to line up in his stall, waiting to be the next one to buy something from Michael. Otto, Rena, Carter, and Pedro helped the Rebornian employees manage the whole stall, preventing people from being too bored waiting. This helped Michael achieve a score of 2,530 sales for the second day. What's impressive about this was that the Special Association coins only accounted for how many people bought something from Michael's mobile stall. For example, if someone bought a matchstick, some pots and pans, and even a donut from the food truck, then that would only count as one single sale. This was the association's way to make sure that companies weren't simply just making their products extremely cheap and giving away items. They had to garner actual people to buy from them. So, if actual sales were being counted, Michael's score would be a lot higher than what was recorded. At the end of the day, Claudia was once again given a report from her employees about the rankings on the permit test, and as expected, at the very top was the Reborn company. But her focus wasn't on this list. Her focus was on the rankings that didn't include Michael and his company. She looked at the real rankings, moving her way up from the very bottom of the list all the way to the 39th spot. They were a candy company selling sweets to kids during the parade, and in total they sold about 2,521 sales on the second day, lower than Michael's score. "This is insane," she muttered. She immediately rummaged through her cabinets, looking through the different scrolls in her possession. These were all the rankings from the previous Upperwood District festivals throughout history. She wanted to see if there had been anyone in history who had ever achieved this kind of feat before. She scanned through last year's rankings. There was none. She went through year to year, going further and further back in time until finally she found a company about 10 years ago who was able to break through the rankings while only being on their permit test. And when she looked at the name of that company, she slammed her fist on the desk in excitement. The only other person who was able to achieve this feat was none other than Bobby Hephaestus, the current leader of the Quench Company and a part of the esteemed and prestigious Legacies. During their debut in the Market Plaza, on the 7th day of their permit test, Bobby was able to achieve a total 3,719 sales, which would have earned him a spot in the top 25 rankings for the Upperwood District Festival. This meant that Michael was able to achieve a feat that only a legacy was able to achieve. Claudia could only wonder how much more growth a company like Michael could achieve in the future. Could they someday be part of the Legacies? Michael's last name surely made him look the part, but the difference between them was that Michael didn't use his name nor his parents' money to achieve all of this success. He did it all on his own, and from the part of the continent that others deemed extremely poor and despondent. "I can't believe it," she muttered. Right now, only she and a couple of other members of the association knew about this astounding fact. But she was sure that as the festival wore on, the name of Reborn would be marked upon the hearts of not only the consumers, but also the companies around the Upperwood District. After all, at the rate they were making sales, she had no doubt that Michael would pass the permit test. They could even finish it all within 5 days, with them already halfway to their goal of 7,000 sales. Meanwhile, on the very top of the Magic Tower, a few old men wearing crumpled top hats and weathered robes stood at the large glass window overlooking the entirety of Metropolis. Or more accurately, their eyes were set upon a single district in the distance which was currently ongoing with their festival Upperwood District. "Gentlemen, have you found out what kind of magic the boy uses to move that vehicle?" one of the old men asked. "No, sire. Our greatest observers have not been able to sense even a single bit of mana coming off of the structure," replied one of the wizened mages. "It's either all natural, or the boy created a spell that obfuscated any of our attempts at probing. To move such a large and heavy vehicle would certainly need power that only a 5-star spell could create. Surely you aren't suggesting that the boy can cast a 9-star cloaking spell?" The other mages were silent. The Tower Master looked through the glass and saw the bright lights coming from the Market Plaza. Even when he used his own observation skills, he could tell that there was no kind of magic spell involved in its operation. "Maybe he's a magnetic," one of the mages suggested, but they all quickly shook their heads. The boy was from the King's region, a backwoods part of the continent. He couldn't have obtained the necessary parts and processes to become a magnetic. Then there is only one probable reason. The boy is a prodigy with an extreme genius for invention. The other mages eventually agreed with this conclusion. "But sire, what about the large decrease of mana the other day?" asked one of the senior mages. "That was probably a prank played on me by my good friend Cerberus. Otherwise, if the boy was the cause of the great decrease, then he would have been a genius in the mystic arts unlike any of us had ever seen. If that was the case, then Cerberus would have endorsed the boy as a potential mystic master in the future." The other mages murmured amongst themselves, knowing how unlikely it was for anyone, let alone a boy, to become a potential mystic master of the Guild of Arcana. Either way, the boy is a friend of Cerberus, so we must treat him as such. Once his permit test is over, we shall send him gifts and presents to welcome him into Metropolis. As the second day came to a close, the third day started just a few hours later. Michael had come bright and early, with Otto and the rest of them already up and helping the Rebornian workers set up the stall. And as the day started, Otto and the others were surprised to see that so many more people had come so early in the plaza, before the stall even officially opened. They thought they already drew a huge crowd on the second day, but what they were seeing right now was already much larger than what they initially expected. They started serving everyone in the line, becoming so busy that they didn't even feel the time pass. Eventually, Michael looked at their accumulated sales for the day and saw a staggering 4,784 sales for the day.